Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your extremely tired host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing today? Are we ready for this? Are we ready for this? I don't know that I am. I'm not 100% sure. I am, yeah. Well, like I said, I'm very, very tired. So that is tempering my confidence. But you know, that whole thing. If you don't know, we are covering the impeachment of Donald Trump yet again. That is what we're up to today. It yesterday was pretty interesting. I guess by interesting, if you mean this was really it wasn't that interesting. It was a long 7-hour process of nonsense. But that's what you get. It's Congress. That's what you get. But anyway, it was 7 hours, 7.5 hours really of repeated testimony from the impeachment managers. My personal opinion is that they failed at all to show how Donald Trump asked in any way for any violence or asked in any way for a criminal act to occur, which are critical elements of impeachment or of incitement. Incitement to insurrection is the charge. So while I mention that, it's important to note that the charge itself belies the problem with the legal argument. So the legal argument is that they did not provide any evidence of incitement. They provided evidence of people utilizing the words of Donald Trump to go ahead and justify a riot, but they didn't provide evidence that he requested it. That would be very important in a criminal trial for incitement. However, the very fact that this is called incitement to insurrection shows that this isn't a criminal trial because there isn't a crime for incitement to insurrection. Incitement is one thing, insurrection is a separate thing. And they don't really combine because an insurrection is an idea that how do I word this? Insurrection is the idea of a takeover of government. And it involves typically some sort of organized effort to do so. You tend to not be able to incite a pre-existing effort. An incitement is a spur of the moment, a riling up of a crowd that is then focused into an activity that is chaotic, like a riot or a violent act, like to get some people to go get that guy right now type thing. Insurrection is obviously different from that. And so it wouldn't be in a regular criminal charge. It's not in a regular criminal charge. It's in an impeachment article, and it is a confused article because the people who wrote it are probably confused about many things. But that hasn't stopped them before. So anyway, 7.5 hours of testimony. And it is testimony. That's the interesting thing. I mean, this is presented as if it is a lawyer or a group of lawyers presenting a case. However, it is very much a testimonial process, which is weird. This is not how things would work. This is not how things would work if if this were a court of law. You typically don't have the lawyers presenting testimonial evidence. And that ended up backfiring on them. That ended up backfiring on them at the end. And that was, in my opinion, the most impactful and important thing which happened yesterday. That was that Mike Lee stood up after 7.5 hours of listening to the Democrats politely. The Republicans did not object or interject or anything like that. I don't think that they can. They did not do anything of the sort. When the Democrats' time was up for the day, Mike Lee stood up and said, Mr. Chairman, statements were attributed to me by the House managers, and those statements are incorrect. I did not make them, and I want them stricken from the record. And it was a beautiful moment, because at that moment, Congress briefly descended into chaos when they tried to figure out what the hell to do with the fact that they just introduced statements, and the person who allegedly made the statement said, nah, bro, I didn't do that. And, just a second. I need to get those notifications muted. They didn't know what to do with that. And so for a brief moment, they actually, Pat Leahy, the impartial jurist who's sitting in where Chief Justice Roberts would normally sit in as the allegedly impartial jurist, Pat Leahy sat down and almost made an argument that they were going to vote on whether or not to keep the false statements of a witness over the objection of the actual witness. And they asked the witness, they asked Mike Lee, what grounds you have to object to these statements. And he said, I'm the witness, and I didn't make them. They're not true. It's not true. And so they scramble around for a while, trying to figure out how to deal with that. And ultimately, Jamie Raskin saves the day by saying, whoa. We will just go ahead and we'll withdraw them. Oh, hey, here we go. We'll withdraw the statements. They're not that important. To which Mike Lee fires back, you're not the one who is being inappropriately quoted. And so it was a nice little moment of drama. It really capped off the day because it undermined the legitimacy of their case. Now, after that, subsequent to that, I found on Twitter, one of the, see if I can pull it up real quick. One of the other witnesses sort of witnesses, someone else whose testimony was provided in some way. Someone whose testimony was provided in some way was presented via tweets, and it kind of looks like those tweets may have been altered in a superficial way. But we don't know if they were altered in a superficial way or if they were altered in a serious way. And here I have it pulled up on screen. This is Jennifer Lynn Lawrence. Now here's the impeachment manager's exhibit. So it's got real Donald Trump retweeting Jennifer Lynn Lawrence, I guess. Although this doesn't really look like a retweet, does it? Doesn't look like a retweet at all. It's a retweet without anything here. And this is probably the problem. Jennifer Lynn Lawrence, Jen Lawrence, 21. We have been marching all around the country for you, Mr. President. Now we will bring it to D.C. on January 6th and proudly stand beside you. Thank you for fighting for us. And then she's got best day ever. Thank you, a real Donald Trump, for the retweet. It has been an honor to stand up and fight for you and our nation. We will be standing strong on January 6th in D.C. with you. She has been photoshopped to have a blue verification badge. Now, I don't know if this matters, but even looking at this, the verification badge here is lower on the plane, if you will. It's in line with the bottom of the Y in her name, and Trump's is in line with the bottom of the P in his. Here, it is not. It's actually up higher and not in line with the bottom of the Y. Now, she calls this out. I've never been verified on Twitter. So why did my tweet used in the fact-free impeachment include a verification badge? I'm assuming Democrats faked it like they are faking the whole case. Rep Swalwell, why did you add a verification badge to my tweet in your presentation? So, they don't say photoshopped. It could have been altered through the page element. Say altered. I don't think they can alter it through a page element because these tweets don't exist, or this tweet doesn't exist from Donald Trump anymore. They would have had to have a screenshot of this or reconstruct it because his Twitter account's gone. So they can't like go into a page element and pull up this tweet. But either way, it appears to be changed. It appears to be changed. Is falsifying evidence for a congressional hearing a crime? It can be. And Bainling, I'll get there, man. It can be. It should be. As you can see, Jennifer Lynn Lawrence is not verified. This account was joined on April 2009. There is no verification badge for her. This account pre-existed. It's not like the account got deleted and reopened as someone else. You know, nothing like that seems to have happened. Pretty bad stuff. I don't know if the Republicans will bring this up in any sort of way. They should. They should do that in a criminal trial. Either of these things would be grounds to request dismissal or a mistrial. Simply withdrawing the statements. And to be fair, the statements about that Mike Lee allegedly made are not that important in the scheme of the trial. They're important to him because it looks like Mike Lee in some way is putting the president under the bus or could be construed that way, even though nothing he said was really bad or anything like that. But it just goes to the critical nature of having the processes for evidence to be brought, presented, challenged, and qualified in an actual trial. Those things matter because of stuff like this. Like right now, how do they even object to the fact that it appears like doctored tweets were used to make part of the case? And it's a big part of their case. I mean, they spent several minutes on these tweets and on the fact that Trump was coordinating by retweeting this woman, that he's coordinating the planning effort. I mean, they're acting like Trump is calling up a caterer and picking out meals for rioters because he retweeted this person. So it's a mess. C-SPAN will get started in just a second. Here we go. If you do not remember, so
it'll be in order.
These
convene as a court of impeachment, and the chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate.
Gosh, he talks like he's not even human. I'm going to be
pray.
Quiet through the prayer and the pledge.
Almighty God, our shelter from the storms, give our Senate jurors discernment that will rescue our nation from ruin. Illuminate their minds with your truth as you speak through the whispers of conscience. Remind them that the seeds they plant now will bring a harvest. May the choices they make bring blessings, healing, and prosperity to our land. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If Joe Biden were leading the prayer, it would be amen and a children. That was mean.
Well,
what I was saying is
please
this
be seated,
stream
and if
will
there's no
be
objection,
taken down
the journal
eventually
proceedings of the trial are approved to date.
and
And I'd
re-uploaded
ask
to the
Sergeant at
alternate
Arms
channel.
to make the proclamation.
It'll be
Hear
made.
ye,
It'll be
hear
uploaded
ye,
to the alternate
hear ye.
channel, which I'm posting
All
a
persons are
comment
commanded to keep silence on
and we'll
pain of
pin it
imprisonment
with the
while the
link to
Senate
that.
of the United States is sitting for the trial of the article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, former President of the United States.
So it will be in order, and the majority leader is recognized.
For the information of senators, it's my understanding the schedule today will be similar to yesterday's proceedings. We'll plan to take a short break every 2-3 hours, and will accommodate a 30-minute recess for dinner, assuming it is needed.
Then pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 47, the managers for the House of Representatives have 8 hours remaining to make the presentation of their case. And the Senate will now hear you. And the presiding officer recognizes Mr. Manager Raskin to continue the presentation of the case for the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, thank you. Distinguished senators, Representative DeGette of Colorado will now show how the insurrectionists themselves believed that they were following President Trump's marching orders.
All right, here comes that. This will be great. This is a bunch of testimony that won't. That again, it wouldn't be permissible in an actual criminal court. I got to grab a super chat that came in early. Seraph Creed says, so is this the episode where we watch his live reaction to Redo of Healer episode 5? Yes.
Day. As I watched the footage of the violence in the Capitol building,
Oh, a new one.
my own experience flooded back to me. I was one of the unlucky members who was stuck in the House gallery along with Congresswoman Dean. As the House floor was cleared beneath us of members and staff, we could see the mob pounding on the door to the House chamber. We could see the Capitol police officers inside the chamber pull their guns and point them at the intruders. Then we heard gunshots on the other side, and we flung ourselves down on the floor and removed our member pins.
A gunshot.
Then we heard
there was
pounding
one.
on the very flimsy gallery doors right up above us. Finally, after that situation for some time, we were told to run out of a door at the end of the gallery. As we ran through a line of police towards a staircase,
I posted the wrong
what
channel,
I
didn't I?
saw. The SWAT team
I did. Let me fix
pointing
that.
automatic
Thank
weapons
you.
at marauders on the floor. Looking at these people makes you wonder, who sent them here? In the next few minutes, I want to step back
Sorry, I'm really
from
tired.
the horrors of the attack itself and look at January 6th from a totally different perspective, the perspective of the insurrectionists themselves. Their own statements before during, and after the attack made clear the attack was done for Donald Trump, at his instructions, and to fulfill his wishes.
But where are the instructions,
Donald
though?
Trump had sent them there.
Did he?
They truly
That's
believed
interesting.
that the whole intrusion was at the president's orders. And we know that because they said so. Many of them actually posed for pictures, bragging about it on social media, and they tagged Mr. Trump in tweets. Folks, this was not a hidden crime. The president told them to be there, and so they actually believed they would face no punishment.
Is it
The defense
not
argued in
hidden
their
if you
briefs,
can't
and
show
they
where he
argued
told
again
them
here
to be
on
there?
Tuesday, that the insurrectionists were acting on their own, that they were not incited by President Trump or acting in his direction. This is in their brief. Quote, "They did so of their own accord and for their own reasons and are
Yes.
being criminally prosecuted."
correct?
But that's just not the case. It's not what the insurrectionists actually said. They said they came here because the president instructed them to do so.
I did this because Jamie
Leading up to
Raskin
the
instructed
attack,
me to do so.
The insurrectionists said they were coming to D.C. for President Trump. He invited them with clear instructions for a specific time and place and with clear orders. Stop the fight, or to fight to stop the certification in Congress by any means necessary. The crowd at Donald Trump's speech echoed and chanted his words. And when people in the crowd followed his direction and marched to the Capitol, they chanted the same words as they breached this building. Now let's return to this speech for a moment. During the rally, President Trump led the crowd in a Stop the Steal chant. Here's what that chant sounded like from the crowd's perspective.
Yes.
Use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with. We will stop the steal.
Yeah! We're in the crowd. Stop the steal. I hate chanting. I hate crowds. You guys have no idea how much
The
I hate
president
protests
basked
and demonstrations
as
in
the
general.
crowd chanted, "Fight for Trump." And when he incited the crowd to show strength, people responded. Storm the Capitol, invade the Capitol. Here are both of those moments, but from the
People
crowd's
responded,
perspective.
not Donald Trump. You didn't actually have the right clip playing, you dummies. There we go.
We also have another perspective from this moment, online extremist chatter. At the same time as the people in the crowd shouted, "Take the Capitol building," as President Trump said, "Show strength," a person posted to Parler saying, quote, "Time to fight, civil war is upon us." Another user said, quote, "We are going to have a civil war, get ready." An analysis found that members of Civil War quadrupled on Parler in the hour after Donald Trump
Members
said,
of
"Show
Civil
strength."
War?
When the insurrectionists got to the Capitol,
It went to 156
they
tweets,
continued those
guys.
rally cries. Insurrectionists holding Confederate flags and brandishing weapons cheered the president's very words.
Wait, the person holding the Confederate flag is saying this?
You heard them chanting, "Stop the steal." And as the crowd chanted at the rally, the crowd at the Capitol made clear who they were doing this for. They also chanted, "Fight for Trump."
Again, I can't stress enough, none of this actually implicates Donald
It wasn't
Trump.
just that they were doing this for Mr. Trump. They were following his instructions. They said he had invited them. And in fact, as we heard, he had invited them. As one
When?
man explained on a live stream he taped from inside the Capitol, quote, "Our president wants us here. We wait and take orders from our president."
But he didn't give them
Footage
orders.
from inside the Capitol shows
Did
when
he
the
call this guy?
insurrectionists first got into
Did he
the
send him
building
a
and confronted
telegram
police,
or an
the
email?
mob screamed at the officers that they were listening to President Trump.
Where's his communication to them?
Million of us out there, and we are listening to Trump, your boss.
The insurrectionists argued with law enforcement that they shouldn't even be fighting them because they believed that the commander-in-chief was ordering this. This was the person's understanding. When President-elect Biden went on television that day to demand an end to the siege, one woman asked this.
Does he not realize President Trump called us to siege the place?
The examples of
Did he
these types of
call
comments
them?
are endless. Don't worry, I won't play all of them. But it wasn't just the words.
Well, if they're
of the
endless, you literally
insurrectionists
can't play them all.
that prove that they did this in response.
That would be the definition
to
of
orders
endless.
from their commander-in-chief.
They don't end.
We can see this in the fact that they were not hiding. One rioter in a live stream at the Capitol said, quote, "He'll be happy. We're fighting for Trump."
Let's go, Trump, yes! Dude!
Baked Alaska.
Tell Trump what's up. Trump would be very upset. And he'd be like, no, just say we love him. We love you, bro. No, he'll be happy. What do you mean? We're fighting for Trump.
They included
And again, this was
contrary
not an
evidence
isolated
in this thing.
incident.
Guys, like, no, Trump would be very
the
upset.
individuals in this slide posted photos of themselves committing these crimes. Trump supporters who had broken into the Capitol were taking selfies, streaming live videos, and posing. In fact,
my gosh.
they wanted the president to know, this is me. In fact, you can see the person wrote on his own posting, this is me. And if there were any remaining doubt, after hours of prompting, when President Trump finally told the insurrectionists to go home, only then did some of them begin to listen. As you previously saw, at 4:17 p.m., Mr. Trump released a pre-recorded video saying to the mob, "Go home, we love you, you're very special." Shortly after he tweeted this video, a few of the insurrectionists who had seen it could be claiming victory and telling people to go home because of Donald Trump's message and instructions. You saw earlier the insurrectionist Jacob Chansley, who told someone, quote, "We won the day." A little before that video of Chansley, he said the same thing to the crowd through a bullhorn and instructed them to go home.
Is this going to be
because
8
of the
hours
video
of the
that
exact
President
same
Trump had
arguments
tweeted?
and the
Let's
same
watch.
clips? I mean, at least they put baked in there today.
Today is ours. We won the day. That's why Donald Trump has asked everybody to just go home. You can look it up on his Twitter. He just did a video. It's a minute long. He asked everybody to go home.
Yeah, he asked them to go home.
After the attack, the insurrectionists made clear to law enforcement
Tigatron, no,
that
Trump's
they
team
were
gets the
just
next 2 days.
following President Trump's orders. They didn't
Each
shy
team
away
gets
from
up
their
to
crimes
16 hours
because
over 2
they
days.
thought they were following orders from the commander-in-chief, and so they would not be punished. They were wrong. After the attack, there were dozens of arrests. These were federal offenses, including assaulting the police. When law enforcement interviewed the people who were at the Capitol on January 6th, they once again said it was because the president told them to be there. Robert Sanford was seen
He
in
told
this
them to
widely
go
circulated
to
video
the Capitol,
throwing
not
a fire
into the
extinguisher
Capitol.
that struck a Capitol police officer outside the building.
Can they just get their video right? You didn't show it.
A witness told the FBI
Are you having tech
that
issues?
Sanford said he had traveled to Washington, D.C. on a
Am
bus
I
with a
running
group
your
of
tech?
people. The group had gone to the White House and listened to Donald J. Trump's speech, and then had followed the president's instructions and gone to the Capitol. Folks, the insurrectionists didn't just make this up.
They literally
As
did.
Sanford's lawyer explained, you're being told you've got to fight like hell. Does fight like hell mean you throw things at people? Maybe. The lawyer added that his client, quote,
This is particularly
"wouldn't have been there
disgusting."
if it weren't for the president. Now, Sanford wasn't the exception.
So
He
taking
was the rule.
a lawyer's legal
In their
defense
statements
in which
after the
they
attack,
propose all
insurrectionists
possible
routinely
avenues for
echo
doubt
what they had said
doesn't
before
actually
and
make a
during the
true
attack.
narrative.
They were there because the president told them to be. Now look, the lawyers who are saying that
That's
their
not what they
clients
said.
were told to commit these acts by Mr. Trump. Well, they know
They said they
that
wouldn't be
putting
there
the
if not
blame
for
on the
Mr. Trump, not
president
because he told them to be
doesn't
there.
exonerate their clients.
Just if not for
They're
him.
just saying it, frankly, because that's exactly what happened. Another Trump supporter who's been federally charged is Texas real estate agent Jennifer Ryan. Now, Ms. Ryan has given many TV interviews in which she says she was only doing what the president asked her and others to do. She also recorded video before the rally talking about the
Does she
mob's
have a
plans for
copy of the
violence.
request?
And here's what she said.
Personally, I do not feel a sense of shame or guilt from my heart from what I was doing. I thought I was following my president. I thought I was following what we were called to do. He asked us to fly there. He asked us to be there. So I was doing what
Fly
he
there,
asked us
be
to do.
there.
Ultimately, yes, we were going in solidarity with President Trump. President Trump requested that we be in D.C. on the 6th.
In D.C.
So this was our way of going and stopping this deal.
If it comes down to war, guess what? I'm going to be there.
We're all going to be up here, and we're going to be breaking those windows.
Again, where did
Yet
Trump
another
ask
Trump
her to
supporter
do
who
that?
was arrested after breaching the Capitol, Douglas Sweet, explained in a media interview why he did it. Referring to Donald Trump, Mr. Sweet said, quote, he said, hey, I need my digital soldiers to show up on January 6th, and we all did. Some of these individuals
Where's Trump's
who joined
tweet
in
of
the
that?
attack on our Capitol
Where's Trump
did
saying
so
that?
as part
This
of
guy said
violent
Trump said that.
racist groups, which have been officially condemned by our government.
Where?
Daniel
When?
Goodwin is a self-proclaimed member of the Proud Boys. He was one of many. On November 7th, Goodwin tweeted a picture showing the Proud Boys logo surrounded by "Stand Back and Stand By," and the quote, again, "Stand back and stand by," and await orders from our commander-in-chief. Look closely at this slide. You are looking at an image of Goodwin's own tweet. He was such a loyal follower of President Trump that he used the president's photo as his own profile picture on Twitter.
Oh, you dummy,
Remember,
dumb,
President Trump
dummy,
told them to
dumb.
stand back and stand by at the debate. They took it as a call to arms. And when he called them to arms, they were all ready to
They
act.
took it as.
They were
They
waiting
took
for
it
their
as.
orders, which they got on January 6th.
I really enjoy pizza. We're robbing banks. He told us to. Wait. No, I just wanted a pizza. I didn't want you to rob
And
banks.
Goodwin followed those orders. He stood ready as others broke into the windows at the Capitol and climbed inside. Here he is on another of the insurrectionists' live stream in one of the first floor hallways of the building. When it became clear that Donald Trump was not going to save these folks from prosecution, when it became clear that the commander-in-chief had given false commands that went against this country. Some
What
of his
commands?
supporters even
Where are the commands?
expressed regret, and they said they felt duped.
They felt
Here's
duped by
Jacob
what?
Chansley again, who
Duped
we
because
saw
he
in a
didn't
video
say to
claiming
do what they
victory after
did?
the president told the rioters to go home. Earlier in the afternoon, as you'll recall, Chansley carried a spear as he breached the Capitol, entered the Senate through the gallery,
spear?
and went right here onto the Senate floor. Chansley left a threatening note for Vice President Pence right there on the Senate dais. It read, quote,
Isn't it a dais?
"It's only a matter
Isn't
of
it DAIS?
time. Justice is coming." On January 7th, Chansley spoke to the FBI, and he said that he came as part of a group effort with
It's a
other
dais, not a
patriots
dais.
from
Oh, my
Arizona at the request of the president that all patriots come to D.C. on January 6, 2021.
Come to D.C.
On
To
January 14th,
D.C.,
Chansley's lawyer gave
not
an interview
in
to
the
Chris
Capitol
Cuomo,
building.
in which he said that Chansley was there, quote, "at the invitation of our president, who said he would walk down Pennsylvania Avenue with him." In fact, Chansley's lawyer now says that Chansley felt duped by the president, and he regrets what the
Listen to
president
this.
brought him to do. This man
No.
who ran through our
Regrets
halls,
that he was being put
who
in a
ran into
position
this chamber,
where he allowed the duping
who
to put
sat
him
right
in
there
a
on the
position
dais,
to make a
and
decision.
who wrote a note for Vice President Pence that he was
She
coming
didn't
for
read the
him.
rest of the quote.
He
To
and
make
those
a
with him
decision.
declared they would
That's
remove
not-
us from office if we went against
It's not
Donald
following
Trump.
an order.
Now he's saying he would not have done any of that if Mr. Trump had told him not to. Chansley's not alone in his post-arrest confession that he was following the directions of Donald Trump. As more and more of these people have been charged, the confession and the regret simply cascades. More and more insurrectionists are admitting that they came at Trump's direction. When Riley June Williams, known for allegedly helping steal laptops from Speaker Pelosi's office, appeared in court on January 21st, her lawyer said to the judge, quote, "It is regrettable that Ms. Williams took the president's bait and went inside the Capitol." Troy Smocks, who was in the Capitol riot on January 6th, posted online that day, quote, Today, President Trump told us to fight like hell. He also posted that the president, quote, "said that our case was a matter of national security." Samuel Fisher was charged with disorderly conduct and illegally being in the Capitol on January 6th. That day, before the attack on this building, he wrote on his website, quote, "Trump just needs to fire the bat signal," and quote, "then the pain comes." The lawyer
Did he
for
fire the
Dominic
bat
Pizzola,
signal?
a leader of the Proud Boys, who was the first person to break inside the Capitol, said that President Trump effectively told his client and others, quote, "People of the country, come on down. Let people know what you think." Quote, "Logical thinking was he invited us down."
Invited
Pizzolla's lawyer
us
went
down,
on. These
not
were
in.
people acting in a way they've never acted before. And it begs the question, who lit the fuse? End quote.
These are legal
January
defenses
6th,
that are being presented
we know
for
who
people
lit
who
the
are
fuse.
charged.
Donald
They
Trump
don't
told
actually
these
prove
insurrectionists
the thing
come
to be
the
true.
Capitol and stop the steal.
It's not
And
how
they
legal
did come to
defenses
the
actually
Capitol.
work.
And they tried to stop the certification. They came because he told them to. And they did stop our proceedings, but only temporarily, because
Thanks,
he
Terry Lester.
told them to. Have you noticed throughout this presentation the uncanny similarity over and over and over again of what all these people are saying? They
No,
said
actually,
what Donald Trump
not
said,
really.
and they echoed each other.
Yeah.
Stand back and stand by. Stop
Only
the
one guy
steal.
said that.
Fight like hell. Trump sent us. We are listening to Trump.
They weren't listening well, though.
The riots that day
That's a big problem.
left at least 7 people dead, more than 150 people injured. Members,
Wait a minute.
senators, and our staff.
7 people.
All traumatized to this day. Damage and pain to our
We're up to
Capitol.
7 people now.
Damage and pain to Americans. Damage to our police force. And damage to other nations who have always seen us as a bastion of democracy. All of these people who've been arrested and charged, they're being held accountable for their actions. Their leader, the man who incited them, must be held accountable as well. But, as I said earlier, you don't have to take my word for it.
We
that
literally
the
do.
insurrectionists acted at Donald Trump's direction. They said so. They were invited here. They were invited by the President of the United States.
Their tech is off point today. These people are actually outside of the Capitol. Were they within the barricade? Okay, couple chats. Blaine20 says, hashtag we stand with Gina, referring to Gina Carano. Big disaster as they have, Lucasfilm has fired Gina Carano, despite her being extremely popular in The Mandalorian. RZEQDW says, Texas snowpocalypse, 26-car pileup near me in Austin, 100-car pileup, I hear it in Dallas, Fort Worth. Low temps of 10 degrees, Sunday, Monday. Me laughs in Canadian and cries and can't go anywhere. At least everyone else's Valentine's Day is ruined. NZ says, these are chess is my wealth tier legal arguments. If Trump's team doesn't dunk all over them for 2 straight days, the fix is in, boys. It's the Republican weak-kneed. They killed the audio. Get your audio working. What is wrong with you people? How bad are you at this? By the way, I will also be live tweeting through this when I get particularly annoyed. So if you have to step away or whatever and you want to follow along, I mean, you can check me on Twitter, Gab, and Minds. That's where the tweets will be going. I don't have all of them up there yet. Tweeting to 3 people or 3 places is really annoying.
Okay.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Senators, Representative DeGette just showed how the insurrectionists believed and understood themselves to be following President Trump's marching orders. She explained in chilling detail
Wasn't
how they
that
were
chilling?
acting in perfect alignment with his political instructions and his explicit strategy to retain power. They did what he told them to do.
But she didn't show where he actually told them to do it.
Into life out of thin air. We saw how Trump spent months cultivating America's most dangerous extremist groups. We saw how he riled them up with corrosive lies and violent rhetoric, so much so that they were ready and eager for their most dangerous mission in validating the will of the people to keep Donald Trump in office. But we must remember that this was not the first time Donald Trump had inflamed and incited a mob. Trump knew that his incitement would result in violence, not only because of the thousands of violent messages that were posted all over the forums and the widespread news of preparations for violence among extremist groups and his communications on Twitter with the insurrectionists themselves, he knew it also because he'd seen many of the exact same groups he was mobilizing participate in extremist violence before.
Oh.
Moreover, he'd seen
The
clearly
exact same
how his own
groups.
incitement to violence
Same people?
and praise after the violence took place galvanized, encouraged, and electrified these extremist followers.
So he
These
incited
tactics
before?
were road tested. January 6th was a culmination of the president's actions, not an aberration from them. The insurrection was the most violent and dangerous episode so far in Donald Trump's continuing pattern and practice of inciting violence.
So far?
But I emphasize so far.
Why?
Earlier, Congresswoman Plaskett showed several episodes of Trump's incitement that took place during the presidential election. But his encouragement of violence against other public officials who he thought had crossed him long predates the 2020 campaign.
That's not so far.
The incitement of violence is always dangerous, but it's uniquely intolerable
Does he not understand
when done
so
by the
far?
President of the United States of America. But that became the norm. On President Trump's watch, white supremacist and extremist groups have spread like wildfire across the land. His own Department of Homeland Security called homegrown terrorism the #1 threat facing Americans today. But no matter how many people inside and outside government begged him to condemn extreme elements, promoting violence, and indeed civil war in America, and race war in America, he just wouldn't do it. And that's because he wanted to incite and provoke their violence for his own political gain and for his own strategic objectives. Ever since he became president, Trump revealed what he thought of political violence. For his side, he praised it and he encouraged it. Right now, I'm going to play for you just
Mutto,
a
I
few
would love
clips
to
from
drop
over the
Twitter.
years
I just
when
need
the
people to
president's
go from
words
Twitter to
successfully
mine,
incited his supporters
or
into
to Gab,
assaulting his opponents.
so that I don't have to be on Twitter anymore. Unfortunately, my reach on Twitter is still bigger. Oh!
See, the first group, I was nice. Oh, take your time. The second group, I was pretty nice. The third group, I'll be a little more violent. And the fourth group, I'll say, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, that's the maximum. Get the hell out of here. That's the maximum violence right there.
All right, yeah, get him the hell out of here, will you, please?
Oh, there it was! Maximum
Get him out.
violence.
Throw him out. I got a little notice, in case you see, the security guys. We have wonderful security guys. They said, Mr. Trump, there may be somebody with tomatoes in the audience. So if you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously. Okay? Just knock the hell. I promise you, I will pay for the legal fees. I promise.
By the way, according to Legal Eagle, a tomato would be a battery, and that would be prevention of a battery. It would be adequate self-defense. You could not only knock them out, you could strip them naked, take their clothes and their motorcycle.
Told his supporters to be a little more violent, and they responded to his command by literally dragging a protester across the floor at one of his campaign rallies.
Oh!
Get him the hell out of here. Throw him out. His supporters punched and kicked another protester as he was escorted from the hall. He told supporters to knock the hell out of people who opposed him and promised to pay the legal fees of the assailants. Time after time, he encouraged violence. His supporters listened, and they got the message. But it wasn't just Trump's encouragement of violence that conditioned his supporters to participate in this insurrection on January 6th. It was also his explicit sanctioning of the violence after it took place. Let's watch some of those incidents, beginning with Trump praising supporters who had assaulted a black protester.
But we've had a couple that were really violent, and the particular one, when I said, like to bang him, that was a very vicious, he was a guy who was swinging, very loud, and then started swinging at the audience. And you know what? The audience swung back. And I thought it was very, very appropriate. He was swinging.
Yes.
He was hitting people, and the audience hit back. And that's what we need a little bit more of.
Yeah, if someone is hitting you, you can hit them back.
I'm just curious if you have the speak with Shane, please. But you don't. Sick and tired of you guys. The last time that came in here, you did
This
the same
is someone else.
Get the hell out of here. The last guy did the same thing. You were the guardian. Yes, and you just broke my glasses.
This is a different person.
You just body slammed me and broke my glasses.
But Greg is smart. And by the way, never wrestle him. You understand that? Never.
Good advice.
Any guy that can do a body slam, he's my kind.
Jews will not replace us.
Charlottesville now.
Will not replace us.
I'm not even saying we're non-violent. I'm saying that fucking we didn't aggress. We did not initiate force against anybody. We're not non-violent. We'll fucking kill these people if we have to.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both
Again,
sides.
there was.
I think there's blame on both sides, and you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
So just in case you didn't catch all of that, the president praised a Republican candidate who assaulted a journalist as my kind of guy. He said there were, quote, very fine people on both sides when the neo-Nazis, the Klansmen, and Proud Boys invaded the city, the great city of Charlottesville, and killed Heather Heyer. And he said that an attack on a black protester at one of his rallies was very, very appropriate. Does that sound familiar? Listen to how
Because he was hitting people.
When asked about his own conduct on January the 6th.
So if you read my speech, and many people have done it, it's been analyzed, and people thought that what I said was totally appropriate.
Because legally it is.
So there the pattern is, staring us in the face. Very, very appropriate, he said after a man was assaulted at one of his rallies. Totally appropriate was how he characterized his incitement on January 6th. Meaning that, of course, if given the chance, he would gladly do it again, because why would he not engage in totally appropriate conduct? An examination of his past statements makes it clear.
Actually, there's tons of totally appropriate conduct that I wouldn't engage in again or engage in at any given time. So that's not true.
He meant for them to fight like hell.
It'd be totally appropriate for me to eat a calzone right now, but I don't want one.
Let's consider the events, senators, that took place last year in Michigan, where President Trump demonstrated his willingness and his ability to incite violence against government officials who he thought were getting in his way. When responding to extremist plots in Michigan, Trump showed he knew how to use the power of a mob to advance his political objectives. Beginning in March, Trump leveled attacks on Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer for the coronavirus policies in her state. On March 17th, the day after Governor Whitmer pushed the federal government to better support the states on COVID-19, Trump criticized her handling of the pandemic, tweeting, "Failing Michigan governor must work harder and be much more proactive. We are pushing her to get the job done. I stand with Michigan." On March 27th, he added, "I love Michigan. One of the reasons we're doing such a great job for them during this horrible pandemic. Yet your governor, Gretchen Whitmer, is way in over her head. She doesn't have a clue, likes blaming everyone for her own ineptitude."
Yes, she's terrible.
By April, Trump's rhetorical attacks and name-calling turned to calls for mass mobilization of his supporters.
Oh, they're going to use the Fed op.
On April
the Fed
17th,
op.
2020, he tweeted, quote, "Liberate Michigan." Not even 2 weeks later, on April 30th, his supporters marched on the Michigan State Capitol in Lansing. They stormed the building.
Stormed.
Trump's marching orders were followed by aggressive action on the ground.
We have a right. Let us in. Let us in.
None of this has anything to do with Gretchen Whitmer's unconstitutional orders or the dozens of organizations that put this together. It was all Trump's tweet weeks prior. They didn't storm it. They stood respectfully outside of the police line.
They came armed.
What violence?
Tightly packed themselves into the building with no regard, of course, for social distancing. This Trump-inspired mob may indeed look familiar to you. Confederate battle flags, MAGA hats, weapons.
No respect for social distancing.
Just like the insurrectionists
can't make this
who showed
up.
up and invaded this chamber on January 6th. The siege of the Michigan State House was effectively a state-level dress rehearsal for the siege of the U.S. Capitol that Trump incited on January 6th. It was a preview of the coming insurrection. President Trump's response to these two events was strikingly similar. Following the armed siege in Lansing, President Trump refused to condemn the attacks on the Michigan Capitol or denounce the violent lawbreakers. Instead, he did just the opposite. He upheld the righteousness of his violent followers' cause, and he put pressure on the victim of the attack to listen to his supporters. The day after the mob attack in Lansing, Trump told Governor Whitmer to negotiate with the extremists, tweeting that the governor should just, quote, give a little to the violent men who had stormed the Capitol, threatening not only the stability of the Michigan government, but her own life. As you can see, he tweeted, the governor of Michigan should give a little and put out the fire. These are very good people, but they are angry. They want their lives back again safely.
Yes,
See
good
them,
people who are
talk
angry
to them,
can do bad
make a deal.
things.
The president says heavily armed extremists carrying Confederate battle flags and pushing past police to overtake the Michigan State House chamber are very good people and just negotiate with them. It's clear he doesn't think that they're at fault in any way at all. But April 30th wasn't the only time Trump supporters stormed the Michigan Capitol. Emboldened by his praise and his encouragement and support, they escalated again. Governor Whitmer refused to capitulate to the president's demand to negotiate with them. 2 weeks later, on May 14th, Trump's mob again stormed the state
Wasn't
capitol.
Trump's demand. It was a suggestion.
Time, as you can see here, one man brought a doll with a noose around the neck.
Not a doll with a
foreshadowing
noose.
The appearance of the large gallows erected outside of this building.
This was not
Downstairs
foreshadowing at all,
as
actually.
the crowd chanted,
Completely
and I still
unrelated.
can hear the words ringing in my ear, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence.
Is
hang
Mike Pence a brunette
Over the coming
female
months,
Barbie doll?
even after a crowd threatening Governor Whitmer stormed the Capitol, Trump continued to assail her in public. At a rally in Michigan on September 10th, Trump whipped up the crowd against Governor Whitmer, saying, quote, she doesn't have a clue about reopening her own state's economy. The crowd cheered. Then, on October 8th, the precise consequences of the president's incitement to violence were revealed to the whole world. Look at this. 13 men were arrested by the FBI for plotting to storm the Michigan State Capitol building, launch a civil war, kidnap Governor Whitmer, transport her to Wisconsin, and then try and execute her. This was an assassination conspiracy, a kidnapping conspiracy. Look at the language
Planned
that
by
they
a
used.
Fed
In the
agent.
charging document, the FBI reported that one of the conspirators said he needed, quote, 200 men to storm the Capitol building and take political hostages, including the governor. The suspect called it a snatch and grab, man. Grab the effing governor. One of those men has already pled guilty to this conspiracy. The plot was well organized, just like the one that was coming on January the 6th. The men in Michigan even considered building Molotov cocktails to disarm police vehicles and attempted to construct their own IEDs, something that actually happened here on January 6th. Police authorities arrested extremists who had weapons and materials to build explosive devices including one man found with an assault rifle and enough materials to make 11 Molotov cocktails. On September 17, 2020, one of the Michigan conspiracists posted, "When the time comes, there will be no need to strike fear through presence. The fear will be manifested through bullets." And what did Donald Trump do as President of the United States to defend one of our nation's governors against a plotted kidnapping by violent insurrectionists? Did he publicly condemn violent domestic extremists who hoped and planned to launch a civil war in America? No, not at all. He further inflamed them by continuing to attack the governor who was the object of their hatred in this kidnapping conspiracy. The very night this conspiracy became public, and that Governor Whitmer learned that there were 13 men who were planning to kidnap and likely kill her, Trump did not condemn
Two
the violence.
feds and Fed informants included in that number of
criticize the
13 men,
extremists.
by the
He
way.
didn't even check on Governor Whitmer's safety. He chose to vilify Governor Whitmer again, and then amazingly took credit for foiling the plot against her.
Because he did. It
demanding
was
her
his
gratitude.
FBI who did it.
And then he quickly, of course, changed the subject to Antifa. He tweeted, "Governor Whitmer has done a terrible job."
Fact.
He demanded that she thank him for the law enforcement operation that had foiled the kidnapping conspiracy that had been encouraged by his rhetoric. On October 17th, a little over a week after these people were arrested for preparing to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, Trump riled up a boisterous crowd in Muskegon with more slashing personal attacks on Whitmer, driving the crowd to chant, "Lock her up, lock her up." He had now seen that
she's
some of his
acting in
followers were
blatant
prepared
and
to
flagrant
engage
violation
in
of the
criminal
Constitution.
violence with orchestrated attacks, deadly weapons, and willing bodies to storm a state capitol building and to attack his perceived political enemies.
They're
And
not
so as the
perceived
crowd
political
chanted, "Lock her
enemies.
up," he
They're
pivoted
his
to
political
his next
enemies.
goal. He told them they couldn't trust the governor to administer fair elections in Michigan. He used a crowd that he knew would readily engage in violence to prepare his followers for his next and, of course, his paramount political objective, claiming the election was stolen and inciting insurrectionary action. And he did it again on October 27th during a pre-election rally speech in Lansing, Michigan, where the Capitol had been stormed. Trump openly joked with the crowd about critics saying his words had provoked the violent plot against Governor Whitmer. Check it out. It's telling.
It's telling. Let's see how telling it is.
We gotta get her going. I don't think she likes me too much. See, I don't comment on that, because every time if I make just even a little bit of a nod, they say, the president led them on. No, I don't have to lead you on. Even a little nod, they say, the president said, your governor, at the urging of her husband, who is
The man's a
concerned
prophet.
very badly, the only man allowed in the state of Michigan, the only man allowed to go sailing is her husband. No, your governor, I don't think she likes me too much.
He's literally correct.
Hey, I'm the one, it was our people that helped her out with her problem. I mean, we'll have to see if it's a problem, right? People are entitled to say maybe it was a problem, maybe it wasn't. It was our people, my people, our people, that helped her out.
What did he say that wasn't true there?
Winking inside joke about his constant incitement of the mob and how much can actually be communicated by him with just a little nod.
No, he was making fun of that.
He presided over another pounding, rhythmic rendition of his trademark chant, lock her up, then referring to the FBI's foiling of the kidnapping conspiracy, which was deadly serious. He said that he helped her out with the problem. Maybe it was a problem, maybe it wasn't. We'll have to see. Maybe it was a problem, maybe it wasn't. The President of the United States of America. He could not bring himself to publicly oppose a kidnapping and potential assassination conspiracy plot against a sitting governor of one of our 50 states? Trump knew exactly what he was doing in inciting the January 6th mob. Exactly. He had just seen how easily his words and actions inspired violence in Michigan. He sent a clear message to his supporters. He encouraged planning and conspiracies to take over Capitol buildings and threaten public officials who refused to bow down to his political will. Is there any chance Donald Trump was surprised by the results of his own incitement? Let's do what Tom Paine told us to do. Use our common sense. The sense we have in common as citizens. If we don't draw the line here, what's next? What makes you think the nightmare with Donald Trump and his lawmaking and violent mobs is over? If we let him get away with it, and then it comes to your state capitol, or it comes back here again, what are we going to say? These prior acts of incitement cast a harsh light on Trump's obvious intent, his unavoidable knowledge of the consequences of his incitement, and the clear foreseeability of the violent harm that he unleashed on our people.
He has to say words.
January 6th was not some unexpected radical break from his normal law-abiding and peaceful disposition. This was his state of mind. This was his essential MO. He knew that, egged on by his tweets, his lies, and his promise of a wild time in Washington to guarantee his grip on power, his most extreme followers would show up bright and early, ready to attack, ready to engage in violence, ready to fight like hell for their hero, just like they'd answered his call in Michigan. President Trump has said over and over his supporters are loyal. In his own words, his supporters are the most loyal that we've seen in our country's history. And he knew that his most hardcore supporters were willing to direct violence at elected officials.
2018.
Indeed, to attack and lay siege to a Capitol building.
This was 2 years before they did that.
His call on January 6th to stop the steal by using violence to block the peaceful transfer of power.
This is 2 years prior to what you're saying. You can't use it as subsequent evidence.
He brought them here, and he welcomed them with open arms. We hear you and love you from the Oval Office. My dear colleagues, is there any political leader in this room who believes that if he is ever allowed by the Senate to get back into the Oval Office, Donald Trump would stop inciting violence to get his way? Would you bet the lives of more police officers on that? Would you bet the safety of your family on that? Would you bet the future of your democracy on that? President Trump declared his conduct totally appropriate. So, if he gets back into office and it happens again, we'll have no one to blame but ourselves.
Oh boy. Polar Bear Diego says, want to know the irony in all this? All this talk of extremist violence and collateral damage could be flipped to talk about the Dems' contributions to Antifa with actual video evidence and incitement.
You done total lack of remorse after the insurrection.
Ryan 1096 says, because these idiots think Trump told them to do something with no proof, by that logic, can we go after the dead author and burn all the copies of Catcher in the Rye to blame for John Lennon's death? Yes. Real quick, I wanted to show you. This is from the plot to take Whitmer. Yes, it turned out they had a Fed, plus another Fed, plus 2 more confidential informants. The government had been following their alleged plan every step of the way.
During their attack, as well as in the days after the attack, that this was a president who showed no remorse and took no accountability. In fact, quite the opposite. As Representative Raskin showed you, President Trump claimed that his actions were, quote, totally appropriate. Their assertion that everyone thought Donald Trump's actions were totally appropriate, including people in this room, is of course untrue. it is also dangerous. And that's why members of Congress and U.S. senators, former and current administration officials, state and local officials, all unequivocally confirmed what we witnessed with our own eyes, that Donald Trump's conduct was wrong, it was destructive, dishonorable, and un-American. President Trump's lack of remorse and refusal to take accountability during the attack shows his state of mind.
Ray Fernandez says everything they said
intended
Trump
the
did
events
is
of January
literally
6th
what the Dems did
to
about the
happen.
riots all summer
And
long.
when it did, he
They did
delighted
worse.
in it. President Trump's lack of remorse and refusal to take accountability after the attack poses its own unique and continuing danger. It sends the message that it is acceptable to incite a violent insurrection to overthrow the will of the people, and that a president of the United States can do that and get away with it. That is why we have to hold President Trump accountable, to send the message that it is never patriotic to incite a violent attack against our nation's capital, and that future presidents will know that they cannot follow in Donald Trump's footsteps and get away with it. So let's start with the day of the attack. On Insurrection Day, January 6th,
Insurrection
President
Day.
Trump did not once condemn the attack. Not even once.
Oh, man.
Even when he
didn't
finally
apologize
asked
hard
the
enough
violent
to us for
extremists
someone
to
else's
go
actions.
home, which was 3 hours after attack began, he sends
Actually, I think
this
he
video,
did condemn the violence.
and he ends it with, "You're very special. We love you." That was his message to people who perpetrated this violent, gruesome attack. We love you. And then 2 hours later, he tweets, "Remember this day forever." This is not a man who showed remorse.
Should we forget
it's
that the
worse
day
than that.
happened? You guys didn't.
After that tweet, it took him another full day to even condemn the attack itself. The very next day, President Trump was eerily silent. And then at 7:01 p.m., he releases a pre-recorded video. And there, President Trump, for the first time, nearly 30 hours after the attack began, acknowledges and condemns the violence and mayhem that occurred. He said the demonstrators defiled the seed of American democracy. He said that these demonstrators didn't represent this country, and if they broke the law, they would pay.
Killer Bob, no. Trump's
even in that
defense
video,
gets the next 2 days.
He says more lies. He says in that very same video that he immediately deployed the National Guard.
Actually, Trump
That, again,
approved
is
National
not
Guard deployments
true.
3 days prior.
The National Guard was not deployed until over 2 hours after the attack began at around 3 p.m.
They weren't just standing there.
Because of this late deployment,
They
the
tried
National
to
Guard
get
did
them
not arrive
standing
until
there.
after 5
Your
p.m.
Capitol Police said no.
And when the Guard was deployed, the Pentagon had released a statement that showed the list of people, and you saw that list, of folks that were consulted before deploying the National Guard. Several people were on that list, including the Vice President. President Trump was not on that list. And you know, as a veteran,
He had already approved it
deeply
3
dishonorable
days
that our
earlier, you
commander-in-chief
dumb
did not
pile of
protect us.
garbage.
And then later, he tries to take credit for something he failed to do. Shameful.
Here.
Also in that video, you should note what it did not say.
AP
Absent
fact
from that
check.
entire video was any actual acceptance of responsibility for his actions.
Where was it?
Absent from that video was a call to his most fervent supporters to never do this again. And here was his final message in that so-called condemnation of attack video. Here's what he actually said.
Oh, here, just a second.
And to all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning.
Yeah.
Trump not only failed to show remorse or take accountability,
National Guard troops had
He made
already been
clear
activated
he
and
is
deployed to
just
checkpoints
beginning.
around the city that day.
For days, he did not address the nation after this attack. We needed our commander-in-chief to
Pentagon
lead,
said Miller
to
approved the
unite a
request without
grieving
speaking to the
country,
White House because he had gotten
to
direction
comfort
from the
us.
president days
But what did
earlier to
President
do
Trump
whatever he
do?
deemed necessary with the Guard.
Nothing. Silence.
Days earlier. This is from
We're
AP's
all
fact
aware
check.
that a violent mob murdered a police officer.
These people are lying.
It
They're
took
lying.
President Trump 3 days before he lowered the flag of the United States of America. 3 days. And President Trump, who was commander-in-chief at the time, did not attend and pay respects to the officer who lay in state in the very building that he died defending. Now, some people have argued that President Trump made a mistake, that he gets a mulligan. But we know President Trump didn't make a mistake. Because you see, when you or I make a mistake and something very bad happens, we would show remorse. We would accept responsibility.
You literally
President
would
Trump
not.
didn't do any of that.
You're the opposite of someone
Why
who
not?
accepts responsibility. You're
Because he
fucking lying to
intended
people right
what
now.
happened on January 6th. And how do we know that? He told us. On January 12th,
This
as President
guy's-
Trump was boarding Air Force One to head to Texas, and you saw this video before, and I'm going to show it again, he was asked by a reporter, quote, "What is your role in what happened at the Capitol? What is your personal
This guy's speech
responsibility?"
impediment drives me nuts.
And this was
But
his
they've
response.
analyzed my speech and my words and my final paragraph, my final sentence, and everybody to the T thought it was totally appropriate.
On January 12th, President Trump had seen the violent attack on the Capitol. He knew the people that died. And his message to all of us was that his conduct was totally appropriate. I'm a former prosecutor, and we're trained to recognize lack of remorse. But it doesn't take a prosecutor to understand that President Trump
You're not
was
trained
showing
to
remorse.
recognize lack of remorse.
He was showing
Nobody
defiance.
gives you a lack of remorse training
He
session.
was telling us that he would do this again, that he could do this again, that he and future presidents can run for national election, lose the election, inflame the supporters for months, and then incite an insurrection, and that would be totally appropriate.
Yeah, there is a First
1 week
Amendment.
after the attack, on January 13th, President Trump, in response to continuing bipartisan criticism, releases another video. Here's part of what he said. "I want to be very clear. I unequivocally condemn the violence that we saw last week. Violence and vandalism have absolutely no place in our country and no place in our movement." President Trump, of course, had to make that statement. He needed to unequivocally condemn the attack. But he also needed to mean those words. You saw Donald Trump
now he
tweet
doesn't
endless
mean it.
attacks, sometimes 108 tweets in a day. And in public speeches and across rallies, repeating words of fight and stop the steal and never surrender. You know what it looks like when President Trump wants to convey a message. Forcefully, loudly, and repeatedly, he does that. This video sent after a week of the attack was not that. And we know this because in this video, he again does not show remorse, does not take responsibility. He again does not acknowledge his role in the insurrection. He does not say in that video, for example, "Everything I said in the months prior went too far." And he does not say the one sentence that matters. He does not say the one sentence that would stop future political
Trump
violence.
was already banned from Twitter.
The
He
election
couldn't tweet.
was not stolen.
He could not tweet 100 times.
still hasn't
His
said that
Twitter was
sentence.
deleted already.
That is why National Guard troops in full body armor still patrol outside. Reports from the White House also confirm that President Trump believed he was, quote, forced by the bipartisan fear after the insurrection to acknowledge the new administration. We know he did not stand behind his belated condemnation because those around him confirmed it. And behind closed doors, sources confirmed that President Trump still refused to directly acknowledge his election loss to Joe Biden. And
He
refused
doesn't
to even
believe he
attend
lost.
the peaceful transition of power, the first president in modern history.
He literally
President Trump
allowed a
even
peaceful transition to
reportedly,
power.
While watching the impeachment vote, quote, focused his ire on the Republicans who voted for his impeachment, peppering aides with questions about what he could do to exact revenge. President Trump
Peppered
has
his
made
aides.
clear that if he is not held accountable, he will not be accountable. He will not stop. Now, President Trump would have his base and the world believe that his conduct was totally appropriate. It is important to impeach that falsehood, to make clear to his supporters and everyone watching that what Donald Trump did was not acceptable. In fact, quite the opposite. People in his own party, state officials, former officials, current officials, members of Congress, have all unambiguously and passionately said that what Donald Trump did was, quote, disgraceful, shameful, and they've called his behavior existential and wrong.
Automata, you ain't
They
right.
said that his actions gave
You
rise
ain't
to one
right
of
at
the
all.
darkest chapters in United States history. Let's hear what some of these officials had to say. Here are Governors Spencer Cox, Charlie Baker,
Spencer
Michael
Cox,
Wine,
your name rocks.
Larry Hogan, and Phil Scott.
People have to be held accountable, and yes, that includes the president.
It's important to remember that they were the culmination of months of President Trump repeating over and over again that the American electoral system is a fraud. After he stoked the flames of outrage for weeks leading up to the events of yesterday,
So a bunch of Democrat governors think that Trump is bad. Called the presses.
and left it nearly defenseless.
Somebody get me a reporter.
His remarks during and after the travesty of the attack on the Capitol were disgraceful.
President Trump's continued refusal to accept the election results
Oh, are these
without
Republicans?
producing credible evidence of a rigged election has started a fire that has threatened to burn down our democracy.
Oh yeah, Mike
This
DeWine. Okay,
incendiary
the
speech
Republicans.
yesterday, when he gave preceding the march that he gave to the protesters,
Look at that.
served only to
Look at
fan those flames.
I proudly stood by my father's
The sign
side
language
at age
person
12
in that last one was great.
on the floor of the House chamber as we both took the oath of office.
This guy,
An
not
oath
so much.
to
This
support
cut rate
and
Kevin
defend
Sorbo sign language
the
signer is
Constitution
not
of the
as
United
good.
States. It's clear to me that President Trump has abandoned this sacred oath.
Seeing our capital, a symbol of democracy around the world, stormed by an angry mob was heartbreaking. And let me be clear, these actions were not patriotic, and these people are not patriots. The fact that these flames of hate and insurrection were lit by the President of the United States will be remembered as one of the darkest chapters in our nation's history.
I don't think so. I really don't think so at all.
One of the darkest chapters in our nation's history. Former members of the Trump administration,
Slavery, Civil War, the slaughter of Native Americans. Some LARPers went into the Capitol building.
This insurrection, and it went against our democracy. The president's
Those
former
are-
Secretary of
those are
Defense,
comparable
James
at all?
Mattis, declared that today's violent assault on our Capitol, an effort to subjugate American democracy by mob rule, was fomented by Mr. Trump. Former White House Chief of Staff John Kelly also spoke on this as well, and I'd like to play an audio clip of what he said.
What happened on Capitol Hill yesterday is a direct result of his poisoning the minds of people with the lies and the frauds.
The frauds. That's
You
not
couldn't hear that?
incitement,
What John
by the
Kelly
way.
said about President Trump was that what happened on Capitol Hill was a direct result of him poisoning the minds of people with the lies and their fraud. Former Speaker of the House, John Boehner, declared that
John Boehner,
quote,
get it
the
right.
invasion of our Capitol by a mob incited by lies from some entrusted with power, is a disgrace to all who sacrificed to build our republic. This was echoed by former Trump official after former Trump official. Here is what former National Security Advisors John Bolton
former
and
officials.
H.R. McMaster,
Former
White House Communications Director Alyssa Farah, and former Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney.
It's almost like
said.
people left because they didn't get along with Trump, didn't like Trump, or were fired by
Let me just
Trump.
ask you, do you think President Trump has blood on his hands?
I think he does. Look, I agree with Bill Barr. I think he did incite this mob with the clear intention of having them disrupt the Electoral College certification and delay it to give him more time. I don't think there's any question about it.
You know, there are many reasons for this assault on the Capitol, but foremost among them was the president's exhortations, was the president's sustained disinformation. We've seen a president stoking fears amidst these crises.
And first and foremost, I want to say that what happened at the Capitol was unacceptable, un-American, undemocratic.
I think everybody recognizes that what happened on Wednesday is different. You could go down the long litany of things that people complained about with Donald Trump, and I could probably defend almost all of them. Many of them were policy differences. Many of them were stylistic differences. But Wednesday was different. Wednesday was existential. Wednesday is one of those things that struck to the very heart of what it means to be an American, and it was wrong.
Wednesday was
Mick
existential.
Mulvaney, President Trump's former chief of staff, is clearly saying what we
Wednesday
all felt,
was concerned with
that
existence,
January 6th
especially
was
human
different.
existence as viewed in the
It was
theories of
existential.
existentialism.
It was wrong. It was un-American.
He just used a word. It didn't mean what he
And
wanted it
this
to mean.
sentiment was
Existential
echoed not
doesn't
just
say
from
anything about
people
every
outside
Wednesday
the
is
administration,
existential.
but from people inside the Trump administration.
Right
Perhaps
now
most
is
telling
existential.
was the flood of resignations from people inside President Trump's administration with firsthand access to President Trump. His own officials felt so betrayed by his conduct that numerous officials resigned in protest days before the end of President Trump's term. 16 officials resigned in protest. 16. They all took this dramatic action of resigning because they saw the clear link
There's
between
a Ricky
President Trump's
Nikita.
conduct and the violent insurrection.
Social Secretary Ricky Nikita.
Some of what they said. Secretary DeVos,
Come on.
was in administration the entire term, told President Trump in her resignation letter that, quote, "There's no mistaking the impact your rhetoric had on the situation, and it is an inflection
I
point
can no
for me."
longer transition to a woman.
Secretary Chow, who was in administration their entire term, explained, "Yesterday, our country experienced a traumatic and entirely avoidable event as supporters of the president stormed the Capitol building following a rally he addressed. As I'm sure is the case with many of you, it has deeply troubled me in a way I simply cannot set aside." Deputy Costello told his associates the attack was his, quote, breaking point, and he hoped, quote, a wake-up call. These rebukes and resignations from President Trump's own administration make clear that President Trump's conduct was anything but totally appropriate. They also remind us that this can and must be a wake-up call. As Representative Fred Upton so eloquently put it, President Trump expressed no regrets for last
I don't
week's
want to
violent
see Fred
insurrection
Upton. Get
at the
Kate.
U.S. Capitol. This sends exactly the wrong signal to those of us who support the very core of our democratic principles and took a solemn oath to the Constitution. It is time to say, enough is enough. Now, no one is saying here that President Trump cannot contest the election. Of course he can. But what President Trump did, as his former chief of staff explained, was different. It was dishonorable, it was un-American, and it resulted in fatalities. President Trump spent months inflaming his supporters, spread lies to incite a violent attack on the Capitol, on our law enforcement, and on all of us. And then he lied again to his base to tell them that this was all okay, that this was all acceptable.
Oh gosh,
President Trump is
I'm
so
trying
dangerous.
real hard. I don't like making fun of people
Because
for
you
stuff
have-
like this.
you have all of us,
Taking
all
all
Americans believe
everything
that
I got.
Any president who comes after him can do exactly the same thing. That's why lack of remorse is an important factor in impeachment.
It
Because
literally isn't.
impeachment, conviction, and disqualification is not just about the past, it's about the future. It's making sure that no future official, no future president does the same exact thing President Trump does. President Trump's lack of remorse shows that he will undoubtedly cause future harm if allowed, because he still refuses to account for his previous high grave crime against our government. You know, I'm not afraid of Donald Trump running again in 4 years. I'm afraid he's going to run again and lose, because he can do this again.
Vote for him. Campaign for him.
What an unusual situation, because despite
Get him
President
in
Trump's
there,
claim
Ted.
that everyone thinks what he did was fine,
Ted Lieu will campaign for
so
Trump
many have
if he
come
runs
out and
again.
spoken so strongly and passionately about what happened here. I'd like to highlight a statement by Representative Anthony Gonzalez. He said,
Anthony?
The vice president and both chambers of Congress had their lives put in grave danger as a result of the president's actions.
Good
and the
job,
events leading up
transcriber.
to
Cantley and
on
Dallas.
January 6th. During the attack itself, the president abandoned his post while many members asked for help, thus further endangering all present. These are fundamental threats not just to people's lives, but to the very foundation of our
While many
republic.
members ask for help, endangering all
And
these
now I'd
are
like to show
threats,
what
not just
members
to
of
people's
Congress
lives.
said, leading up to
Transcriber
the most
can't even
bipartisan
understand him.
impeachment vote in U.S. history. Because I do want everyone watching, especially President Trump's supporters, to see firsthand what I believe we all feel, that what President Trump did was not appropriate, that it was not American, and that it absolutely cannot stand.
What he has done and what he has caused here is something that we've never seen before in our history.
All indications are that the president has become unmoored, not just from his duty.
Don't
or
let
even
the
his
door
own,
hit
but
you,
from
Chris
reality
Stanley.
itself.
The president's role in this insurrection is undeniable, both on social media ahead of January 6th and in his speech that day. He deliberately promoted baseless theories, creating a combustible environment.
By the way,
of
you know what the
misinformation
goal
and
of the
division.
Democrats is here?
To allow the president of the United States to incite
Show all
this
the
attack
Republicans
without consequences is a
who to
direct
be mad
threat to the
at
future of
and
this
make sure
democracy.
it's Republicans that they're mad at. I mean, that is a goal here. Divide the party is important.
I hope you'll come
You
together.
get 4 years
and
of
cast your
dividing the
vote
party.
and make absolutely clear how we, as a Congress and as a nation, feel about what Donald Trump did by convicting him. And to prevent this from being only the beginning, as President Trump said, and to deter future presidents who do not like the outcome of a national election from believing they can follow in President Trump's footsteps. It is what our Constitution requires. It is what our country deserves.
Representative DeGette will now return to show how extremists were emboldened by the insurrection and plan to attack the inauguration.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad that they're coming back to rehash the same thing again, and again. Automata says, reminder from one of the Michigan plotters. Quote, Trump is not your friend. It amazes me that people believe that when he's shown over and over and over again that he's a tyrant.
Have showed you
Every
the
single person
overwhelming
that works for
evidence
government
of
is your
how
enemy.
President Trump's conduct assembled, incited, and inflamed the mob. We showed how and why this attack, this violence, was not only foreseeable, but preventable. We showed that President Trump knew his conduct could and would result in violence, and that when the attack occurred, he did not fulfill his duty as commander-in-chief and defend us. Instead, he was delighted. Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection, and he failed to defend our nation, our Capitol, this Congress, and our law enforcement from the attack he incited. Now I want to turn to the impact, the long-term harm of this conduct.
Oh, thank God. That's what we need to know.
I will walk through the breadth and gravity of this harm. I'd like to start with the effect President Trump's conduct had on our domestic security. We saw firsthand how Donald Trump's conduct emboldened and escalated domestic violence extremists. These folks are known in the law enforcement community as DVEs. These threats were and are made worse by President Trump's refusal to take accountability.
The DVDs!
And his refusal to forcibly denounce
Sorry,
what
the
his
caption
own
writer's
FBI
killing me.
identified as some of the most dangerous elements of our country. Even as the attack was underway, he tweeted words of support to his violent supporters. And then, in the aftermath on January 7th, President Trump made it clear this was only the beginning.
And to all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning.
And he was right. Unless we take action, the violence is only just beginning. In the aftermath of the attack, we saw a huge rise in threats from domestic violent extremists, including specific threats to the inauguration in D.C. and also to all 50 state capitals. Our intelligence agencies confirmed that in addition to these specific threats, President Trump's conduct emboldened the very same violent groups who initiated the attack and sparked new violent coalitions. These groups believe that they're following his orders. They believe that their acts of insurrection and violence are patriotic. Violence is never patriotic, and it's never American.
That's literally not
true. It's not the
true.
Democratic way, and it's not the Republican way.
I mean, that's literally
After the
untrue.
Attack, the nation's
Violence
top defense
is
and law enforcement agencies reported an increase in credible threats to the inauguration from Donald Trump's supporters. On January 13, 2021, a joint intelligence bulletin issued by the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and the National Counterterrorism Center found, quote, since the 6th January event, violent online rhetoric regarding the 20 January presidential inauguration has increased, with some calling for unspecified, quote, justice for the 6th January fatal shooting by law enforcement of a participant who had illegally entered the Capitol building, and another posting that, quote, many armed individuals would return on 19 January. The agencies also made clear why these threats were escalating, especially regarding the inauguration. The report explained that a primary motivating factor was, quote, the shared false narrative of a stolen election and opposition to the change in control of the executive and legislative branches of the federal government may lead some individuals to adopt the belief that there is no political solution to address their grievances and that violent action is necessary.
Is there a political solution to adopt their grievances?
President Trump's spreading of
or address their
inflammatory
grievances?
disinformation about the election incited the insurrection on January 6th and may lead to further violence. Online,
People have been
just as
begging
they
you
did
guys
prior
for a
to the
political
January 6th
address
attack,
to their
Trump
grievance, and you
supporters
wouldn't
took
give
to
it.
the internet to organize
You wouldn't give
and
one in the
document
courts
their
either.
desire and plans
What did you
for
think
future
they were
violence
going to do?
at President Biden's inauguration? And indeed, in the days shortly after the attack, several posters on extremist social media websites made further plans for violence. They posted, quote, many of us will return on January 19, 2021, carrying our weapons in support of our nation's resolve to which the world will never forget. We will come in numbers no standing army or police agency can match. Quote, we took the building once and we can take it again. Other users, eager to participate in additional attacks, confirmed that they were waiting on President Trump's instructions about what to do next. Referring to a future planned attack, a user on the online platform known as Gab posted, quote,
Uh-oh, Gab.
I'd like to come do this, but want to know, does our president want us there? Awaiting instructions. In fact, in the days leading up to the inauguration, multiple individuals, many potentially in an attempt to carry out the plots that I just previewed, were arrested in Washington, D.C., including on serious weapons charges.
How did this weaken our domestic security if they stopped
for Trump, who took part
if they
in the
stopped
Capitol
the
attack
domestic
and
terror
was
attacks
also
in
arrested on
advance of them
January
happening?
17th.
How did
Here's
it
what he
weaken
said
our
for
domestic
about
security?
his plans for violence.
That'd be better domestic
You
security.
want to say that was a mob? You want to say that was a violence? No, sir. No, ma'am. No, we could have a Second Amendment rally on those same steps that we had that rally yesterday. You know, and if we do, then it's going to be a sad day because there's going to be blood running out of that building. But at the end of the day, you mark my word, we will plant our flag on the desk of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer.
Blood running out of the building, this building, the Capitol.
Yes, inflammatory political
right
rhetoric
now.
can sometimes be scary.
Now, the name Couey Griffin may sound familiar because he previously faced controversy for a May 2020 video where he said, quote, the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat. Hear it from him yourself.
Where I've come to the conclusion that the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat.
Now, when he said this, President Trump
That's not a good look for that
retweeted
guy.
Griffin and thanked him for that sentiment.
What was the what was the context in which he said that?
When Donald Trump retweeted this, he was no stranger to Griffin. In fact, in March 2019, over a year earlier, Griffin and Trump had spoken on the phone for nearly 30 minutes. President Trump's conduct, without a doubt, made it clear that he supported Griffin. In fact, Griffin even said so himself. As Griffin later said about President Trump retweeting his inflammatory comment about the dead Democrats, quote, it really means a lot to me because I know the President of the United States has my back. Remember, this is a man who was here on January 6th, who was arrested after threatening to come back here to make blood come running out of this building. Threats like Griffin's have triggered a deployment of forces, the likes of which we have never seen. There were approximately 25,000 National Guard troops brought in from around the country to protect D.C. leading up to and on Inauguration Day. As you know, many of those troops are still here. Take a look at that.
Take a look at what?
These were scenes that played out all over the country.
What scenes?
5 days following the siege on the Capitol, on January 11, 2021, the FBI warned that, quote, armed protests are being planned at all 50 state capitals from 16 January through at least 20 January, and at the U.S. Capitol from 17 January through 20 January. As a result, at least 21 states activated their National Guards in preparation for potential attacks. President Trump's incitement
We got live fact-checking, by the way.
has reverberated around the country.
This is the top quality
prompting massive law
you guys
enforcement
demand.
mobilization in several state capitals, including Washington, Illinois, Michigan, and Georgia. Look at these photos. This is what Donald Trump has done to America.
Nope. By the way, after that dead Democrat line, he says, I don't say that in the physical sense, and I can already see where the video's getting edited, where it says I want to go murder Democrats. No, I say that in the political sense because the Democrat agenda and policy is anti-American now.
North Carolina, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Utah, and Wisconsin have each spent about $500,000 to safeguard their capitals in the run-up to the inauguration. Ohio spent $1.2 million over the same two-week period. And remember, this is at a time when state budgets are already suffering under the weight of the pandemic. Our brave service members showed up. Thanks to their dedication and their vigilance, the inauguration and the days leading up to it mercifully proceeded without incident. In fact, after news broke of law enforcement's preparedness for further attacks, leaders of the Proud Boys, the Three Percenters militia, the organizers of the Million MAGA March, they all now told their followers to avoid protests up to or leading up to the inauguration for fear that law enforcement would crush them and arrest rioters who showed up. Thank God there wasn't an insurrection sequel here on January 20th. But look at the price we've paid. The price that we're still paying. It's not just dollars and cents. This Capitol has become a fortress, as state capitals have all across the country. Our constituents no longer have access to the elected representatives. Every Democrat and Republican, including people who came here on January 6th peacefully, is paying the price. And it's not just a loss of access. It's a dimming of their freedom. It's a dimming of all of our freedom. We must uphold our oaths, as the tens of thousands of law enforcement officers have done in the wake of January 6th.
Wow.
Because if we do not, President Trump's mob stands ready for more attacks. Now, this should be no surprise. Having a commander-in-chief who incites violence has given life to the existing violent groups he spent years cultivating.
They're not even going to talk about the violence of Black Lives Matter and Antifa that have permeated 2020.
According to the FBI,
all of
President
2020,
Trump's assemblage of his mob was particularly dangerous.
An entire
because,
year of
quote,
violence.
In-person engagement between DVEs of differing ideological goals during the Capitol breach likely served to foster connections which may increase DVE's willingness, capability, and motivation to attack and undermine a government they view as illegitimate. In other words, they all got to talking to each other. This bulletin by our own Intelligence Committee was also confirmed by concrete evidence. Rioters
it's not the Capitol. No, it's in your neighborhood.
January 6th attack on social media.
Chris Stanley, you're such a little bitch. It's not in the Capitol. No, it's in your neighborhood. It's in my neighborhood. It's in this guy's neighborhood. It's their houses, their businesses being burned down.
The day before the Capitol
it's people being murdered in the streets. Oh, it's not in the Capitol. Who fucking cares where it is?
What can you and I do to a state legislature besides kill them? Although we should not do that. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else can you do, right?
Fuentes was at the Capitol on January 6th and praised the insurrection
Nick Fuentes
on
again.
a live stream as glorious and awe-inspiring. He later said, quote, "We forced a joint session of Congress and the Vice President to evacuate.
You're the one crying, Chris.
It's new to the Capitol. And then successfully burst through the doors."
God, what a
Fuentes
beta.
was not the only provocateur to revel in the violence.
Embarrassment you are.
According to Mike Dunn, a member of the Boogaloo Boys, an anti-government movement whose adherents helped to lead multiple groups in storming the Capitol, the Boogaloo Boys will be, quote, "working overtime to capitalize on the January 6th riots and hope it will lead to more action." They said, quote, "just know there's more to come." Proud Boys members were bragging about the attack on the Capitol. One post on the Proud Boys Telegram channel said, "People saw what we can do. They know what we're up to. They know and they want in." The leader of the Proud Boys himself sent the same message. Enrique Tarrio said the Proud Boys would be active during Biden's presidency. Tarrio stated, "You're definitely going to see more of us." Extremist groups are also boasting that the attack on our Capitol is a boon for their recruitment efforts.
Yeah, it also literally
3%
was at the
Security Force
Capitol.
leader
I mean,
Chris
there's that
Pell
thing.
Says he's been contacted by several people interested in joining since the insurrection. And as one expert who focuses on domestic extremism, Jared Holt, explained, by all measurable effects, this was a far-right extremist, one of the most successful attacks that they've ever launched. They're talking about this as the first stab.
Oh, they're quoting Jared Holt?
And as indicated by
Yeah,
Mr.
there you go.
Holt,
There's your
their
reliable
perceived
info
success
source,
has
is
given them
Jared Holt.
encouragement to continue and to escalate attacks. Intelligence agencies have also noted that these extremist groups will, unfortunately, be targeting vulnerable minority communities in the U.S. A January 27, 2021 DHS bulletin warned, quote, long-standing racial and ethnic tension of the sort that led to a man killing 23 people at an El Paso Walmart will continue to grow and motivate further attacks. The January 13
What does any of this
Joint
have to do
Intelligence
with
Bulletin
Donald Trump
report
on
stated
January
that in addition
6th
to the
inciting
other types
violence?
of violence listed, DVEs may be incited to carry out more violence, including violence against racial, ethnic, and religious minorities and associated institutions, journalists, members of the LGBTQ+ community, and other targets common among some DVEs. These prejudiced elements could be seen visibly in the attack in the crowd that attacked the Capitol. Pictured here is Robert Packer. Robert Packer is an avowed white supremacist and Holocaust denier who proudly wore that sweatshirt which states, quote, Camp Auschwitz. These prejudiced elements could also be heard from the crowd.
Is not a recommended sweatshirt.
As you've heard, the insurrectionists
that sweatshirt will get you fired from Disney
for
sure.
6th, hurled racial slurs, including at black police officers. One officer described the trauma he experienced when the rioters seized the Capitol. He said, quote, I'm a black officer. There was a lot of racism that day. I was called racial slurs, and in the moment, I didn't process this as traumatic. I was just trying to survive. I just wanted to get home, to see my daughter again.
Squishy Hunter, a DVE is a domestic violence extremist group.
I finally reached a safe place,
apparently.
Surrounded by officers. I was able to cry, to let it out, to attempt to process it.
Captain Forrest 34 says the 2K stimulus checks will never come, so have some EU fake money to lighten the mood. Also, Dems, didn't you know Cucktober is over? Shut this circus down. It's not even funny anymore.
Insurrectionist activities were the pinnacle of patriotism. Well, let today be the day that we reclaim the definition of patriotism.
By going after your
punish,
political enemies?
but to prevent.
You know, impeachment literally is to punish.
We are here to prevent the seeds of hatred that he planted from bearing any more fruit. As my colleague showed, this was not the first time that President Trump inspired violence, but it must be the last time that he's given a platform to do so.
Well, why don't you
This
just
must
kill
be our
him
wake-up
then?
call. We must condemn it because the threat is not over. President Trump refused to condemn this type of violence. Instead, over and over again, he's encouraged it. Our response must be different this time. We simply cannot sweep this under the rug. We must take a united stand, all of us, that this is not American. Think back to August 2017, when a young woman was murdered during a white supremacist rally
Mark, why don't
in
we just
Charlottesville,
talk
West Virginia.
via email?
Her name was Heather Heyer. Her mother's name is Susan Brough. Ms.
Here
Brough
we
has
go.
been a steadfast
Here we go. Now Donald
advocate
Trump
for
is
her daughter's memory.
responsible for the death of Heather
In a 2018
Heyer.
interview, she expressed concern that people had rushed too quickly to reconciliation without accountability.
The guy who ran into the car, who hit Heather Heyer, is in prison forever.
Everybody grab each other and sing Kumbaya, then we've accomplished nothing and we'll be right back here in a few years.
We will be right back here in a few years. Those were her words in 2018, 3 years ago. Her daughter's murder, he was held to account. But our nation did not impose any meaningful accountability on a president who at the time said that there were very fine people on both sides. And now where are we 3 years later? I'd argue we're not just back where we were. I would argue things are worse. In 2017, it was unfathomable to most of us to think that Charlottesville could happen, just as it was unfathomable to most of us that the Capitol could have been breached on January 6th. Frankly, what unfathomable horrors await us if we do not stand up now and say, no, this is not America. And we will not just express condolences and denunciations. We won't just close the book and try to move on. We will act to make sure this never happens again.
Oh, thank God that's over. 667MD says Pelosi's desk ended up messy. No one in Congress lost anything. They spent 8 hours crying yesterday when they lost nothing. Meanwhile, flames took down small business owners all 2020.
And our democratic
GTFO
process.
with that. Again, the disconnect here.
Mr. Cicilline.
The disconnect between people's entire livelihoods being completely destroyed by violent mobs in 2020 and one day storming the Capitol. Which, again, I've always said the storming the Capitol is bad, bad. Very terrible thing.
Distinguished senators, you just heard from my colleague, Manager DeGette, how the conduct of Donald Trump dramatically increased the threats to our security and emboldened violent domestic extremists. I'd like to now turn to the harm that was caused here, inside these walls, as a result of the conduct on January 6th. The harm to us, to Congress, to those who serve our country, and to the constitutional processes as the Trump mob tried to stop the election certification process. The attack on January 6th was one of the bloodiest intrusions in the Capitol since the British invaded in the War of 1812 and burned it to the ground. And you've heard in painstaking detail that the president's mob posed an immediate and serious threat to the continuity and constitutional succession of the United States government. As the first, second, and third in line to the presidency, the vice president, the Speaker of the House, the president pro tem, were all together and faced a common threat in the same location. And we've seen the first and the second were purposely targeted by these attackers. These weren't idle threats. The mob, as you have heard, chanted, "Hang Mike Pence."
Hang Mike Pence! Did Donald Trump say to hang Mike Pence?
The charging documents show that the rioters said they would have killed Vice President Pence and Speaker Pelosi had they found them. Dawn Bancroft and Diane Santos Smith, two of the rioters charged in the attack, were caught on tape discussing the brutal violence that they hoped to inflict on Speaker Pelosi had she not been rushed out to safety. They said, quote, "We broke into the Capitol. We got inside. We did our part. And we were looking for Nancy to shoot her in the frigging brain, but we didn't find her," end quote. Senators, simply put, this mob was trying to overthrow our government. And they came perilously close to reaching the first three people in line to the presidency. It wasn't just the vice president and the speaker. Rioters were prepared to attack any member of Congress they found. Thomas Edward Caldwell, Donovan Ray Kroll, and Jessica Marie Watkins, three militia members, were also charged for their role in the attack. They discussed trapping us inside the underground tunnels. The indictment quote, social media chatter with Caldwell, quote, all members are in the tunnel under Capitol. Seal them in. Turn on gas. All legislators are down in the tunnels, 3 floors down. Do like we had to do when I was in the Corps and start tearing out floors, go from top to bottom, end quote. Never did any of us imagine that we or our colleagues would face mortal peril by a mob riled up by the President of the United States. The leader
Okay,
of
by
the
a mob
free
riled
world.
up by the president, I
But we
guess.
did.
I guess you could
All
say that.
because Donald Trump could not accept his election defeat. Trump chose himself above the people, above our institutions, above our democracy, above all of you. You know, we've heard Trump espouse for years now this America First policy. But his true North Star isn't America's well-being. It's not country first like our dear departed colleague John McCain.
All right,
No,
it's going to be
his
Trump
directive
first?
is Trump first.
Yes,
No matter
everything
the
Trump has
cost,
done lately
no
has
matter
been
the threat
really
to
helpful
democracy.
to him.
But each and every one of us in this room must agree on one thing. We can never allow the kind of violent attack that occurred on January 6th to ever happen again in this country. In the immediate aftermath, we heard really disturbing accounts from many members of Congress about what they experienced that day. Here are some of those reactions. Following the attack, Representative Dusty Johnson expressed concerns that we had gotten to the point where so many of us had sown the seeds of anger and division.
We were barricaded, and there was some fear, to be sure, but overwhelmingly the emotion that I experienced was one of anger. I just could not believe that this was happening. I could not believe that we had gotten to this point where so many of us had sown these seeds of anger and of division, and we had built this powder keg. And really, we were starting to see this powder keg light up, and it was, frankly, I was furious.
Okay.
Representative Jason Crow compared the events of this day to his time.
So many of us
in
have built this
Afghanistan as
powder
an Army
keg.
Ranger, something Senator Reid knows something about.
I mean, this is not
What I
exclusive
felt
to
in the
Trump.
Capitol behind us is something that I
What does
haven't
this
felt
have
since
to
I
do
was
with
in
impeaching
Afghanistan
Donald
as an
Trump?
Army Ranger. And to think that as a member of Congress in 2021 in the U.S. Capitol on the House floor that I was preparing to fight my way out of the People's House against a mob is just beyond troubling.
Representative Pat Fallon was humbled by his experience on January 6th and described the events as surreal as they unfolded here in the Capitol.
It was something
Thank
that I
you.
just never thought. I just never thought I'd see this in our nation's capital, and particularly in the House chamber. It was surreal when it was unfolding. Well, you know, and what was interesting was the bravery and the courage of some of my fellow members. When we got to a point where the mob was
What does
banging
this
on
have
the
to
doors,
do with
and all
did
that
Donald
kept them
Trump
from
incite
breaching
a
the
riot
chamber
on
itself
January 6th?
Was,
What
the
does this
doors
have
and
to
then
do
some
with
furniture
that?
we had moved and some Capitol Police, and they needed to be augmented. And so Tony Gonzalez, a new freshman rep from Texas, and Ronnie Jackson and Troy Nels and Mark Wayne Mullen stepped in, and we broke off furniture. Some of the hand sanitizer stations are on these big giant poles, wooden poles, and we turned them upside down, and we were ready to actually have the street fight in the House chamber. It was unbelievable.
They broke stuff in the House. Punish
Many
them.
members that day wondered if they would ever see their families again. As the rioters breached the Capitol and they were outnumbered and trapped inside, they were calling loved ones to say goodbye. Representative Dan Kildee was one of them. Listen to how he described the impact of the riot on him.
I was laying on the floor, trying to,
So typically in a criminal trial, victim impact statements would be presented at
we all took our
sentencing
pins off because
because they're entirely prejudicial and not at all probative.
easily be able to identify us as members of Congress.
Again,
and I called my wife. And
this is why you don't try people in Congress.
It wasn't until
You
I
try them
heard
in a
her voice
court.
that I thought, wow, this is like one of those calls. you hear about.
While most coverage is focused on the extreme danger posed to members and the Capitol Police who were targets of this attack, there were lots of other people in the Capitol working on January 6th as well. From personal aides to floor employees, cleaning staff, food service workers. We can't forget all the people that were in harm's way that day.
Then why haven't you been talking about them? You've only been talking about you.
Places just feet away from where this rabid crowd had assembled. Many were just kids, 20-somethings, who came here to work because they believed in their country and they believed in working to make it better.
You literally didn't mention
Others
them
were
until
workers,
12, 10 or 11 hours into your 10 hours into your presentation. They're so important to you.
Lifeblood of the legislative branch.
And yet you waited 10 hours to even mention that they exist.
Speaker Pelosi's staff, the staff that was hiding under the conference table, cowering in the dark, making sure that the attackers couldn't hear them. But I'd like to share with you what some other staffers went through. Listen as two staffers recall what they experienced that day.
But then we were seeing on Twitter, on our phones, and then and hearing from some of the police officers on the floor that the building had been breached.
Isn't that the
building breached? Those were
Capitol
two words
Police
I had never heard.
doing that on the right?
That was particularly stressful, being in a room close to where things are happening and not really knowing what was happening, and seeing it come in live and getting texts from people, are you okay? And truthfully, I didn't know what was happening. I heard shots fired, shots fired, shots fired, show me your hands, show me your hands. Then I did not know if they were right outside, if they were lots of people with weapons, if there were one shooter, if they had, I didn't know what it looked like. I just knew that there were shots fired outside of the House chamber.
I mean, it's the Capitol Police officers shot.
Republican Senate staffer whose office was not far from the floor, quote, took a steel rod and barricaded his door as the rioters banged on his door trying to break in. The New York Times also reported that a senior black staffer was under lockdown for 6 hours during the insurrection, was so disturbed about these events that she quit her job. Another staffer who was on the floor of the House that day described that what happened on January 6th still echoes in his mind. Listen to him describe the moments just before this indelible image.
I heard glass break, and I could see the window panes on the house main door start to pop. And I figured that, obviously I knew they were at the door, and they figured out a way to break the glass. And the last thing I remember before I walked off the floor was several of the police officers had drawn their guns and had their guns trained on the door. Clearly that was, I didn't think there was anything else I could do, and I didn't want to be there for whatever was about to occur. So I got to the top of the stairs. The stairway was pretty packed, and right about that point, I don't know whether it was a police officer or somebody else said, they're right behind us, run. For me, the thing that I keep thinking about, and again, there isn't a day that hasn't gone by since January 6th that at some point in the day I haven't kind of gone back and picked at some little thing, but the sound of those window panes popping, I won't forget that sound.
I won't forget that sound.
Okay.
How long will the sound of window panes breaking haunt this staffer? And he isn't alone. There are countless people who are still living with the trauma of what happened that day. This includes, by the way, another group of people who were with us in the Capitol on that day, and that's the press. They were in danger, particularly after years of being derided by President Trump as fake news. Kristen Wilson, a reporter for CNN,
is there any indication that people were trying to kill the press?
She said, I have 14 people
I thought they were trying to kill Pelosi.
We were scattered everywhere. 2 of them were on crutches and couldn't have run if they had to. They had to anyway.
Wait, but they
One
couldn't.
was trapped in the House chamber and had to crawl out to hide. 4 of us barricaded ourselves in a room off the Senate chamber. Every bang on the door of them trying to come through, I can still hear in my head. The janitorial and custodial staff of the Capitol, the people who day after day tend to our home away from home, were also traumatized. But we don't talk about them and the harm they suffered often enough. One janitorial worker recounted how he was so scared that he had to hide in a closet during the attack. He said, quote, "I was all by myself. I didn't know what was going on," end quote. Another employee, a mother of 3, said, "The insurrection shattered all my sense of security at work." And an employee of the Capitol said, quote, "I hope nothing else happens because these people were talking about killing us, killing federal employees, killing police." Another employee was afraid to work on Inauguration Day, said, quote, "I honestly fear for my life. I've got 2 children at home," end quote. For many of the black and brown staff, the trauma was made worse by the many painful symbols of hate that were on full display that day. Insurrectionists waved Confederate flags and hurled the most disgusting racial slurs at dedicated Capitol workers. Then after all of that, these same workers, many of them people of color, were forced to clean up the mess left by mobs of white nationalists. One member of the janitorial staff reflected how terrible he felt when he had to clean up feces that had been smeared on the wall, blood of a rioter who had died, and broken glass and other objects strewn all over the floor. He said, "I felt bad. I felt degraded."
Oh, boy.
Let's also not forget that this violent attack happened in the middle of a global pandemic.
Here it comes.
Social distancing was impossible.
Here it comes.
As we were hiding for our lives in cramped quarters for long periods of time. Since January 6th, at least 7 members who hid with other members of Congress have tested positive for COVID-19. At least 38 Capitol Police officers have either tested positive or been exposed. And nearly 200 National Guard troops who were deployed to our nation's capital to provide all of us protection
You have got to
have
be
tested
kidding.
positive. The Capitol Police and the National Guard came here to keep us safe, to serve, and they put their lives in danger. They deserved better than this. We all did. That brings me to the next harm. Now, all of us in this room made it out alive, but not everyone was so lucky. 3 law enforcement officers tragically lost their lives as a result of the riot.
I don't want to be crude here, but
these officers,
2 of those law
Capitol Police
enforcement
Officer
officers
Brian
made
Sicknick,
it out alive as well.
Capitol Police Officer Howard Liebengood, and Metropolitan Police Officer Jeffrey Smith all honorably served to protect and defend. My colleague, Mr. Swalwell, told you about Officer Sicknick. He was a 42-year-old military veteran who dedicated his entire life to public service. On January 6th, he fought a mob of rioters as they streamed into the Capitol and ultimately lost his life protecting us. Officer Liebengood was a 15-year veteran of the Capitol Police. His father served as Sergeant-at-Arms here in the Senate, and Officer Liebengood followed his extraordinary example of public service. Officer Smith served for 12 years with the Metropolitan Police Department. He heeded the call of duty on January 6th by coming to stand with the Capitol Police to help secure our democracy. Earlier, my colleague, Manager Swalwell, showed you terrible videos of the police being physically abused and injured. You remember what happened to Officer Fanone and Officer Hodges of the MPD, but there were scores of other officers whose names we don't know who were also brutalized that day. Injuries to the U.S. Capitol
Who
Police
is
and the
running
Metropolitan
the
Police
tech
Department
today?
include concussions,
They're terrible.
irritated lungs,
Fire them.
serious injuries caused by repeated blows from bats, poles, and clubs. Capitol Police officers
Why
also
weren't your officers
sustained
issued
injuries
helmets?
that will be with them for the rest of their lives. One officer lost the tip of a right index finger. In a statement issued on January 7th, the chairman of the Capitol Police Officers Union said, and I quote, "I have officers who were not issued helmets prior to the attack, who have sustained brain injuries. One officer has 2 cracked ribs and 2 smashed spinal discs. One officer is going to lose his eye, and another was stabbed with a metal fence stake," end quote.
Many of
In
your
total,
Democrat colleagues,
at least 81
Chris,
members of
or whatever your
Capitol
name is.
Police
Not
and
Chris,
65
David?
members of the Metropolitan
What's
Police
this guy's
Department
name?
were injured during the attack
Many of
on
your
January
Democrat
6th.
colleagues
Former
want
Capitol
the
Police
harm
Chief
of
Son
police
described the insurrection as violent,
daily.
unlike anything he'd seen in his 30-year career in law enforcement. D.C. Police Chief Robert J. Conti III, who had spoken with an officer who had been beaten and injured with a stun gun, said, quote, "I've talked to officers who have done 2 tours in Iraq who said this was scarier to them than their time in combat," end quote. Of course, the physical violence is not the only thing that will have a lasting effect on our brave sworn officers. Trump's mob verbally denigrated their patriotism, questioned their loyalty, and yelled racial slurs. They called them traitors, Nazis, un-American for protecting us.
Literally every
For
Antifa
example,
and
in the next
BLM
clip, a
riot has
rioter
said the
wearing
same
a hunting
thing.
jacket accosts a police officer.
Are you an American? Act like fucking what you friends. Don't get that out here with the fucking you guys have no idea what the fuck to do. Now once again,
Again, this is great evidence that that guy's a dick. And now should go to prison. Put that guy in jail.
No, they work for us. Fuck them.
Don't hit cops.
Listen to how the Trump
Put that guy
mob
in jail.
talked to these officers.
It's not the Trump mob. That's a guy. That's a guy.
You heard that with your own ears.
By the way, you do get to call cops fucking traitors. That's actually very protected speech under the First Amendment. You don't get to hit them. But you get to say things that are disagreeable to the government. That's literally the point.
Traitor. So much for backing the blue. There's a couple more
How
examples.
do you know that guy backed the blue? Okay. What about this isn't protected political speech? What about this is not protected political speech? Angry Gaming Dad. Trump's team does not speak till tomorrow, guys. Each side gets 2 days, 8 hours each.
They called law enforcement officers traitors. You have to wonder, who are these rioters sworn to? To whom do they believe the police owe their loyalty? To the people?
Yes.
To the Constitution?
Yes.
To our democracy?
Yes, you don't get it. They
Or to Donald
believe
Trump?
they betrayed the people and the Constitution.
Even those who were not outwardly
not Donald
injured.
Trump.
The mental toll has been significant. Several Capitol Police officers have reportedly threatened self-harm in the days following the riot. And in one case, an officer voluntarily turned in her gun because she was afraid of what might happen. Black police officers were also met with racist vitriol. You heard lead manager Raskin reference a black police officer who, weary from racialized violence that he had experienced that day, saying, "Tears just started streaming down my face. I said, what the F, man? Is this America?"
They've quoted this
Is this
same
America,
guy
lead
like
manager
15
Raskin
times.
asked. Is this America? What is your answer to that question? Is this okay?
If that article were
If
printed in
not,
the New York
what
Times,
are
I
we
guess that
going
guy
to
would have
do
been
about it?
fired.
These people matter. These people who risk their lives for us. So I ask you respectfully to consider them, the police officers, the staff of this building,
This guy,
when you cast your vote.
guy is now saying to
These people
consider
are
the
in
police
deep
officers.
pain because they showed up here to serve,
Wow.
to serve the American people, to serve their government, to serve all of us. And I ask each of you, when you cast your vote, to remember them and honor them and act in service of them as they deserve. I also want to recognize that 4 individuals, 4 insurrectionists, who also lost their lives during the attack. These people were led here by the words and actions of an individual who made them believe that they were patriots. The loss of human life is, of course, the most consequential. But that was not the only damage wrought that day. The Trump mob also damaged this building. They defiled some of the most sacred places. Statuary Hall, the Rotunda, where some of America's greatest champions, presidents, Supreme Court justices, civil rights heroes, and other defenders are honored after their death. Trump's violent mob had little respect for this place. This video shows the wreckage left in the Senate parliamentarian's office by the insurrectionists.
Okay.
A bust of President Zachary Taylor was smeared with what appeared to be blood. An empty picture frame, presumably robbed of its contents, was found on the floor. And videos of the insurrection captured one man stealing a framed photo, another one tearing a scroll from the wall and ripping it up and throwing those pieces on the floor. A sign paying tribute to John Lewis was also shamefully destroyed, and only a broken piece of the memorial was found on the ground next to a trash can. The photo of Mr. Lewis was gone. The damage done to
I don't
this
know if they're
building
ever going to be able to find
is a
another
stain
photo of
on
John
all of
Lewis
us
or
and on
recreate the sign.
dignity of our democracy.
I mean,
The
don't get
attack
me
we saw
wrong.
had a purpose.
Property
Stop
damage
the
is
certification.
real. I don't like it.
Stop our democratic process.
But you're acting like
Fortunately,
they killed
they did
John
not
Lewis.
prevail.
He was already dead.
Newspapers across America on January 21st, the day after the inauguration, proclaimed democracy has prevailed. President Biden said that in his inauguration speech.
Well, if Biden said it,
headline
it
was in so many
must be
places
true.
Because the world's oldest constitutional democracy and the principles underlying it had been attacked and challenged. This wasn't just an attack on the Capitol building and the dedicated people inside. It was an attack on what we were elected to preserve, our democracy.
You're elected to preserve and
This
uphold the
attack on our elections,
Constitution.
on the peaceful transfer of
Who
power
is
from
running
one
the
president
tech?
to the next didn't even happen during the Civil War. But it did just happen because of the cold, calculated, and conspiratorial acts of our former president, Donald J. Trump.
What?
We showed you that the
Conspiracy isn't
insurrectionists were
incitement.
deliberate, that they came looking for Vice President Pence and Speaker Pelosi, ready to kill. When President Trump incited a lawless mob to attack our process, he was attacking our democracy. He was trying to become king and rule over us against the will of the people.
Where was
and
he
the
trying to
valid
become
results of the
king?
election.
He
For
didn't
the first
do
time ever in our
anything
history,
to
a
become
sitting
king.
president actively instigated his supporters to violently disrupt the process that provides for the peaceful transfer of power
Where
from one
is
president to the
the
next.
incitement then?
Think about that for a moment. What if President Trump had been successful? What if he had succeeded in overturning the will of the people in our constitutional processes? Who among us is willing to risk that outcome by letting Trump's constitutional crimes go unanswered? The founders included impeachment in our Constitution not as a punishment, but to prevent.
No, literally, it's
We
a
have to
punishment.
prevent every president, today, tomorrow, or at any time in the future, from believing that this conduct is acceptable. Today, we have to stand up for our democracy and ensure we remain a country governed by the people, for the people, by telling Donald Trump and people all across this country and all across the world that his crimes will not and cannot stand.
The Senate will stand
Okay, we got a
in recess.
15
I ask
minute
unanimous
recess.
consent the House stand in recess for 15 minutes.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess.
Okay, hold on. Let's check something here. Okay, we're going to mute that for a second. Let's see. Let's see what, this is Federalist 66, by the way. If you're not familiar with Federalist 66, let's take a look at the title. Objections to the powers of the Senate to set as a court for impeachments further considered. Let's do a Control F on punishment. The fourth objection to the Senate in the capacity of a court of impeachments is derived from its union with the executive and the power of making treaties. This, it has been said, would constitute the senators their own judges in every case of a corrupt or perfidious execution of that trust. After having combined with the executive in betraying the interests of the nation in a ruinous treaty, what prospect is it is asked, would there be of their being made to suffer the punishment they would deserve? Okay, so there's the first mention of punishment. The joint agency of the chief magistrate of the union and of 2/3 of the members of a body selected by the collective wisdom of the legislatures of several states is designed to be the pledge for the fidelity of the nation councils in this particular. The convention might with propriety have mediated the punishment of the executive for a deviation from the instructions of the Senate or a want of integrity in the conduct of the negotiations committed to him. They might also have had in view the punishment of a few leading officials. It's literally about the punishment. The members of it should be exempted from punishment for acts done in the collective capacity. So far as might concern the misbehavior of the executive in perverting the instructions or contravening the views of the Senate, we need not be apprehensive of the want of a disposition in that body to punish the abuse of their confidence or to vindicate upon their own authority. Like, I don't understand the argument that the impeachment is not punishment, it's prevention. Impeachment literally is a punishment for acts that run contrary to the oath of office and the duty to the nation. That's the purpose of it. It is a punishment. I don't get it. This isn't a debate. This isn't an argument. The idea that this isn't a punishment is ludicrous on its face. Okay, let's do some of these chats that have come in. Thank you for being patient with them. I'm trying to give them enough. I'm trying not to talk over them too terribly much. I also see that the stream is hiccuping a little bit. I don't know what's going on with that. That must be on YouTube's end. Sorry for that. I don't know what else to say about it. But we're going to do these things. Just I don't know why it's buffering so much. It's wonderful of YouTube, but that's how it is. Hopefully that'll slow down. By the way, to the Chris Stanley guy, what would you think if a Democrat president did the same thing? I would think the same thing, because speech, political speech, is not incitement. It's not incitement. That is not what makes incitement. Complaining about election is not incitement to a riot. You can complain about an election. The Democrats complained about an election for 3 fucking years. This isn't hard. I don't know why it's hard for you. Maybe because you're such a partisan loyalist. I don't know what it is. I'm not. My principle is speech. Speech is the principle. I know that it's buffering. I can't do anything about that. The upload won't be buffered at all. But I don't understand, like, why people get locked up on this. Well, you would care more if a Democrat did it. I literally no. I think the storming of the Capitol was stupid. I think it was a terrible, terrible act. I just don't think Trump's responsible because he didn't ask anyone to do it. There's a legal process to determine responsibility for incitement. He doesn't meet any of the requirements. And if you don't understand that, I'm sorry that you don't. That's not my fault that you can't figure out how incitement works. The Democrats have failed to produce a single shred of evidence that Trump asked someone to do the thing. And if they could just produce one bit that says Trump asked someone to go into the Capitol or to cause violence, they'd probably win. Anyway, if you have an inability to disconnect your political views from your party or whatever, that's on you. It's not on me. Don't project it on me. I'm not a screen. So I'm typing this out. I'll say it also. I have no lost frames. I have a constant and steady bit rate. It's not the upload, guys. It's not the upstream. It's YouTube. I can't affect the upload set, like the upload quality. That's not me. That's YouTube. All right, I'm going to start reading these chats. I hope you guys hear them. Andy Marcelli says, Rackets, after battling infertility for 5 years, we are expecting our second. Tales about your own struggles and your subsequent success have been invaluable in keeping my chin up. So I wanted to say genuinely thank you. Andy, I am so happy to hear that, man. I hope everything goes well. I pray that everybody will be healthy and you'll have a wonderful second child. Dex Luther says, lol, remember the 6th of January. The speech, treason, and plot. I know of no reason why the speech treason should ever be forgot. Oh, no. Dread Clown says, I've been ignoring Kangaroo Court because it just makes me mad. The riots are just Obama. If you see them in the streets, confront them. Maxine Waters. Oh, the riots are just Obama. If you see them in the streets, confront them. Waters. Man shot in Oregon due to riots. When we do something really bad, we show remorse. Congressman Lou. Some douchebag says, this is too frustrating. I need to leave before I lose any more brain cells listening to these morons. Later, Broseph. Hey, later, man. The Pie Baker says, I don't condone the actions of Jan 6th. However, every politician should have actions like what happened in the back of their minds every time they give a speech. Every bill they sign and every breath they take, their decisions impact all of us. Fear us. Cato the Censor. Says degenerate hypocrites and cynics insufferably whine about the rule of law and decency while attempting to convict a private citizen and poisoning the social fabric of our country for their political ends. The Pie Baker says, Jesus, Mary, fucking Christ. This guy is crying over words that pale in comparison to what I was called by middle school bullies. They wouldn't have survived a day in Halo 2 game chat. Facts. Operation GOP Cucks is going to be like a T-16 versus a Womp Rat. Yeah, I know the buffering's making it hard to watch. Believe me, nobody's more pissed off about the buffering than me. You sent me an email. Please read. Okay. I read my email. Like, you don't have to tell me. I got it. Seraph Creed says 7 hours shut down in one sentence. Mike Lee for the win. Track Media only says except the Democrats have no conscience and no allegiance to the republic for which the flag stands. Lord Blackman says, can we just make this trial by combat? Quiet now, Giuliani. Cormoran says, I see lots of talk of tweets and yet parlor, ... Juan, thank you for the donation. DCV Titan says, so if a criminal says someone told them to, it must be true. Excuse me while I go off that guy down the street because Rep. Diana DeGette told me to. It's not just that a criminal says someone told them to. A federal officer says a criminal says that. They may not have even said it. That hasn't been proven in a court of law yet. Tom Norris says, can all the founders be impeached and the country be dissolved? They, for sure, all committed insurrection. They literally did. Obi Wanton says, is Daystream Nick the real Nick, or is it Nightstream Nick the real Nick? We all know they're Nick clones a la Multiplicity, the best Michael Keaton movie ever made. They're both the real one. Ian says, good luck listening to this all day. I voted for you to do a live stream. My bad, lol. I'll be back tomorrow and Saturday. Enjoy. Not Saturday, Sunday. Saturday, they're off for Shabbos. DCV Titan says, Dems running tech like they'll run the country. Liberty or Death says, if you plan on breaking the law or you're in the commission of a crime, don't record it. If you do, don't post it. Pro tip. It's very good advice. Very good advice. Terry Luster says, if I had $1 million, I would give it to you. Hey, thanks, Terry. K343AKM says, after watching small portions of these hearings, I'm surprised the Capitol hasn't been stormed more often. Congress is insufferable. RMS Gaming says they keep referring to Trump as president. Is this an implicit admission of the identity of the proper occupant of the White House? Remember, they have to have him be president for the impeachment. Otherwise, he's a private citizen. This is a weird thing that they have to try and balance. Lavos IG says, Nick, I remember what the audio was like on your original Greer streams. You know exactly how bad lawyers are with audio. You're right. Guilty. Apache Chief says, this impeachment reminds me of the last impeachment where I still don't care. Is Baked finally going to jail or did he blow his way out of that yet? I think he'll end up getting punished. I don't know if it's jail time, but things don't look great for him right now. Red Mage 13 says, all of this seems like they're making claims about point B, but are actually failing to connect point A to B and keep piling on point B. That's what I'm seeing from this. That's because that's what's happening. Mr. LDH6 says, think of any smart common sense moves for the Trump defense team can make. They will never use them. Trump has a knack for hiring incompetent people. Blaine 20 says the Charlottesville incident was staged by Antifa and CGI. Track Media Only says, think that anything gained by the Democrats presenting first can be offset by the ability for Trump's team to rebut this all. I feel so, but yeah, I mean, the Trump team really needs to just stick to the track the Republicans have given them. It's unconstitutional. It's a violation of his speech, his rights to free speech. He didn't actually incite an insurrection. And they don't have jurisdiction over him. Hold on. There we go. If they stick to the unconstitutionality, the Republicans are already set to acquit. So there's no real reason to go into rebutting all this. They may do so. They have lots of time. They have 16 hours, so they very well might, but we'll see what they end up doing. Polyfrog64 says, this is Oliver Cromwell all over again. When do we dig up George Washington and impeach him for owning slaves? Same goes for all former presidents now. D.D. Smith says, where's his mask? Arrest him and fine him now. He's trying to kill us. Polyfrog64 says, no joke. They dug up Oliver Cromwell and tried him for treason after his death, put his corpse on trial and hung him. Are we headed down that path again? Yes. Andrew Hiller says, this is lunacy level of conspiracy. Why can't Trump's team play the full clips to rebuttal there's more clip splicing than gene splicing in a Wuhan lab? They can. I don't know that they want to waste the time doing it. Mike Dolan says, my God, I didn't realize after watching the video presentation, Trump was a 3D chess criminal mastermind. DCV Titan says, is this a trial to impeach Trump or to prove he truly is the God Emperor, able to predict the future and be the sole guardian against the forces of chaos? Polyfrog says, Insurrection Day is that an Independence Day sequel? It's a prequel, actually. The insurrection tends to come before the independence. That's how that tends to go. Will Carter says, one might say the FBI gave material aid and support to the terrorists because they helped plan and fund the plot. Oh, dear. Crows of Judgment says, in 4 years, we'll have a film called Insurrection Day where neo-Nazi perform a tactical takedown of Capitol Hill inspired by real events. I mean, they already kind of do. It was Olympus Has Fallen, right? Lancelot652 says, how's your sanity holding up in this crap, Nick? It's fine because I'm distracted by various things. Tom Norris says, in psychology, this is guilt by projection. Pincalo, the driving ape, says, he only had pepper. The Dems are hogging all the salt. Johnny Stoffel says, bury my heart at wounded fifis. Super Iron Bob says, seriously, it should be 16 hours next of just calling these Fs liars. Tom Norris says, Nick, do you think these are the same statements the Crown made when they got the Declaration? Nivok the Orc says, bro, everything she says, domestic violence groups, all I'm hearing is spouse abuse. Or every time she says, I feel as though this lady might be slightly potato. Automata says, the revolutionary what now? DCV Titan says, they believe they're following his orders. And I believe I'm God doesn't make it true, you screwy bit. DCV Titan says, this impeachment just goes to prove how much Dems love to waste taxpayer money. How much did they spend on these videos which prove F-all? Kyra says she almost said in erection. William Fisk says the Senate is using their position to present an Alex Jones-esque connection of unrelated events, all the schizophrenia and none of the entertainment. DCV Titan says DVE is domestic violence extremist group, so pretty much describing BLM, Antifa, and the DNC. Look, let's not get too hasty now. Oh, hi, it's Will, says Nick. This isn't about free speech. It's about whether or not the former president of the United States acted in such a way to meet a political standard of high crimes and misdemeanors. Trump's carelessness is at issue. Yeah, but the charge is still a criminal charge. It is incitement. Incitement has constitutional protections. And the legal argument actually does matter. Like, I know they can convict him on whatever they want, just like they can acquit him on whatever they want. But the legal argument does matter. There's a framework that we have established for how to deal with incitement, and Trump doesn't meet it. Whether you like him, you hate him, you like what he said, you hate what he said, he doesn't meet it. I don't like what the people said at Brandenburg. I don't like people who are racist against black people. I don't really care for anti-Semitic comments. But at the same time, what they did legally wasn't incitement, so we can't punish them for it. Free speech matters. It matters doubly so when it's something we don't like. That's when it's most important. I don't understand why this is such a difficult concept for people. Andrew War Snowboard says, you mean you won't cry when you get your silver play button? Oh, God, no. Onakomi says, remember that every instance of cancel culture has been conditioning society to see farces like this as normal. Stuff like this was always the end game. Wilson Fisk says, I can't believe how weepy and hysterical the Dems are over what happens regularly to conservative speakers, random store owners, police precincts, etc. The Trip the Left-Handed Polak says, Donald Trump, the most powerful psychic to threaten the country, imposing his will via mental powers, influencing others. Congress is full of empaths. G-Man says, why aren't they introducing AOC's accounts of the events as evidence? Lots of material there. Exactly. G-Man says, janitors always have to clean up feces smeared on the walls. It's literally their job. Haven't these senators ever been a truck stop Taco Bell? Ew. 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 Liberty or Death says, Trump's team should get up tomorrow and give Vincent L. Gambini's opening statement in Alabama versus Gambini and Rothstein, then rest. When Motion says, yes. Yes. When Motion says, damn, I hope they had insurance. Wasteland Nomad says, is his defense team speaking today? No, tomorrow. Tomorrow the defense team speaks. Bloughton says, if Trump would be king, you all had $2,000 paychecks, the union jobs would be safe, and your border would be finished. Ah, and he has hot airs. Right. Again, for all this talk about Trump, like, look, the threat of tyranny is ever present. But the idea that Trump didn't have a peaceful transition of power is nonsense. He did. The idea that Trump was trying to institute himself as king, he didn't do any of the things that would institute him as king. He never called in the military, which they're criticizing him for, by the way. They didn't want the National Guard there. Congress didn't want the National Guard there because they were afraid the National Guard was loyal to Trump and would institute a military coup, because the biggest Q conspiracy believer is literally Democrats in Congress. As evidenced by the screening of the National Guard who were there to protect on Inauguration Day. That's why they didn't call in the National Guard when Trump authorized it days in advance. Remember, the AP fact check, the Associated Press, Pentagon said Miller approved the request without speaking with the White House because he had gotten direction from the president days earlier to do whatever he deemed necessary with the Guard. Defense Secretary Christopher Miller has authority over the National Guard in D.C. Donald Trump, actually not Donald Trump, the presidency, the executive, delegated that authority out. They didn't need Donald Trump's approval for the National Guard. He's not actually the guy directly in control of it. He delegated that authority to someone else. And he specifically redelegated it days prior. So do whatever you need. The reason the Guard weren't ready at the Capitol is because the Capitol Police said no. Trump's not in charge of the Capitol Police either. And there are reports that Nancy Pelosi was also in on that decision to say no. Now, I don't know the veracity of those reports. But they're scared of the Guard. They're scared of the military. They thought they were loyal to Trump, which is ludicrous. The military are people. And there may be some military members who are loyal to Trump, but I really don't think most military members are like, that guy is more important than my country, my Constitution, my family, everything like that. I don't think that way. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm wrong there. I just don't see it. I think that's denigrating to the military personally. Esther sent a chat. Thank you. With no chat, just a donation. Thank you so much. Obi Wanton says, the last speaker said the U.S. is a constitutional democracy. How embarrassing. Alan Rees said, Mr. Nick Rekieta has always used common sense. Check out his YouTube streams, unless you're a soy boy, but he's doing it for our own good. Make love, not hate. James Burdett says this impeachment and the Times article are more proof the Democrats bought into Q drivel and not just the weakest Republicans. And Florian Eischatten says hate speech does not equal speech that you hate. That is correct. All right. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick before this gets started. We've caught up on the super chats. I'll see y'all in just a second. Chris Stanley says, I know everyone hates me right now, but I appreciate the convo. I don't hate you. I just get frustrated when people try to accuse me of hypocrisy that I don't have. The principle here is free speech. It's a principle that I've espoused over and over on this channel as one of the biggest, most critical things that I believe in as far as freedoms. What are you doing here? No, this isn't lunch. They don't do lunch. They do a dinner. This is just supposed to be a 15-minute break. They're just always late. But no, Chris, you're saying you mean I need to be objective, which I'm not. I don't need to be objective, and I am not. But I'm subjective to speech, not to Trump. If Trump said, go into the Capitol building and commit the crime, I would be for his impeachment for a criminal act. Well, to be fair, I wouldn't be for his impeachment because I think it's unconstitutional to impeach someone who's no longer sitting. I would support his criminal prosecution. He didn't do that. He doesn't meet the legal standard for incitement. He doesn't meet it. There's no way around that. That's the defect in their entire case, other than the jurisdictional issue that you can't really have Congress trying a sitting president. Bring these charges to court. He's a private citizen. Criminally charge him. Bring the charges to court. See what happens. It'd be thrown out in a minute. It'd be thrown out in a minute. Jennifer Signs of Life says, do you think this might be more of a setup for future FF? If they can charge for thought crime, now what can they do later? What future FF? I don't know what the FF is. Thomas Lordo says, the side censoring speech and criminalizing opinions usually aren't the good guys, just saying. I agree. Monkey Ultra says, wish they would stop the religious parallel with the Capitol. Let's not pretend DC isn't a cesspool of degenerates and war criminals. Yeah, when they keep calling it a sacred space, the floor of Congress should never be sacred. These people serve us. We do not worship at their altars. Oh, false flag. False flag. Could be. I mean, hypothetically, I don't actually believe this, but hypothetically, let's say everybody who stormed the Capitol building was actually a paid Joe Biden operative. Then they literally created a crime to prosecute where one didn't exist, right? Like that would be the conspiracy. And who suffered all of the damage? It would be a good conspiracy too. That'd be an amazing op, because the only people who suffered real damage from this were Republicans, and specifically Donald Trump. His support evaporated. At the most critical time that he was trying to raise support, this destroyed it immediately. Republicans largely backed down on their challenge to the count. It completely eroded his subsequent support. It destroyed his bank accounts in many ways. Like lots of bad things happened to Donald Trump. This is why, again, Trump's only in it for Trump. Well, if Trump's only in it for Trump, then he really screwed up here if we're following your theory. He didn't act in Trump's best interest. And any idiot would have known that this was acting against his best interest if what he did was actually to create a violent riot to storm the Capitol building. Remember who this is. This is the commander-in-chief of the army And people literally thought that he would deploy the army to take power and to maintain office, that he would use a military coup. Instead, he chooses to incite a crowd, which may not do what he wants them to do, to incite a crowd to go storm the Capitol. To what end? They can't enforce anything he would want. They would have no staying power. They would be killed if they stayed in the building. It doesn't make sense. There weren't enough of them to occupy the government in a meaningful way to change the outcome of the election. A military would have to be the way you do it. This is not an effective way to achieve the ends they're saying Trump wanted. If they burn down the Capitol building, Trump doesn't stay president. If they murder every member of Congress, Trump doesn't stay president. If they occupy the Capitol building for 10 months, Trump doesn't stay president. What likely happens is civil war, an actual civil war at that point. This wasn't tailored in any way to affect a benefit for Donald Trump. And so to suggest that he did this in his own self-interest is dumb. It's also incorrect. Unless you believe that Trump is simultaneously a mastermind that can manage to garner the adoration of all these people, to win a presidency, to be a businessman with billions of dollars, like objectively successful in many ways, yet simultaneously dumb enough that he would do the one act that was the most detrimental to him at the time. I don't think so. Like, I don't think Trump is the smartest guy on earth, but I don't think he's that bad. So I don't buy it. I don't buy this idea that Trump was trying to get people to go into Congress. It doesn't benefit him. What does benefit him is having the same thing that he's had everywhere else. A bunch of people standing outside, being loud, showing support. It's been his whole thing. Look at how many people I have at my rallies. Joe's got 6 people. We have thousands of people. People standing outside in the rain. Sorry, we didn't have bigger places. We love you. Thank you for coming. The biggest rallies you've ever seen. More people excited than anyone else. Trump is all about that marketing show. It was marketing to have people walk to the building and stand outside. It is terrible to have them go inside. Which is why he didn't ask. Kyra says, seems in alignment with the Time Mag conspiracy.
Mr. Castro will now return to address the
harm
visited upon America's national security by these events and the damage to our international
Bring
reputation.
back John Neguse. I think that's their best guy, honestly. I think John Neguse is the best speaker and presenter. I don't think he's doing a great job of making the case, but I think he's the best guy on their team.
My colleagues discussed with you the many harms to our nation as a result of President Trump's conduct. Now, I'd like to spend some time talking about the harm to our national security and our standing in the world. On January 6th, when President Trump incited a mob to march to the Capitol, he led them to a building that houses some of our nation's most sensitive information. And consider who was part of that mob. Some of the individuals were on the FBI watch list.
For being dumb, though.
Of some individuals led here by President Trump so alarmed investigators that their names had been added to the National Terrorist Screening Database.
But why?
And
For domestic terrorism.
May have intended to steal information and give it to a foreign adversary.
Oh, who's that?
According to charging documents, Riley Williams allegedly helped steal a laptop from Speaker Pelosi's office to, quote, send the computer device to a friend in Russia, who then planned to sell the device to SVR, Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service. While we can't be certain if or how many foreign spies infiltrated the crowd, or at least coordinated with those who did, we can be sure that any enemy who wanted access to our secrets would have wanted to be part of that mob inside these halls. And the point is this: many of the insurrectionists that President Trump incited to invade this chamber were dangerous. People on the FBI watch list, violent extremists, white supremacists. And these insurrectionists, incited by President Trump, threatened our national security. Stealing laptops again from Speaker Pelosi's office, taking documents from Leader McConnell's desk, snapping photographs, as you saw in the videos earlier, in sensitive areas, ransacking your offices, rifling through your desks. The President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, knew the risk of anyone breaching the Capitol. He swore an oath to preserve, protect, and defend this country. And yet, he incited them here to break into the Capitol.
Where? Where did he do that?
Senators,
where did he say break into
as
the
you all
Capitol?
We have spent trillions of dollars
one statement where he
building
says break
the
into the
strongest
Capitol.
military
Go in
in
the
the
Capitol.
world.
Go do that.
And billions of
One.
dollars on the
And
most
they win.
sophisticated weaponry on the planet to prevent the kind of attack that occurred at this Capitol on January 6th. And here's what the insurrectionists incited by President Trump did.
Hey, let's take a seat, people! Let's take a seat! Nancy Pelosi. Let's vote on some shit!
Oh my God, we did the shit. We took the shit.
Organized insurrection sounds like a bunch of goofy bastards being dumb.
In many ways, this room is sacred.
No,
And so are
it's
the
not
traditions that it
sacred.
represents.
Stop.
They've been carried on for centuries. Congress has declared war 11 times on this floor, including entering World War II. And Congress passed the Civil Rights Act and expanded the right to vote to ensure that no matter your race or your gender, you have a voice in our nation. And this floor is where history has been made. And now, our intelligence agencies and law enforcement agencies have the burden to figure out exactly what was stolen, taken,
Sacred,
ransacked,
connected with God,
and
or the
compromised.
gods are dedicated to a religious purpose
As acting
and
US
so
Attorney
deserving
Michael Sherwin
veneration.
explained, quote, materials were stolen, and we have to identify what was done, mitigate that, and it could have potential national security equities. These investigations are necessary now because of the actions of President Trump. And it wasn't just the people that he led here the intelligence agencies have to look into. It's also what they took and what they gathered. And it was the very fact that this building
Can you even
with so much
release what they
sensitive
took and
information
gathered?
And some classified information.
Did they take
that
any
this
classified
Capitol
information?
Was breached.
Did they
Think
take
about it.
classified information?
Every foreign adversary considering attacking this building got to watch a dress rehearsal, and they saw that this Capitol could be overtaken. As Elizabeth Newman, a former Trump administration official, stated, quote,
The Capitol
"You have
barely
terrorists
even has
who would
Capitol
love to
Police
destroy the
presence
Capitol.
most
They
days."
just saw how easy it was to penetrate. We just exposed a huge vulnerability. And it's not just the Capitol.
Guys,
This
I have
attack has implications
I have a secret for
for
you.
all government buildings.
On normal,
And
any
Senator
given
Rubio
days,
made
remember,
this point well.
security was heightened that day. On any given day, most things are extremely vulnerable to
terrorist
attack.
Right now, you're sitting out there watching this. You're saying to yourself, hey, it's not that hard to get into the Capitol. Maybe that's not hard to get into the White House or the Supreme Court building or somewhere else.
It's really not. It's open to the public.
Our
Just go
government,
in
our
most of the
intelligence
time.
agencies and our law enforcement have implemented additional safety measures since the attack on January 6th. But while we secure this physical space,
it's amazing
what
that you
message will
don't
we
get
send
stormed more
the rest of
often.
the world?
It really is.
We
That's a
already know
credit
that-
to who
already
we
know
are
that
as a people.
The message our adversaries took from January 6th. This is how some of them responded after the attack. Quote, "For America's adversaries, there was no greater proof of the fallibility of Western democracy than the sight of the U.S. Capitol shrouded in smoke and besieged by a mob whipped up by their unwillingly outgoing president."
Yeah, they all went, weird, that Western democracy
To make
looks like
matters
us.
worse, our adversaries are even using the events of January 6th not only to denigrate America, but to justify their own anti-democratic behavior, calling America hypocritical. Here's what the Chinese government is saying. The spokesperson for China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the Capitol riot should spark, quote, "deep reflection among U.S. lawmakers regarding how they discuss the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong, suggesting that the U.S. is hypocritical in denouncing Beijing's crackdown in the city while it struggles with its own unrest at home."
That's not making the
Global
point you
Times,
think it is.
an outlet affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, even tweeted a series of side-by-side photos of two events, the siege of the U.S. Capitol and a July 2019 incident in which pro-democracy protesters in Hong Kong broke into the city's Legislative Council building.
This is not making
Think
the
about
point
that.
you want it to make.
President Trump gave the Chinese government an opening to create a false equivalency between Hong Kongers protesting for democracy and violent insurrectionists trying to overthrow it. As Representative Gallagher described in real time,
and if we don't think other countries around the world are watching this happen right now, if we don't think the Chinese Communist Party is sitting back and laughing, then we're deluding ourselves.
I can't believe
call
they're
it off, Mr. President.
showing
We need
Pelosi
you to
praising
call it
political
off.
violence elsewhere and condemning it when it happens in her doorstep.
Russia
Weird.
has also seized on this violent attack against our government, decrying that democracy is, quote, over. The chairman of the Russian Upper House of Parliament's International Affairs Committee said, quote, "The celebration of democracy is over. This is, alas, actually the bottom. I say this without a hint of gloating. America is no longer charting the course and therefore has lost all its rights to set it, and especially to impose it on others." They're using President Trump's incitement of an insurrection to declare that democracy.
I got a news flash for you. They're not using the incitement of the
In Iran,
insurrection.
the supreme leader is
to
using
do
President
it.
Trump's
They're
incitement
using
of
your
insurrection
response
to mock
do it.
America. He said of the situation in the United States, quote, "This is their democracy and human rights. This is their election scandal. These are their values. These values are being mocked by the whole world. Even their friends are laughing at them."
They have a different
These
perspective
statements
on what they're
are
talking
serious
about than you.
and pervasive. And according to a joint threat assessment bulletin from the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and 8 other law enforcement entities, quote, "Since the incident at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, Russian, Iranian, and Chinese influence actors have seized the opportunity to amplify narratives in furtherance of their policy interests amid the presidential transition." We cannot let them use what happened on January 6th to define us, who we are, and what we stand for. We get to define ourselves by how we respond to the attack of January 6th. And some might be tempted to say and point out that our adversaries are always going to be critical of the United States. But following the insurrection on January 6th, even our allies are speaking up. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said, quote, "What we witnessed was an assault on democracy by
Another
violent
Castro.
rioters, incited by the current president and other politicians. As shocking, deeply disturbing, and frankly saddening as that event remains, we have also seen this week that democracy is resilient in America, our closest ally and neighbor."
How is that a criticism? That was praise.
The German foreign minister said, quote, "This closing of ranks begins with holding those accountable who are responsible for such escalations. That includes the violent rioters, and it also includes their instigators." The world is
Notice they
watching
didn't say
and
President
wondering
Trump
whether we are who we say we are.
because they don't know that Trump instigated that.
Because when our other countries have known chaos, our Constitution has helped keep order in America. This is why we have a Constitution. We must stand up for the rule of law.
Actually, we have a Constitution so
because
that
the rule of
Donald
law
Trump can
doesn't
stand
just
and make
up
a
by
speech
itself.
that he doesn't believe the election was valid. That's why we have
After the
it.
insurrection, my colleagues on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the chairman and the ranking member, issued a bipartisan statement that said, quote, "America has always been a beacon of freedom to the world, proof that free and fair elections are achievable and that democracy works. But what happened at the Capitol today has scarred our reputation and has damaged our standing in the world. Today's violence, an inevitable result when leaders in positions of power misled the public, will certainly empower dictators and damage struggling democracies."
What free and fair election do you have
And that's
when you
true.
have an organized cabal of wealthy
For
individuals
generations, the United
influencing
States has
it
been a North Star in the world
for a year?
freedom,
Time magazine.
democracy, and human rights. Because America is not only a nation, for many, it's also an idea.
Like Antifa.
It's the light that gives hope to people struggling for democracy in autocratic regimes. The light that inspires people fighting across the world for fundamental human rights. And the light that inspires us to believe in something larger than ourselves. And this trial is an opportunity to respond and to send a message back to the world. And I say this as somebody who loves my country, our country, just as all of you do. There is a lot of courage in this room, a lot of courage that has been demonstrated in the lives of the people in this room.
I'm not really sure it's courage.
Some folks have stood up for the civil rights of fellow Americans and risked their careers and their reputations, their livelihoods, and their safety, standing up for civil rights. Many members of Congress have risked their lives in service to our country, in uniform, fighting in the jungles of Vietnam, patrolling the mountains of Afghanistan. You served our country because you were willing to sacrifice to defend our nation as we know it and as the world knows it.
Jennifer Signs of Life says, nah, I'm thinking more if it's the Dems. I've studied the color revolutions and who was filming.
Service.
That's in relation to the false flag thing.
Your country needs you
it
one
could
more
be.
time.
That's the plot of Empire. Orson Scott Card, great book.
The world watched President Trump tell his big lie. The world watched his supporters come to Washington at his invitation.
Yes.
The world watched as he told his supporters to march here to the Capitol.
Yes.
And President Trump, our commander-in-chief at the time, failed to take any action to defend us.
That's not true.
As he utterly failed in his duty to preserve, protect, and defend. And now, the world is watching us, wondering whether our constitutional republic is going to respond the way it should.
Do these people realize that a democracy literally involves people marching to the
over
seats
mob
of
rule.
government over and over and over again?
Because the answer
we've celebrated it
to that
forever.
question has consequences far beyond our own borders. Think of the consequences to our diplomats and negotiators as they sit at tables around the world to enforce our agenda on trade, the economy, and human rights.
They're like, we were going
fail
to
to
trade
convict
with
the
you, United
President of the
States,
United
but did you
States,
see what
who
happened on
incited a deadly
January
insurrection,
6th? I don't know.
Who acted in concert with a violent mob, who interfered with the certification of the Electoral College votes, who abdicated his duty as Commander-in-Chief, would be to forfeit the power of our example as a North Star on freedom, democracy, human rights, and most of all, on the rule of law. And to convict Donald Trump would mean that America stands for the rule of law, no matter who violates it.
It literally means the
Let us show
opposite
the
because
world
you're not
that
following
January
the
6th
law.
Was not America.
That's the problem that we
And let us
have.
remind the world that we are truly their North Star.
You could be my lucky star. Night of Hope says they're talking about the effing fake election and the crackdown on rights and speech and that the Democrats want to use to become the
Representative
CCP.
Neguse and I will now address.
They're talking about the communist
First Amendment
revolution in the United
argument
States,
that's being
and these
offered,
idiots don't see their
by
charade is
President
over.
Trump's lawyers to try to excuse his incitement to this insurrection, and Mr. Neguse will begin.
Oh, this will be great. I can't wait. Finally, a legal argument, right? Please take your mask off. You're going to speak into a microphone. Oh, thank God.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, good afternoon. You have heard over the course of the last several days overwhelming evidence that President Trump incited an insurrection. But as lead manager Raskin mentioned, as we prepare to close, we'd be remiss if we didn't just briefly address apparently the principal defense that the president will offer to excuse his conduct, and that is this notion that
it's not
he
the
can't be held
defense.
accountable.
It's the second
for what happened on January 6th.
That's not how the
because
Constitution
his
works.
actions are somehow protected by the First Amendment.
They're
Now,
clearly protected by the First
let's
Amendment.
stop
It's not
a moment
somehow. It's clearly.
and try to really understand the argument that they are making. According to President Trump, everything he did, everything we showed you that he did, was perfectly okay for him to do, and for a future president to do again. And the Constitution, apparently, in their view, forbids you from doing anything to stop it. That can't be right. It can't be.
Why can't it be right?
And it isn't right.
Why isn't it right?
Their argument is meant as a distraction.
No.
They are concerned not with the facts that actually occurred, the facts that we've proven, but with an alternative set of facts, where President Trump did nothing but deliver a controversial speech at a rally.
Which is
of course, that's
actually
not
true.
what we've charged in the article of impeachment. And it's not what happened. You will hear from my colleague,
What
Lead
did
Manager
happen
Raskin,
then?
the
That's
many
literally what you've been
myriad
arguing the whole
reasons
time.
why this argument that they make is wrong on the law, completely. Not just around the edges. They make major, fundamental mistakes of constitutional law, the kind that Lead Manager Raskin tells me wouldn't cut it in his first year law course, which of course he certainly would know since he has taught this subject for
certainly would
decades.
know.
And that explains why so many lawyers who've dedicated their lives to protecting free speech, including many of the nation's most prominent conservative free speech lawyers, have described President Trump's First Amendment claims as, quote, legally frivolous. There's another quote from a recent letter from prominent free speech lawyers.
What
That,
the whole
quote,
thing.
the First Amendment is no bar to the Senate convicting former President Trump and disqualifying him from holding future office.
That doesn't mean he's not using
Their
constitutionally
argument
protected
is
language.
wrong on the facts, wrong on the law.
That's not what that letter
and
actually
would flip the
says, which is
Constitution
great.
upside down.
Silver coins
Let's
go clink,
start
clink, clink says,
with the
just came
facts.
in 10 minutes ago. That speaker
Because
needs
as
an
you'll
anvil
see,
dropped on him, to
his
say the
free
least.
speech claim depends
Don't incite
on an
violence.
account of what he did, of why we're here, that has no basis in the evidence. To hear his lawyers tell it, he was just some guy at a rally expressing unpopular opinions.
No, he was a president of
They
the
would
United
have you
States
believe
who's protected
that this
as
whole
everybody else
impeachment
is.
because he said things that one may disagree with. Really? And make no mistake, they will do anything to avoid talking about the facts of this case. That I can assure you. Instead, we expect they will talk about a lot of other speeches, including some given by Democratic officials, and they will insist with indignation that the First Amendment protects all of this as though it were exactly the same. We trust you to know the difference because you've seen
us?
the evidence that we've seen. You've seen, as we've proven over the last 3 days, that his arguments completely misdescribe the reality of what happened on January 6th. They leave out everything that matters about why we're here and what he did. Because President Trump wasn't just some guy with political opinions who showed up at a rally on January 6th and delivered controversial remarks. He was the President of the United States. And he had spent months, using the unique power of that office, of his bully pulpit, to spread that big lie that the election had been stolen, to convince his followers to stop the steal, to assemble them just blocks away from here on January 6th, at the very moment that we were meeting to count the electoral college votes, where he knew, where it had been widely reported that they were primed and eager and ready for violence at his signal. And then, standing in the middle of that explosive situation, in that powder keg that he had created over the course of months, before a crowd filled with people that were poised for violence, at his signal,
Where's the First Amendment argument?
he struck a match. And he aimed it straight at this building, at us. You've seen all that evidence. There's no denying it. That's why the House impeached him. That's why he's on trial.
I mean, there is denying
No
it.
president, no matter their politics or the politics of their followers, conservative, liberal, or anything else, no president can do what President Trump did. Because this isn't about politics. It's about his refusal to accept the outcome of the election and his decision to
I'm going to bring on
incite
Joe
an
Neerman in just a
insurrection.
second
And there's
here,
no
guys.
serious argument that the First Amendment protects that.
Just getting everything
And
ready.
it would be extraordinarily dangerous for the United States Senate to conclude otherwise.
Why?
To tell future presidents that they can do exactly what President Trump did and get away with it.
I mean, that's the whole thing about
that
freedom.
This is an acceptable, now a constitutionally protected way to respond to
Imagine
losing an
standing
election.
in Congress and arguing that speech isn't constitutionally protected.
And you'll notice
That's what's
something.
happening right
There's
now.
Something the manager Raskin and I noticed, which is that, by all accounts, it doesn't appear that President Trump's lawyers disagree. I mean, they don't insist that if the facts we've charged, the facts that we have proven, the facts supported by overwhelming evidence are true, as of course you now know they are, that there's nothing you can do. They're not arguing that it's okay for a person to incite a mob to violence. At least I don't think they're arguing that.
They're arguing that you
Instead,
haven't
what
made
they
the
are
case
doing
of
is offering
incitement.
a radically different version of what happened that day. totally
They're
inconsistent
literally not.
with the evidence. And then they insist that if that fictional version of events, if that alternate reality were true, well then he may be protected by the First Amendment. That's their argument. But you are here
That's not the argument.
to adjudicate real evidence, real facts, not hypothetical ones. And for that reason alone, you should reject
All right, guys.
their argument.
I'm
because
going to
it
bring
has been
Joe Neerman on
advanced
right now.
to defend a
he's
situation
here.
that bears
Just a
no
second.
resemblance to the actual facts
Hey, what's up, Joe?
of this case.
Hey, how you doing?
With that,
Pretty good.
I want to turn it over to my colleague, lead manager
I'm just
Raskin,
watching
to address
this First
the many
Amendment
legal
argument
flaws, as I
that doesn't
mentioned,
involve any
in President
discussion
Trump's
of the
position.
First Amendment.
Why would you discuss the First Amendment? Why would that be relevant?
I don't know. I can't figure it
So
out.
Mr. Neguse just explained why President Trump's
This guy is Obama
last-ditch First
2.0.
Amendment
I mean, he
argument's
really-
got nothing to do with
his
the
whole
actual
speaking
facts of the
mannerisms,
case. He's been impeached
everything.
for inciting violent insurrection against the government. Incitement to violent insurrection is not protected by free speech. There
If
is
it's
no
incitement.
First Amendment defense to impeachment for high crimes and misdemeanors. The idea itself is absurd. And
That's
the
their
whole
only good
First
argument,
Amendment smokescreen
that there
is a
isn't a First
completely
Amendment
irrelevant
defense
distraction
to
from
impeachment.
the standard of high crimes and misdemeanors
Oh,
governing
okay.
a president who has violated his oath of office. Yet, President Trump,
I guess you don't
we
need a
know,
crime, you don't-
has a good
no
way of
first-
treating up as down and wrong as right.
Who
He
says
tried to
there's
pull
no
off
First
the
Amendment
biggest
defense?
election
Is that
fraud
actually a thing? They
in
have,
American
like, legal
history
basis
by
for it?
overturning
He
the
said it's a
results of the
political
2020
process.
election, even as he insisted that his own fraud
How,
was in
how
fact
should
an
someone know
effort
when the
to
conduct's
stop
going
the
to be
steal.
impeachable?
To
Your
stop a
comment's
fraud.
always impeachable.
A vast conspiracy that he blamed on local and state officials of both political parties, the media, election officials, the judiciary, federal, state, members of Congress, many others. Anybody who wouldn't go along with him was part of the conspiracy. He violated his own oath of office by inciting mob violence to prevent Congress from counting the Electoral College votes
They
as
were
we're
all
assigned to
part of
do
conspiracy.
by the 12th Amendment and the Electoral Count Act, even as he attacked Vice President Pence at a rally for violating his oath of office and going along with an egregious assault on democracy. Now he argues that the Congress is violating his free speech rights when it was Donald Trump who incited an insurrectionist attack against us that halted speech and debate on the floor of the House and the Senate during the peaceful transfer of power, and that imperiled the very constitutional order that protects freedom of speech in the first place, along with all of our other fundamental rights. As a matter of law, as a matter of logic, President Trump's brazen attempt to invoke the First Amendment now won't hold up in any way. The basic flaw, of course, is that it completely ignores the fact that he was President of the United States, a public official.
Why?
He swears an oath as president that nobody else swears. In exchange, he's given greater powers than anybody else in the entire country, maybe on
He
earth.
still has a First Amendment
He or she
right to
promises
speak.
to preserve,
Yeah, like, why would
protect,
anyone, by becoming president,
defend the
abandon that?
Constitution
Or
of the
any
United
official
States
who's impeachable,
and our
abandon
government
that.
institutions and our people. And as we all know, the power we entrust to people in public office, in government office, especially our presidents, comes with special obligations to uphold the laws and the integrity of our republic. And we all swear that oath. Now, what if a president publicly, say a president publicly and on a daily basis advocated replacing the Constitution with a totalitarian form of government and urged states to secede from the Union and swore an oath of loyalty to a foreign leader or foreign government? Well, as a private citizen, you couldn't do anything about people using those words to advocate totalitarianism, to advocate secession from the Union, to swear an oath of personal loyalty to a foreign leader.
I hate
or
to say it,
foreign
you can
government or country.
advocate
You couldn't. That's totally
totalitarianism and
protected. If you
secession
tried
from
to
the Union.
prosecute
Those are
somebody for
protected.
that, as a prosecutor, you would
Okay, but he's
lose.
making a point that it's sort of
But it
working
is
against the
simply
interest of America.
inconceivable.
Yeah.
And he has an oath to protect
Unthinkable
America.
that a
Right.
president
So
could
he
do
would
any
have a
of these
legal right to
things.
do it, but he's not someone who's fit
Get
to,
up and swear an
to
oath
run
to
the
foreign
country.
governments
Right,
or
this is what we
leaders,
discussed
advocate
last night, and why I
totalitarianism,
said
advocate secession,
that it's
and
a
not be
political
impeached for it.
remedy.
It's just unthinkable that that could happen. Would that violate their First Amendment rights?
This is the Henry
I mean,
Ford
it
thing.
would violate their First Amendment
The
rights.
opposite view pressed here by
It
President
really
Trump's counsel would leave the nation powerless to respond to a president
Yes, you're
who
right. It
uses
would.
the unmatched power,
You
privilege,
just have to be okay with that.
and prestige of his or her office, the famous bully pulpit, in ways that risk the ruin of the republic.
But this
All
is a
for
new
his or her
standard
own
they're creating
ambition
that we should create
and
for all
corruption
politicians starting right now
lust
and
for power.
ex post facto go after Trump for it.
Everyone
Which
should
means
be
you can never
clear.
advocate
There's
for a
nothing remotely
contrary
exotic about what we're
political
saying.
position,
It should
ever.
be common
Logically.
sense.
And you could always
everybody.
argue that that's
Common
destroying the
sense.
country. Socialism is
About
destroying
this
the country. So
understanding
anyone
of
who
the
says
First
it should be
Amendment as it
impeachable.
applies to public servants, cops, firefighters, teachers, everybody across the land. My daughter, who I mentioned earlier in the trial, she's a teacher in a public school. And courts have said teachers teach, but if they go off script and they start advocating totalitarianism,
This
treason,
is Democrats
or
love
what
doing
have
this.
you,
They love talking about their
they're not
family
living
life.
up to the duties of their office as
personalizing
teacher,
themselves to
they
the
can
audience.
be fired.
It's
Everybody
so
knows that.
Preachery.
Actually, we don't know that. Teachers advocate this stuff all the time and aren't
And it
fired.
happens all the time, by the way.
Yeah, and they're technically public servants.
Including to cops and firefighters and people.
It wouldn't
on
just
the front
apply to
lines.
the
It happens all the
president.
time. In fact, it happened countless times
Lawyers are
to
public
people
servants.
fired by President Trump
I'm an
for
officer of the
their
court.
statements or ideas about things, including on election fraud, not long ago. There were people in the government who lost their jobs because the president didn't like what they said or what they wrote. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, and I can't help but repeat it, Justice Scalia got it exactly right on this.
This is
he
creating a
wrote on these
license. Their
cases
argument is creating a
about
license
how the First
for you to
Amendment
have any
affects
type of
people
speech
who
commission
take
to
on a
punish
public
people who don't
office.
like. That's
Who take
basically
on
what they're
public
saying is what
employment.
the Senate
And he
should
summed
be
it
on.
up like this. He said, you can't ride with the cops, but root for the robbers. You can't ride with the cops, but root for the robbers. That's what Justice Scalia said. And when it comes to the peaceful
But
transfer
I mean, you
of
can
power
ride with the cops and
to
root for the
rule of
robbers.
law,
You literally
to
can
respecting
do
election
that.
outcomes,
That's
our
actually
president,
true.
Whoever he or she is, must choose the side of the Constitution. Must. And not the side of the insurrection or the coup or anybody who's coming against us. And if he or she chooses the wrong side, I'm sorry. There's nothing in the First Amendment or anywhere else in the Constitution that can excuse your betrayal of your oath of office. It's not a free speech question. But there's more. Let's play make-believe and pretend that President Trump were just a run-of-the-mill private citizen, as my colleague Mr. Nagu said, just another guy at the rally, who's just expressing a deeply unpopular opinion. Because we shouldn't overlook the fact that while there were thousands of people in that violent mob, they represent a tiny, tiny, tiny part of less than 1% of the population, and the vast majority of the American people reject the kind of seditious mob violence that we saw on January 6th. But let's say that you were just another guy in the crowd that day.
Seditious.
It is a bedrock principle that nobody can incite a riot. First Amendment doesn't protect it. Key case, Brandenburg versus Ohio. There's no First Amendment protection for speech directed to inciting or
And
producing
the bedrock
imminent
principle
lawless
that this
action
is not
and
incitement.
likely to produce such action. And for all the reasons you've heard, based on the voluminous, comprehensive, totally unrefuted, and we think irrefutable, but we're eager to hear
I
our
want
colleagues.
to
Based
point
on all
out
the evidence
Scalia
you've
was
heard,
dissenting.
and for all the reasons you've heard,
Scalia was
that
dissenting when he
definition
said that.
of
Scalia was wrong.
proscribable speech fits President Trump's
The
conduct
Supreme Court
perfectly.
literally
This is a
says
classic
you
case
can ride with the
of
cops
incitement.
and root for the robbers.
And you don't have to take my word for it. The 144 free speech lawyers Mr. Nagus mentioned, who include many of the nation's most dedicated, most uncompromising free speech advocates, unlike Mr. Trump, of course, but these people agree that there is a powerful case for conviction under the Brandenburg standard, even if the President of the United States were just
That's
to be
not
treated
what it says.
like some guy in the crowd.
C-SPAN's little
And they
tagline
add,
here
the First
is not
Amendment is
accurate.
no defense to the
You
article
can't
of
incite
impeachment
imminent.
leveled against
And they specifically
the former
focus on
president.
imminent. I think they put it in bold italicized
And I
letters.
mentioned the Brandenburg standard not because it applies here. Of course it doesn't, since this is an impeachment. It's not a criminal trial. And there's no risk of jail time. Let's be clear about that. The president doesn't go to jail for 1 week, 1 day, 1 hour, or 1 minute.
And because it fails.
Based on impeachment and conviction and disqualification from further office. Rather, I mention it to emphasize that absolutely nobody in America would be protected.
I mean,
by
that's
the First
an
Amendment
embarrassing
if they
quote.
Did all the things that Donald Trump
I'm
did.
stuck here.
Nobody made Donald Trump run for president and swear an oath to
killing
preserve,
me.
protect, and defend the Constitution on January 20th,
quoted a
2017.
losing
But when he
case.
did, by virtue of
That says
swearing
the
that oath
opposite
and
of what
entering
he
this
said.
high office, he took upon himself a duty
And the
to
C-SPAN
affirmatively
tag
take care
morphs
that our
what the
laws
definition of
would be
the case was,
faithfully
just
executed
to promote
under
this
his leadership.
leftist insanity.
All of the laws against federal destruction of property, all of the laws. We expected him in everything he said and everything he did to protect and preserve and defend our constitutional system.
Where were you in the summer
Including
when
the
we wanted to
separation of
stop
powers.
federal destruction of property?
But instead, he betrayed us. And as Representative Cheney said,
and he was being
it was
called
the
a
greatest
dictator,
betrayal
fascist,
of
who
a
wants to stop
presidential
people from
oath
destroying
in the history of the
Supreme,
United States
federal
of
court
America.
buildings.
The greatest. As I mentioned yesterday, President Trump is not even close to the proverbial citizen who falsely shouts fire in a crowded theater. He is like the now proverbial municipal fire chief who incites a mob to go set the theater on fire and not only refuses to put out the fire, but encourages the mob to keep going as the blaze spreads. We would hold that fire chief accountable. We would forbid him from that job ever again, and that's exactly what must happen here. There are hundreds of millions of citizens who can be president. Donald Trump has disqualified himself, and you must disqualify him too. Just like the fire chief who sends the mob, President Trump perverted his
I have to give
office
him
by
credit. That's a
attacking
fair way
the
of
very
trying to.
Constitution
That's
he
a
was
great way
sworn
of
to uphold.
positioning his
In fact, that's
case.
one reason why this free speech
analogy
rhetoric
they
at
came
this
up with is a
trial
pretty good
is
one.
so insidious.
It's obviously backward
His conduct
as far as
represented the
reality,
most
but-
devastating
but
and
based on where
dangerous
they're coming
assault
from, it's
by a
a good
government
analogy.
official on our Constitution, including the First Amendment in living memory. We wouldn't have free speech or any other rights if we didn't have the rule of law, peaceful transfer of power, and a democracy where the outcome of the election is accepted by the candidate who lost. We had it all the way up until 2020.
2016.
And the central
we had it until
purposes of the First
2016.
Amendment are democratic self-government.
We didn't have it in
and
2020.
civic
We had it
truth-seeking.
until
Two
2016.
purposes
Then it went
that
away.
President Trump sought to undermine, not advance, in the course of his conduct, as we have definitively demonstrated at this trial. The violence he incited threatened all of our freedoms. It threatened the very constitutional order that protects free speech, due process, religious free exercise, the right to vote, equal protection, and the many other fundamental rights that we all treasure and cherish as citizens of the United States. The First Amendment does not create some superpower immunity from impeachment for a president who attacks the Constitution in word and deed while rejecting the outcome of an election he happened to lose. If anything, President Trump's conduct was an assault on the First Amendment and equal protection rights that millions of Americans exercised when they voted last year, often under extraordinarily difficult and arduous circumstances. Remember, the First Amendment protects the right of the people to speak about the great issues of our day, to debate during elections.
Oh yeah, it was
and then
so hard to vote this
participate
year.
in
It was
politics by
impossible. Like
selecting the people
there was
who
like
will
a
be
hail
our
of bullets
leaders. And
over me. I'm
remember,
like, no,
in
I'm going to
American
submit my
democracy,
ballot here.
Those of us who
It was so
aspire
hard.
and attain to public office are nothing but the servants of the people. Nothing. Not the masters of the people. We have no kings here. We have no czars. Here the
We
people
actually have a
govern.
king
who
President
just
Ford
leaves
said.
every 4 to 8
The
years.
people. Most important words
No
of the
kings
Constitution
here.
are the first
Just
three.
your
We the
executive
people.
order.
But all this means little if a president who dislikes the election results can incite violence to try to replace.
I wish you would have
and
made a case
usurp
that he actually
the will
incited.
of the people.
That would have been good.
As
Just
expressed
start
in
with
the
that.
states. Ignore the judicial branch of government and then run over the legislative branch of government with a mob. President Trump's high crimes and misdemeanors sought to nullify the political rights and sovereignty of the American people.
That's not what he's charged
Our
with.
right
He's
as a
charged with
people
inciting a
to
riot.
deliberate, to
They don't
form
care what he's
opinions,
charged with.
to
They care
persuade
what
each other,
sounds like.
to vote, and then to decide who our president will be. The sovereignty of the people. That's an attack on the First Amendment, I would say. In addition, President Trump's actions were a direct attack on our own freedom of speech here in the Capitol. Members of Congress are sent here to speak for their constituents. That's why we have our own little mini free speech clause, the speech and debate clause. That's literally our job. We come here and represent the views of our people. The attack that President Trump incited forced members of Congress to stop speaking and to literally flee for our lives and the lives of our staffs and our families. The man whose statements and actions halted speech in Congress, speech related to the peaceful transfer of power, has no right to claim that free speech principles prevent this body from exercising its constitutional powers to hold him accountable for his offense against us. You know, Voltaire said famously,
let's quote Voltaire.
and our founders knew it,
Let's
I may
not look
disagree
too
with everything you
pomp.
say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it.
Oh,
President
okay.
Trump says, because I disagree with everything you say, I will overturn your popular election and incite insurrection against the government.
He quotes Voltaire saying
And we might
that he
take a
has the
moment
right
to consider another Voltaire insight, which a high school teacher of mine told me when a student asked, when was the beginning of the Enlightenment? And she said, I think it was when Voltaire said, anyone who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. There's no merit whatsoever to any of the free speech rhetoric, the empty free speech rhetoric you may hear from President Trump's lawyers. He attacked the First Amendment. He attacked the Constitution. He betrayed his oath of office. Presidents don't have any right to do that. It's forbidden, so that our republic may survive.
Where is it forbidden?
The people are far more important.
It's actually
than that.
not forbidden.
Precedent he
I
asked
mean, that's
to create, which will
may
allow
be
any
punished,
future
but it's not
president to do
forbidden.
precisely what
There's
he
no
did
law that says
is
he can't do it.
self-evidently dangerous.
It's just the opposite. Literally
And so
the
there can be
opposite
no
of
doubt,
what
none
he's
at all.
saying.
The president lacks any First Amendment excuse or defense or immunity. He incited a violent insurrection against our government. He must be convicted.
That was an embarrassingly bad argument.
Now I'm going to call up Representative Dean.
I mean, that was
who
that
will
was an
explain why,
atrocity of a
contrary to
legal
the president's
argument.
claims, the House provided him with all the
but
process
he's-
that was due to him
again,
in this impeachment.
this is
case.
what I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Liu is going to do that.
No, not Ted Lieu. This guy's an idiot. I can't take it. I barely lived through his
Thank
last
you for your time and
appearance.
your attention. We all heard President Trump's attorneys on Tuesday, and as part of President Trump's
I think you're like
efforts
5
to
seconds ahead of
avoid
me. I'm gonna
talking
try to
about
catch
his
up.
own conduct, to avoid talking about anything related to his constitutional crime, we expect that President Trump will raise process objections. His due process claims are without merit. Under the Constitution, the House has, quote, the sole power of impeachment. That provision confirms that the House functions as a grand jury or a prosecutor. The House decides whether to bring charges. Now, in other impeachment cases, the House has provided certain deliberative and procedural privileges to the person being impeached, but those are exactly that, privileges. They are discretionary. The House has the power to decide its own rules, how it wants to pass the article of impeachment. And in this case, the House debated the article of impeachment and passed it on a bipartisan vote. I'm a former prosecutor. I just want to add that I've had the opportunity to decide whether to bring charges. And when you see a crime committed in plain view, prosecutors don't have to spend months investigating before they bring charges. I note that in this case, in fact, hundreds of people have been arrested and charged by prosecutors for the violence on January 6th. There was no reason for the House to wait to impeach the man at the very top that incited the violence.
Me too,
I would
Flash.
like to emphasize that the House had good reason to move quickly. This was an exigent circumstance. This was not a case where there was hidden conduct or some conspiracy that required months and maybe years of investigation.
It can't be an
This
exigent
case does
circumstance
not
because then you
raise very
ran and then
complicated
waited.
legal issues. The gravity of the president's conduct demanded the
You're muted,
clearest
Joe.
of responses from the legislature.
They're using
particularly
fancy-sounding
given
legal
that
terms.
the
Just give them
president
enough
was
credit
still
for
in
that.
office at the
They're
time
not trying
the
to convince
House
senators who
approved
actually
this
understand
article.
legal terms. They're trying to
And
talk to your
rumors of
audience. They're not
further
even trying to talk to you or
violence
me.
echoed around
They're
the
not even really
country.
trying to talk to your audience. They're just
They
trying to
still
rile up their
do.
own base.
There must be absolutely no doubt that Congress will act decisively against a president that incites violence
I'm going to
against
eat a bite of a
us.
pickle.
That
Nothing
is
he
why
can do
the
about
House
it.
moved quickly.
Ted Lieu can't
If I
stop
could,
me.
And President Trump
if I could eat a hot dog
created
on your
that
show, you'd eat a
emergency.
pickle.
Cannot be heard to complain that the House impeached him too quickly for the emergency he caused. Another point on the due process question. Earlier in this trial, President Trump's attorneys suggested that the House somehow deliberately delayed the transmission of this article of impeachment. That is simply not accurate. When the House adopted this article of impeachment on a bipartisan vote, we were ready to begin trial. But the Senate was not in session at the time. And when we inquired as to our options, Senate officials told us clearly and in no uncertain terms that if the clerk of the House attempted to deliver the article of impeachment to the Secretary of the Senate before the Senate reconvened, that the clerk of the House would have been turned back at the door. That's why the trial did not begin then. It's another reason why the president's objections of due process are meritless.
I'm going to serve you. Well, your server will be
And
turned back at
finally,
the door.
let me just conclude.
Okay. He'll leave it there and take a picture.
And have seen a
They should nail
full
mail.
presentation of evidence by the House, and you're going to hear a full
Can you
presentation
imagine like seeing the
by the
impeachment
president's
articles nailed to the,
attorneys. You're going to be able
door
to
of the
ask
Senate?
questions. The Senate has the sole power to try all impeachments. President Trump is receiving any
What about
and all
how we got to
process that
here?
he is due.
We don't have to have
right
any due
here in
process
this
till we get to
chamber.
here.
No. Brian Moe, yes, I bitched about them not doing it in a timely manner because they didn't.
Mr. Neguse will return
Okay.
to show that we've established with overwhelming evidence that President Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors. Before Mr. Neguse
They said
comes
they'd
up, though,
turn
I'd
us
like to
away, so we
emphasize
didn't
what
send
should
it.
be an uncontroversial point.
You
that is
try.
really
Yeah,
key
you
to
try, and then
understand.
if it gets turned away, then
If
you
we
use
have
that as an
proven to you
explanation.
the conduct
Brian Moe,
that
what you
we've
don't
alleged in
understand
this article,
is if I brought that
then
argument
President
to a
Trump
judge
has
as to
indeed
why I
committed a high
didn't
crime
serve
and
the opposing
misdemeanor under the
party in a timely
Constitution.
manner, I would lose my case.
Incitement of insurrection under these circumstances is undoubtedly,
Well, they said they
in
wouldn't
the words
accept
of
it.
George Mason
Oh, well,
from the
they weren't
Constitutional
going to accept it.
Convention,
Well, damn, I
a
guess you didn't
great
have to do it then.
and dangerous
You still have to serve it.
offense
Present it.
against
Make
the
them turn it
Republic.
away.
Indeed, it
Yeah,
is
once
hard
they
to
turn it
think
away, then you
of
can
a
use. Then you can say
greater
if
or
we
more
did present it, it
dangerous
was turned away.
offense against the Republic than this
That is
one.
the dumbest argument I've
So,
heard.
to be
today.
very precise
That's dumber than
about
Jamie
this,
Raskin's argument.
I
Brian.
hope we
It's
all
embarrassing
can
for
agree
you.
today that if a president does incite a violent insurrection against the government, he can be
I
impeached
think when they
for it.
switch people in and out, they should
I
tag
hope
each
we
other like
all
wrestlers.
can agree that that is a constitutional
There should be a
crime.
theme song, too.
Another
There's like
thing.
that 8 seconds of it.
While President Trump's
Yeah, like
lawyers
when
may be
Mariano
arguing
came out of the pen, you'd
otherwise,
always
the
see the
question
Sandman.
here is
That'd be awesome.
not whether President Trump committed a crime under the federal code or D.C. law or the law of any state. Impeachment does not result in criminal penalties, as we keep emphasizing. No one spends a day in jail. There are not even
So
criminal
let's just
or
write our own
civil
law
fines.
because it's not criminal.
Centuries of history, not to mention the
It's still the
constitutional
deprivation
text,
of a property right.
structure,
Like that's
and
the whole
original
point.
intent
They're
and
trying to
understanding,
deprive him of
all
a
confirmed
civil right
teaching
to
James
run for
Wilson,
office.
another framer who
to
wrote
hold office
that
is a
impeachments
civil
and
right.
offenses
They're trying to deprive
come
him
not
of
within the
liberty
sphere of
and
ordinary
essential liberty of a
jurisprudence. Simply
participatory
put,
government.
Impeachment was created
no
for
You're
punishment.
entitled to due process
separate
even in
and
a civil case
distinct
too. It doesn't have to be a
from
criminal case.
punishment.
You're going
It
to
was
suffer.
created
If I'm going to suffer a loss, you
prevent
can't just
and
take money from me
deter
without me having the right
elected
to.
officials who swear an oath to represent America, but then commit
There's an inherent
dangerous
due process
offenses
assumption, even though it's not a Fifth
against
Amendment
our
thing.
republic. That's a constitutional crime. And senators, what greater offense could one commit?
They
than
so
to
struggle with the word
incite a
insurrection.
violent
Every one of them.
insurrection at our
Right
seat
as you
of
say it, he
government
does it again.
during the peaceful transfer of power.
Probably
In
they're all probably
circumstances where
nervous
violence
because
is
of Schumer
foreseeable,
saying
where a
erection.
crowd is poised for violence to provoke a mob of thousands to attack us with weapons and sticks and poles, to bludgeon and beat our law enforcement officers and to deface these sacred walls and to trash the place.
Congress is not
and
sacred.
to do so while seeking
We
to
have to
stop us
stop this
from
immediately.
fulfilling our own oaths, our own duties,
Our
to
oaths?
uphold the Constitution by counting the votes from our free and fair
Yeah, in one breath
elections,
they're the servants
and
of
then
the
to
people,
sit
and the
back
next breath they're
and
talking
watch
about
and
how we're the
delight
kings who can never
as
be attacked.
insurrectionists attack us.
What about all the people? If the people are really the
Violating a
ones
sacred
who
oath and
matter, then
engaging
why
in a
don't you care about all the people
profound
whose businesses were burned all summer long?
dereliction
Why is
and
that not
desertion
worse than
of
this?
duty?
Yeah.
How can we assure that our commander-in-chief will protect,
Again,
preserve, and
that's
defend
why it
us and our
rings hollow
Constitution
to
if we
people
don't
whose
hold
cities
a
were
president
burning to the ground?
accountable in a circumstance like this?
Yeah, tell us to Kenosha.
What
tell us
is
to Portland.
impeachable conduct
Tell us to Seattle.
if not this?
Well, Portland
I
and
challenge
Seattle
you all to
probably
think about
agree,
it. If
to
you
be
think
honest.
this is
Okay,
not
true.
impeachable, what is?
But not the ones
What
who own
would
the
be?
businesses. They're actually hardworking
President Trump's
Americans.
lawyers endorse his breathtaking assertion that his conduct in inciting these events was totally appropriate, and the Senate acquits Donald Trump, then any president could incite and provoke insurrectionary violence against us again. If you don't find this a high crime and misdemeanor today, you have set a new terrible standard for presidential misconduct in the United States of America. The only real question here is the factual one. Did we prove that
clearly
Well, I
Donald
mean, there's a
Trump,
legal
while
question,
President
too,
of the United
but-
States incited a violent insurrection against the government?
Don't
Incitement,
throw a
of
monkey
course,
wrench.
is an
He's
inherently
doing good. He's doing
fact-based
good.
and fact-intensive judgment, which
This
is why
is the
we
problem,
commend
Jamie.
you all
You haven't
for your
provided the
scrupulous
facts
attention
leading to
everything that took
incitement.
place.
You provided the
For
facts
we
of the
believe that we have
aftermath of an
shown you
incitement, but
overwhelming
not the
evidence in this
predicate
case
fact of leading
that will
up to the
convince
incitement,
anyone
of
using
actually
their common
inciting.
sense
That fact is
that
missing,
this
the
was
critical one.
indeed
The one
incitement,
fact that you
meaning
need, they
that
don't
Donald
have.
Trump's conduct
Yep.
encouraged violence, the violence was foreseeable, and he acted willfully in the actions
Do you know what's
that
amazing?
encouraged violence.
They've provided all the facts that are irrelevant
Mr. Nagoose will take you through that
to
evidence
incitement, which
again.
is that the violence occurred.
Not the whole thing.
Violence
We're almost
occurring
done.
is not a
We're
predicate
almost done.
requirement
But we
of
don't
incitement.
want it to be said. They never
can
I
incite,
actually was
they
wondering that
never
because
proved
I
that.
didn't look into that. If I were to
Because
actually incite people,
My
and there was no one
magnificent
around for
team
them
of
to
managers has
turn
stayed
their
up
vengeance
night
on,
after night after
am I
night
still
through
culpable for
weeks
incitement?
to compile all of
There
the
has to be
factual
someone
evidence,
to
and we have put it
imminently
before you.
be in danger.
And we have put it before
But if the
all
danger
of you
never
in this
manifests,
public trial.
that's not stopping the incitement.
Because
So if people just don't listen to you,
We love our country.
you can still be
Right.
inciting.
Uh-huh.
that much.
So if I get up in a bar and I say everyone here should kill that guy
Mr.
sitting in the
Nagoose will
corner,
show you that we've
and
proven
people
our
ignore me,
case,
I could still get
and
charged
that
with
President
incitement.
Trump
Yes.
committed this impeachable offense that we impeached him for on January 13th,
They may not charge you.
and that you should
'Cause it might be a
convict
They'll
harder
say I'm a
case.
crackpot. They'll
And
say
when
I'm a
he's
crackpot,
finished,
and they'll
I
hand me
will
back my
return
giant
and
sign saying the
explain
end of the world is coming.
why it's dangerous for us
But,
to ignore
yeah.
this.
But yeah,
And
if
why
you,
you must
if you
convict,
stand up and
and then
advocate
we will
for
arrest
imminent
Mr.
violence,
Nagoose.
they can arrest you just because the violence didn't occur, and they can just simply say, "We arrested him. We stopped it."
Right.
Like the violence never has to occur with incitement.
It could, and I could be charged and theoretically jailed for it.
Yeah.
I
Absolutely.
mean, no prosecutor is going to do it, but it could happen. I mean, it's,
President,
that's the legal definition.
I think
Distinguished
prosecutors
senators,
have
good
tried,
afternoon
have done it
again.
before.
As
I mean,
my
stopping
colleague,
it.
Lead Manager Raskin mentioned, I know it's been a long few days.
That's part of the
and
idea.
I want to say thank you, that we're very grateful for your
And the defense
patience,
really in their
for your
papers didn't really
attention,
make a big stink
and
about
the
that.
attention that
That's
you
the
have
really
paid
important
to
legal
every one
distinction
of
that they
our
really should
managers
make a
as
big
they
deal
have
about. That
presented our
the
case.
aftermath and all the stuff they
As
talk about, while it's
Lead
terribly
Manager
tragic,
Raskin
is
mentioned,
100% irrelevant.
I hope,
whether it happened
I
or
trust
not.
that we could
It's
all
his speech
agree
standing alone.
that if a
If nothing
president
happened afterwards,
incites
that's either
violent
impeachable
insurrection
or it's not.
against our government,
It's not because they
that's
broke through the
impeachable.
Capitol.
So
if they never
what I'd
broke
like
through
to
the
do
Capitol,
as we
would
close
you
our
still
case
say impeach? Because that's
is
really the
just
question you have
walk
to
you
ask
through
yourself. And that's how
why our
Castro
evidence
and Schoen should be
overwhelmingly
presenting this.
establishes that President Trump
You would hope
committed that offense.
that if a president went on
Now, as you consider that question,
national
that question
television
of whether
and
the
advocated
president
for
incited
rebellion against the
insurrection,
United
there
States,
are
right?
3 questions
We must
that reasonably
join
come to
our
mind.
brothers
Was violence foreseeable?
in Ecuador and overthrow the government of the
encourage
United States.
violence?
And no one
did he
listened
act
that guy would still be impeached. You would want that to
And
happen.
I'm going to show you why the answer to every
The
one of those
aftermath is
questions
irrelevant.
has to be yes.
And yeah, and that's what
First,
Castro and
let's
Schoen
start
really should be
with
hitting on, is
foreseeability.
that like they keep fixating on
Was
this
it
irrelevant portion, which
foreseeable
is a terrible
that the
tragedy.
violence would erupt
But
on
you know, if a
January
different
6th,
terrible tragedy happened
President
where
Trump
all of a sudden a
lit
fire fell from the sky, that's
Was
also
it
equally
predictable
irrelevant.
that the crowd at the Save America rally was poised on a hair trigger for violence?
Whenever this guy talks,
that
I feel
they
like
would
he's about to
fight,
tell me to bow my
literally,
head and in silence.
if provoked to do so.
Repent
There's
your
something
sin.
about
Of course
his-
it was. When President
I'm kind of
Trump stood
envious
up
of the speaking
to that
style.
podium
I
on
couldn't
January
do
6th,
it. Have
he
you ever
knew
tried engaging
that
this
many
type of speaking
in that
style?
crowd were inflamed, were armed,
It's the Lin Wood style.
were ready for violence.
It's like this.
It was an explosive situation, and he knew it.
I've seen it before.
We've shown
I don't
you
like it.
the evidence on this point.
I like
You've
natural
seen it.
speaking. Oh,
the images, the videos,
YouTube
the
has been
articles,
killing my stream
and the
today,
pattern,
man.
which show
What are they doing to
that
it?
the
It's
violence
buffering
on
right
that
now.
terrible day was entirely foreseeable. We've showed you how this all began with the big lie, the claim that the election was rigged and that President Trump and his supporters were the victims of a massive fraud, a massive
We're back.
conspiracy to rip away their votes.
Awesome.
We've showed you how President Trump spread that lie and how over the course of months, with his support and encouragement, it inflamed part of his base, resulting in death threats, real-world violence,
What?
and increasingly
Real
extreme
world?
calls to stop the steal. We established that after he lost the election, the president was willing to do just about anything to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. That
No.
he tried
What he could have done is
everything
just not
he could
agree to the
do
transfer of power. That's
stop
what would have, or he could have started spying
You'll
on
recall the
Biden,
evidence
Yeah,
the way
on
his
screen.
predecessor did.
He could have
him pressuring and threatening
had the
state
military
election officials,
arrest Congress.
attacking them to the point
Like,
of
I mean, he
When
could
did
have
he
done
attack-
it.
calling them
When did he attack
enemies of the
McCarthy?
state, threatening at least one of them with criminal
Why would they have a
penalties.
picture of McCarthy there? I think
Then
McCarthy's the one guy he
attacking
didn't attack.
senators, members of Congress, all across the media, pressuring the
Yeah.
Justice Department,
And maybe
prompting
pressured him,
outcries from
I guess.
assistant U.S. attorneys, not to mention his
Well,
own
McCarthy
attorney
seemed
general,
as close to be
reportedly
close
telling
a
him
Trumper
that
as
the
Gates
stolen
or
election claims were,
Jim
quote,
Jordan.
BS, not my phrase.
Well,
his.
he briefly after the riot
And then,
had
as January
kind of
6th
blamed Trump, but
approached,
then he backed
he
off
moved
a bit.
on to attacking his own vice president, openly and savagely.
savage.
We recounted throughout that entire period.
F says
all
I'm
the
going
ways
mental
in which
listening to
President
these
Trump
goons. They
inflamed
keep
his
saying the riot
supporters
was bad.
with
They keep
lies
showing
that
the riot was bad.
the
They keep saying
election
Trump incited
was
it, but
stolen.
they're still not showing any proof that Trump called
And
for
as
illegal
every
action.
single one of us knows,
Yeah, again,
nothing in
the
this
critical
country
element
is
of
more
incitement
sacred,
is the actual incitement.
nothing than our right to vote, our voice. And here you have the President of the United States telling his supporters that their voice, that their rights as Americans were being stolen from them, ripped away.
Rightfully so.
That made them angry. Angry enough to stop the steal, to fight like hell to stop the steal. And we showed you this. You saw the endless tweets, the rallies,
But even
statements
Mexico uses voter ID.
encouraging
That's like such
and
a shocking
spreading that
thing.
big lie.
Right.
You saw
Like,
that
can you believe he
did
said
this
that?
over and
How
over
can he say
again
such a
with the
thing?
same
Shocker.
message each time. You must fight to win it back. You must never surrender, no matter what. And remember, each time that his supporters along the way showed violence, he endorsed it, encouraged it, praised it.
This is a failure of a slide. Look at the slide he's got up there. Their tech has been so bad today.
Video that Manager
Look at all
Plasko
these
showed you
instances where he supported and encouraged it, guys. All of them. They're
some of his
everywhere.
supporters encircling a bus of campaign workers on a highway. People easily
This really
could have
works
been
better
killed.
as a one
Easily.
giant slide rather than four. It presents a little better that way.
He tweeted it.
The funny thing
I
is,
guess
the
this
one
is better than
joke
using
about it at a
16 and then having only one in the corner.
Called them patriots.
the facts of that one case
Held
are
them
not
out as
as
an
presented
example
either, which is really interesting.
of
That
what it
guy wasn't
means to
like
stop
arrested for doing anything
Oh,
wrong.
this is what it is. They're coming. They're
when
going
he
to fill
told
it out.
his supporters
Oh,
to
are they
stop
going
They
to?
want you to
steal,
focus.
Oh my
they
God,
took
that
up
was a
arms
bad
to
plan. They should have
literally
expanded it as
intimidate
they went.
officials to overturn
You're drawing
the election
transition
results.
graphics anyway.
You saw
Have
the
it
evidence,
expand down,
and so did he.
expand over.
And he welcomed it. And when President Trump attacked Georgia's Secretary of State for certifying the results,
Other people said
his
things.
supporters sent death threats. You saw those in great detail from Manager Dean. What did he do? He attacked
This
the
is
election
so irrelevant
officials
to whether or not
further.
he incited a riot.
Yeah, it has
When
nothing
his
to do with it.
supporters gathered together to have a second
You know what? You know what the
million
best
MAGA
defense is?
rally. That's
They
the
don't need
rally that
16 hours. They need 1
Manager
hour.
Plasko
Just show his
showed you.
entire speech.
Yeah,
a rally about the stolen election.
That's your defense.
He
Show his
tweeted
entire 1 hour
that
and
the
10 minute
fight
speech.
had
Boom.
just begun.
Tell us where the incitement is.
What happened next? It's not rocket science.
If
Fights broke out.
No, it's not rocket science. That would be
Stabbings.
silly. Rocket science
Serious
involves
violence.
math. It has nothing to do with math or
Now,
rockets
President
or
Trump,
propulsion.
like all of us, he saw what happened at that rally. He saw all the violence, the burnings, the chaos. How did he respond? He tweeted praise of the event. And then, see it on the screen, he bought $50 million worth of ads to further promote his message to those exact same people. He immediately joined forces with that very same group. He joined forces with the same people that had just erupted into violence. Was violence predictable? Was it obvious that the crowd on January 6th was poised for violence? Prepared for it? Absolutely.
They're making the case that there's reasonable
And this isn't
foreseeability
just
of
clear,
incitement,
looking
which is
back
fine.
at
That's
the
an
time,
element.
It was
We're
widely
still missing the main
recognized
element.
at the
is the
time.
incitement.
In the days leading up to January 6th, there were dozens, hundreds of warnings. And he knew it. He knew the rally would explode if provoked. He knew all it would take. It's a slight push.
If he never used the word euphemism during that
Remember,
fight at all, during
you
that
heard
speech
from
at all, the
Manager
euphemism of
Plasko,
fight, if he never used that once
chatter
during the speech,
on social
would they
media,
have any reason
websites
to think that
the
there's
Trump
incitement?
administration monitored?
Yeah, they would have made the
and
same
were known
argument
to the
just
Trump
without that
operation.
line.
It
I guarantee
showed
you it.
that the people he invited
Right.
to
The
the
only-
January
so-
6th rally.
The only way they
took
wouldn't
this
have
as
done
a
this is if
serious
he did
call
not speak
to
that
arms.
day. And they
That
may
this was not
still
just
have.
any attack. It was to storm the Capitol if necessary, to stop the steal.
That's
And it
not
wasn't
Trump's
just clear
words.
on these
That's
websites
someone
that
else.
the Trump
That's a
administration was
different website.
monitoring. I mean, the FBI issued reports about this as a credible threat to target us. Law enforcement made 6 arrests that night before. 6 arrests.
Whoa.
Newspapers
6
across
arrests.
the city warned of the risk of
6
the
arrests
violence.
in a night in D.C.? What are we
There
going to
Yeah,
do?
in Chicago.
No
In Chicago that night there were
that the
27
risk
deaths,
of violence
but
was foreseeable.
but there were 6 arrests in Washington.
And what did he do in the days leading up to the rally? Did he calm the situation? Ask yourself. I mean, did he call for peace? No. He didn't do that. He spread his big lie more. The most dangerous lie, as I mentioned, that Americans' votes were being stolen and that the final act of theft would occur here in the Capitol. And then he assembled all of those supporters. He invited them to an organized event on a specific day, at a specific time, matched perfectly to coincide with the joint session of Congress, to coincide with the steal that he had told them to stop.
When did he say by any and all means?
By any and all means.
What did he actually say by any and
Again,
all means?
He was
I don't
told
know.
by law enforcement.
I've never heard him
all
say
over
that.
the news.
Any and all means, that would be
people
like the
armed
closest thing to incitement that they've got.
And ready for real violence.
I bet he never
knew
said it.
I mean, he knew it perfectly well. That he had created this powder keg at his rally. He knew just how combustible that situation was. He knew there were people before him who had prepared, who were armed and armored.
I don't see
He
it
knew they
being...
would jump to violence at any signal, at any sign from him that he needed them to fight, that he needed them to stop
I
the
don't
steal.
see Trump actually saying that. So maybe they presented
We all know
it
what
somewhere, but I
happened.
haven't seen that.
Or it could be just another thing that they decide to
Second
make up
question.
because it just helps the story.
It might have been something
Did
someone
he
else said also.
Encourage the violence.
I think if he had said
Standing
it, you
in
would
that
have heard
powder
it
keg,
like 47 times over these
Did
first
he
2
light
days.
a match? Everyone knows the
Because
answer to that.
that's damning statement. Any and all means,
The
that means
hours
go in
of
there
video
and invade.
Oh yeah, if he
you all
said
have
go to the
watched,
Capitol
leave
and stop
no
this
doubt.
by any and all means, that would
Just
be
remember
that would be
That's
ridiculous.
what he said
That's a million times stronger than
on
we're going
January
to fight for
6th.
this.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen. There's never been anything like this. It's a pure theft in American history. Everybody knows it. Make no
When they
mistake,
show
this
these clips,
election
it just
was
makes me
stolen
think,
from you,
I really
from
miss
me,
him as
and from the
president.
country.
It really does.
At the opening of
We will never give up.
Trump
We will never
supporters said
concede.
take
It
reporters
doesn't
down by
happen.
any
You
means
don't
necessary.
concede when there's theft
Oh,
involved.
okay.
Trump supporters
And to
did.
use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal. We must stop the steal. We will not let them silence your voices. We're not going to let it happen. Not going to let it happen.
I can't find, like in Googling, I cannot find Trump associated with by any means to any
Because
words
you'll
of him.
never take back our
Because it's
country
just
with weakness.
more
You have
more
to show
Democrat
strength,
BS.
and you have to be strong. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
You may remember at the outset of this trial that I told you you'd hear three
That
phrases
you're going to keep telling.
over and over and
Oh.
over again.
That one.
The big lie that the election had been stolen, stop the steal and never concede,
Stop the steal.
and fight like hell to stop that steal.
Okay.
You heard those phrases throughout the course of this trial.
None
Video
of those
after
are
video,
incitement.
statement
Not a
after
single
statement,
one of
telling
those
his
can
supporters
even
that
come
they should be
legally
patriots,
close to being incitement.
to fight hard to stop the steal. And on that day, where did he direct the crowd's ire? He directed them here, to Congress. He quite literally, at one part of that speech, pointed at us. He told them to fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
This has been a tenet of America
And
since
here's the
its
thing,
founding.
that wasn't metaphorical.
Why not?
It wasn't rhetorical.
It's been called the American experiment.
Why is
He
it
already
not
made it
metaphorical or
perfectly
rhetorical?
clear that when he said fight, he meant it.
Where did he do
And
that?
when followers,
He
in
did literally
fact,
the opposite in
fought,
his speech.
when they engaged in violence, that he'd praise and honor them as patriots. He implied that it was okay to break the law because the election was being stolen. You heard it. You remember the clip that Manager Dean showed you earlier in this trial. He told them, quote is on the screen, when you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules.
Again, that is literally true.
Remember how all of his
For
supporters, some
example,
of his
if the cops
supporters
catch you in a
across social
fraudulent
media
sale,
were
they
treating
can
this as a
actually
war,
arrest
talking
you.
about
It's a very
bringing
different
in the
rule
cavalry?
than you just doing a sale that someone
Well, President
disagrees
Trump
with.
made clear what those different
That's a different
rules
rule.
were. He'd been making it clear for months.
So, let's have trial by combat.
Wait, is Rudy Giuliani on trial for
Rudy, you did a great job. He's got guts.
I guess-
you know what? He's
I
got
guess they're
guts,
using it to
unlike a lot
show
of people
that-
in the
that
Republican
he
Party. He's got guts. He
supports
fights.
violence.
But that's
His message
I know
was crystal
It just
clear.
drives me nuts because it's not incitement.
And it was understood immediately
I knew you know. I was
Instantly.
trying to explain
Yeah.
to the audience.
by his followers. And we don't have to guess.
All right, I'm going to take
We
my.
don't have
I've been
to
waiting to
guess
get some food in my
as
stomach
to
before I
how
take this
they
1,000 like
reacted.
shot.
We can
so thank
look
you guys.
at how people reacted to what
L'chaim.
he said. You saw them. And you saw the violence. It's pretty simple. He said it, and they did it.
What did he say?
And we know this because they told us. They told us in real time during the attack. You saw the affidavits, the interviews on social media, on live TV. They were doing this for him because he asked them to. And it wasn't just insurrectionists who confirmed this. Many, many people, including current and former officials, immediately recognized that the president had incited the crowd, that he alone was capable of stopping the violence, that he did this and he had to call it off because he was the only one who could. Let's see what Representative McCarthy, Representative Gallagher, Chris Christie,
Oh, yes,
Representative
please.
Kinzinger,
If we could listen to Chris
and
Christie
Representative
more, that'd be
Katko
great.
had to say.
I could not be sadder or more disappointed with the way our country looks at this very moment.
Oh, he said sadder.
People
I
are
thought he
getting
said
hurt.
fatter.
Anyone involved in this, if you're hearing me, hearing very loud and clear, this is not the American way.
Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person
When he did, they
who
silenced
can
him.
call this off.
Yeah, the moment
Call
he
it off.
actually tried to call it off and
Pretty
stop
simple.
it, they said that was
The
incitement and
president,
banned him from
caused
Twitter
this
forever.
protest to occur. He's the only one who can make it stop. What the president said is not good enough. The president has to come out and tell his supporters to leave the Capitol grounds and to allow the Congress to do their business peacefully. And anything short of that is an abrogation of his responsibility.
You know, a guy that knows how to tweet very aggressively on Twitter, you know, puts
Adam
out one of the
Kinzinger.
weakest statements in one of the saddest days in American history.
The president's role in this insurrection is undeniable, both
It's
on social
undeniable.
media ahead of January 6th and in his speech that day. He deliberately promoted baseless theories, creating a combustible environment of misinformation and division. To allow the President of the United States to incite this attack without consequences is a direct threat to the future of this democracy.
Did the president encourage violence?
No.
Yes.
I mean, he didn't, though.
No doubt that he did.
There's a lot of doubt that he did. A
Final
significant
question.
amount of doubt.
Did the president act willfully in his actions that encouraged violence?
He didn't do actions that encourage violence. And it's not actions, by the way. Incitement
let's look at the
requires
facts.
literal words.
He stood before an armed, angry crowd known to be ready for violence at his provocation. And what did he do? He provoked them. He aimed them here, told them to fight like hell. And that's exactly what they did. And his conduct throughout the rest of that terrible day
Terrible.
really only confirms that he acted willfully. I mean, that he incited the crowd and then engaged in a dereliction of duty while he
Maybe he
continued
tried stopping them
inflaming
earlier, but
the
Congress was
violence.
closed and he couldn't get to the door. They
And
told
again,
him they wouldn't
we don't
accept
have
the
to
mission.
guess what he thought because he told us. Remember the video he released at 4:17
By the way, there
PM?
isn't a mitigation
Manager
exception
Raskin showed that
to
you
incitement.
yesterday. The one where he said,
I'm going to point that out.
quote,
Like,
"We had
if
an
Trump had
election
gotten out there
that
and
was
stopped
stolen
it,
from
that,
us."
assuming he actually
remember the
incited,
tweet
that wouldn't
that he
stop
put out
the fact that he incited
just a couple
something.
hours later, 6:01
Right.
p.m. on January 6th.
You don't fix it after the
You've
fact.
seen it many times.
Sorry about
You
the
can see it on the
carnage.
slide.
Please stop doing more carnage.
That these
Doesn't
are the
make it not
things that
incitement.
happen when a sacred landslide election victory
All those limbs and
is so
bodies and blood on the floor, really?
unceremoniously
That's
and
awful. Let's
viciously
just not do any
stripped
more of
away.
that. And now, please,
And remember,
forget everything
when
I said before.
when
is what
he
he was
did
focused on.
say, "Go home,"
Spreading
peacefully,
the big lie
they said that's a
and
dog
praising
whistle
the
for
mob
incitement.
that attacked us.
I mean,
and
that
our
was the
government.
criticism, was that he was further
You
enraging
heard
the mob
Manager Cicilline
when he did what they
describe
asked.
reports. The president was delighted.
No matter what words he
enthusiastic,
ever says, they always said it's a
confused
dog whistle.
that others didn't
He's just
share his
preaching to his
excitement
base.
as he watched
That's
the
why
attack
it's like so
unfold on
ridiculous.
TV. He cared more about pressing his efforts to overturn
Johnny
the
Pocklick
election
says Christie
than he
should
did
run against
about
Trump in
saving
2024. I need a good laugh.
lives.
Look, Christie
Our
should just
lives.
run.
Yeah, I was going to say, it would be great to see both of them in a literal foot race.
At what President
Yes,
Trump did
I think that would be good
that
for Chris
day
Christie.
after the rally.
For a while, he should get some sneakers and
It's
just run
important.
for his health.
He did virtually nothing. We've seen, Manager Castro mentioned this, that when President Trump wants to stop something, he does so simply, easily, quickly.
Oh, okay.
But aside from 4 tweets and a short clip during the
Aside-
over 5-hour
Aside from 5 things.
he did
Just the 5 things, though. Aside from these 5 things he did
on
nothing.
January 6th.
Oh, that's getting tweeted.
So
condemned
clearly,
the attack.
clearly he
condemn the
didn't want to do
attackers.
anything to stop it.
Didn't say that he would send help to defend us
This is like him never condemning white
or defend law
supremacists.
enforcement. He didn't react to the violence with shock or horror or dismay as we did. He didn't immediately rush to Twitter and demand in the clearest possible terms that the mob disperse, that they stop
If
it,
he would
that
have
they
gone to
retreat.
Twitter, they would have excoriated him for
Instead,
not
he
going to
issued
the National Guard
messages
first.
in the afternoon that sided with
It,
them.
everything he does or did, it was
The
always damn.
insurrectionists
It's no matter what he
who
did,
had
it was
left
wrong.
police officers battered
Whichever way he did it, it was wrong. You can always find a different
and
way.
bloodied.
Yeah. Because they're your
He
political
reacted
enemy.
exactly
there is no
the way
correct way to act.
someone would
That's
react
something
if
need,
they were
people need
delighted.
to understand.
And exactly
They're,
unlike
whatever
how
you
a
think of
person
Trump,
would react
these people
if
were
they
not going
angry
to give him a
at how
pass
their
on
followers
anything.
were acting.
Right.
It's not in their interest to do so.
And
David,
not just not
ask
give him a pass, but they're
yourself
going to find a
how many
reason to
lives
say that
would
what
have
he
been
did
saved,
was
how
wrong.
much pain
Yeah,
and
they have
trauma
a
would have been avoided
specific
if he
interest
had
in doing
reacted
the opposite
the
of
way
that.
that a president of the United
They have a
States is
And even if it's
specific
completely hypocritical, and he would do exactly the same steps in the same order
There are
as
2
you
parts
know whatever leader they
President
adore,
Trump's
they
failure
still
here
would say that him doing it
his
was
dereliction of duty
Right.
that I just have to emphasize for a moment. First is what he did to Vice President Mike Pence, the Vice President of the United States of America. His own Vice President was in this building with an armed mob shouting, "Hang him." The same armed mob that set up gallows outside. You saw those pictures.
But
and what did President
did
Trump do?
Trump say to harm Mike Pence?
He attacked
He
him
said we
more.
demand the truth,
He
not we
singled him
demand
out by
the
name.
hanging of Mike Pence. There's a vast difference between
It's honestly
the truth
hard to
and the
fathom.
execution of the vice president. Those are two.
Second,
I don't know if people
law
realize this, but
enforcement.
those two things are disparate
the brave
concepts.
officers who were sacrificing
Mildly.
their lives to defend us, who could not
They're
evacuate
at least an inch
or seek
apart.
cover because they were protecting us. I'm not going to go through again what my fellow managers showed you yesterday, but let me just say this. Those officers serve us faithfully and dutifully, and they follow their oaths. They deserved a president who upholds his, who would not
Joe Neguse
risk
says about the
their
police in other
lives
contexts.
and safety to retain power. A president who would preserve,
You're going to look up for
protect,
quotes from Joe
and
Neguse
defend them.
during the summer?
But that's not what he did. When they, the police, still barricaded and being attacked with poles, he said in his video to the people attacking them, "We love you. You're very special."
Did he
What
bail them out of
more
jail? Did
could
he bail
we
them out?
Possibly need
Did he
to
start a
know
GoFundMe for them?
Did he
about
pardon
President
them?
Trump's state of mind.
I'm just saying, like, that's what Kamala Harris did.
Senators, the evidence is clear. We showed you statements, videos, affidavits that prove President Trump incited an insurrection.
I wonder why they keep
An
saying insurrection. Why didn't they just
that
say
he
incite
alone
a
had
siege of
power
the Capitol?
to stop.
That's at least more accurate.
And the fact that he
Yeah,
didn't stop
incite
it,
a riot.
the fact that he incited a lawless attack and abdicated his duty to defend us from it, the fact that he actually further inflamed the mob, further inflamed that mob,
Further
attacking
inflamed that mob.
his vice president, while assassins were pursuing him in this Capitol, more than requires conviction and disqualification. We humbly ask you to convict President Trump for the crime for which he is overwhelmingly guilty of. Because if you don't,
I mean, you should have just presented the
if we
one element,
pretend this
the
didn't
incitement.
happen, or worse, if we let it go unanswered, who's to say it won't happen again?
Hey, give me 10 minutes. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah. Bad Vibe says Pelosi ignored the sergeant at arms and the D.C. leadership ignored the issues. Was it really credible based on that? Says, to be fair, BLM should level their anger at Congress because they make the laws that the police have to enforce. But sure, pass the buck to Trump. And Bad Vibe says, wait, who was assassinated?
Over the last few days, thank you
I don't
also
know.
for your courtesy to the House managers as we've come over here, strangers in a strange land, to make our case before this distinguished and august body.
He just quote Rivers of
we are
Babylon?
about to close, and I am proud that our
We're not going
managers
8
have
hours
been
today, boys.
So disciplined and so focused. I think we are closing somewhere between 5 and 6 hours under the time that you have allotted
Jesus.
to us. But we think we have been able to tell you everything we need to say. We will obviously have the opportunity to address your questions and then to do a final closing when we get there. I just wanted to leave you with a few thoughts. And again, I'm not going to re-traumatize you by going through the evidence. Once again, I just wanted to leave you with a few thoughts to consider as you enter upon this very high and difficult duty that you have
I'm not going to have to go 8
to
hours.
render impartial justice in this case, as you have all sworn to do. And I wanted to start simply by saying that in the history of humanity, democracy is an extremely rare and fragile and precarious and transitory thing. Abraham Lincoln knew that when he spoke from the battlefield and vowed that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. But he was speaking not long after the republic was created, and he was trying to prove that point, that we would not allow it to perish from the earth. For most of history, the norm has been dictators, autocrats, bullies, despots, tyrants, cowards who take over our governments. For most of the history of the world. And that's why America is such a miracle. We were founded on the extraordinary principles of the inalienable rights of the people,
like to
and
speech,
the consent of the governed, and the fundamental equality of all of us.
Except for when it comes to free speech, apparently.
You know, when Lincoln said, government of the people, by the people, and for the people, and he hearkened back to the Declaration of Independence when he said 7 years ago, he knew that that wasn't how we started. We started imperfectly. We started as a slave republic. Lincoln knew that. But he was struggling to make the country better. And however flawed the founders were as men in their times, they inscribed in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution all the beautiful principles that we needed to
like
open
free
America
speech,
up,
like
to
the freedom of
successive waves
speech,
of political struggle and constitutional change and transformation in the country. So we really would become something much more like Lincoln's beautiful vision of government of the people, by the people, and for the people, the world's greatest...
The people who dared to storm the halls of our sacred Congress.
Multi-religious, multi-ethnic, constitutional democracy, the envy of the world. As Tom Paine said, an asylum for humanity where people would come. Think about the preamble.
Bad Vibe says autocrats.
Those first
you mean
three words,
Biden being number
pregnant
2
with
on
such
executive
meaning.
orders in
We
the
the
first
people.
month of their president?
And then all of the
Presidency?
purposes of our
Yes.
government put into that one action-packed sentence. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and preserve to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of liberty. And then, right after that first sentence, the mission statement for America in the Constitution, what happens? Article 1. The Congress is created. All legislative powers herein are reserved to the Congress of the United States. You see what just happened? The sovereign power of the people to launch the country and create the Constitution flowed right into Congress. And then you get, in Article 1, Section 8, comprehensive, vast powers that all of you know so well. The power to regulate commerce domestically, internationally. The power to declare war. The power to raise budgets and taxes and to spend money. The power to govern the seat of government. And on and on and on. And then even in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18, and all other powers necessary and proper to the execution of the foregoing powers. That's all of us. And then you get to Article 2, the President. 4 short paragraphs. And the 4th paragraph is all about what? Impeachment. How you get rid of a president who commits high crimes and misdemeanors. But what's the core job of the president?
The reason the first article and the second article are different is because the executive power was already understood, whereas the legislative power had to be defined as herein. It's in the lines, you con law professing hack.
Right into the Constitution. They inscribed it into the Constitution to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Why don't you seem
We've got
to
the
know
power
it?
to impeach the president. The president doesn't have the power to impeach us. Think about that. The popular branch of government has the power to impeach the president. The president does not have the power to impeach us.
Bad Vibe says, oh, you mean Congress is the seat of all
And as I
problems,
said
the power to
before,
question state
all of
elections
us
and
who
failure
aspire
to
and attain
represent
to
the
public
people.
office are nothing but the servants of the people, and the way the
Meshika
framers
Hari
would have
Roos
it
says,
is
this
the
government
moment
hasn't been
that
for
we
the
no
people in
longer act as
decades, you lying
servants of the
doofus.
people, but as masters of the people, as violators of the people's rights. That was the time to impeach, remove, convict, disqualify, start all over again. Because the interests of the people are so much
You tell this
greater
guy is a
than the
professor
interests of
because
one
he's
person.
doing this with a
Any one
smile
person.
rather than a
Even
serious
the greatest
face.
person in the country. The interests of the
A good
people
prosecutor would have a serious
would
face
count.
for this.
Now, when we sit down and we close, our distinguished counterparts, the defense counsel, who have waited very patiently, and thank you, will stand up and seek to defend the president's conduct on the facts.
Are they going to do that today?
Yes, I think they will. It has already been decided by the Senate on Tuesday that the Senate has constitutional jurisdiction over this impeachment case brought to you by the United States House of Representatives.
They can actually still
So
make the
we've
argument
put
about the
that
Constitution.
jurisdictional, constitutional issue to bed.
You haven't.
It is over.
You
It's
haven't.
already been voted on.
Because the 45,
This is a trial on
44
the
people
facts of
who
what
still think
happened.
it's unconstitutional can maintain that it's
Incitement, as we
unconstitutional
said,
and you still
is a
lose.
fact-intensive investigation and judgment that each of you will have to make.
You haven't done an investigation.
We've made our very best effort to set forth every single relevant fact that we know.
You skipped the
in most
investigation. You just
objective and
grabbed
honest
news
light.
quotes. You didn't call a single
We
witness.
trust and we hope that the
you have
defense
no one
will
on oath.
understand
You have no
the constitutional
affidavits.
gravity and solemnity of this trial by focusing like a laser beam on the facts and not return to the constitutional argument that's already been decided by the Senate. Just as a defense lawyer who loses a motion to dismiss on a constitutional basis.
Oh,
in a
wait, we
criminal
don't get to
case
bring
must
legal
let that go and then focus on the facts which are being presented by the prosecutors in detail. They must let this constitutional jurisdictional argument go. Not just because it's frivolous and wrong, as nearly every expert scholar in America opined, but because it's not relevant to the jury's consideration of the facts of the case. So our friends must work to answer all of the overwhelming, detailed,
the hypocrisy
specific,
of this
factual
idiot
and documentary
arguing that
evidence we've
criminal
introduced
procedure
of
matters
the president's clear and
after they've
overwhelming guilt
ignored
in
it for
inciting
2 days is
violent
infuriating.
insurrection against the Union. Now, Donald Trump last week turned down our invitation to come testify about his actions.
Invitation.
And therefore, we've not been able to ask him any questions directly as of this point. Therefore, during the course of their 16-hour allotted presentation, we would pose these preliminary questions to his lawyers.
His lawyers should ignore these questions.
Right now, in which we would have asked Mr. Trump himself if he had chosen to come and testify about his actions and inactions.
If the lawyers have any
when we
sense, they'll
invited
just
him
ignore
last
these
week.
questions.
One, why did President Trump not tell his supporters to stop the attack on the Capitol as soon as he learned of it?
It's irrelevant. It's
Why
irrelevant
did
to
President
incitement.
Trump do nothing to stop the attack for at least 2 hours after the attack began?
Bad Vibe says, you know he's lying because his lips are moving. Lawyers and
As our
politicians and teachers are
constitutional
trash.
commander-in-chief,
This guy's all the above and
Why
more.
did he do nothing to send help to our overwhelmed and besieged law enforcement officers for at least 2 hours on January 16th?
Simple.
after
He
the
approved
attack
it 3
began?
days prior, and they rejected
On
it.
January 6th, why did President Trump
It's no
not
longer
at
in
any
his hands
point
at
that
that
day
point. He already gave the
condemn
approval.
the violent insurrection and the insurrectionists?
Number 3, he did.
And
he did
I'll add a
actually
legal
condemn it.
question that I hope his distinguished counsel will address. If a president did invite a violent insurrection against our government, as of course we allege and think we've proven in this case, but just in general, if a president incited a violent insurrection against our government, would that be a high crime and misdemeanor? Can we all agree at least on that?
They should avoid
Senators,
answering any of those questions.
I've talked a lot
The plaintiffs
about
don't get
common
to make
sense
the case or
in this
define the
trial
case for the
because I think-
defendants.
I believe that's all you need to arrive
They
at
don't have any
the right
authority
answer
over them.
here.
They should just simply say,
You know,
those are
when
great questions.
Tom Paine wrote Common
You should have worked
Sense,
them out on your own. Here's our case.
the pamphlet that launched the American Revolution, he said that common sense really meant two different things. One, common sense is the understanding that we all have without advanced learning and education. Common sense is the sense accessible to everybody, but common sense is also the sense that we all have in common as a community. Senators, America, we need to exercise our common sense about what happened. Let's not get caught up in a lot of
By the way, the
outlandish
idea of constitutional criminal procedure
theories
is the
here.
idea that common
Exercise
sense
your
cannot
common sense
dictate the
about
liberty
what just
of
took
someone.
place in our country.
Common sense isn't.
Tom Paine
that
wasn't an
sense is not
American,
all that
as you know,
common,
but he
and
came
it's
over to
not
help us
sufficient for the actual
in our great
deprivation of an
revolutionary
essential
struggle
liberty.
against the kings and queens and the tyrants. And in 1776, in the crisis, he wrote these beautiful words. It was a very tough time for the country. People didn't know which way things were going to go. Were we going to win? Against all hope, because for most of the rest of human history, it had been the kings and the queens and the tyrants and the nobles lording it over the common people. Could political self-government work in America was the question. And Paine wrote this pamphlet called The Crisis, and in it, he said these beautiful words. And with your permission, I'm going to update the language a little bit, pursuant to a suggestion of Speaker Pelosi.
Why don't you just use the actual
not to
quote?
offend modern sensibilities.
Oh,
But he said, these are the times that try men and women's souls.
Oh, you
These are the
embarrassing
times
pile
that try
of
men and women's
trash.
souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will shrink at this moment from the service of their cause and their country. But everyone who stands with us now will win the love and the favor and the affection of every man and every woman for all time. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, but we have this saving consolation. The more difficult the struggle, the more glorious in the end will be our victory. Good luck in your deliberations.
You are garbage. Bad Vibe says this posterior hat wants to remove autonomy from those individuals, basically excusing their actions and holding one individual responsible.
Thank you.
Meshikahari
Now
Ruz
I have
says
two,
it's going to
we're
be
gonna do the
difficult
adjournment
ask
resolution
these
in a moment.
days
I have
due to
two
common sense not being
other
so common.
things that we have to do. They're quick. First, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order to make several unanimous consent requests as if in legislative session.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that on Friday, February 12th, from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m., that notwithstanding adjournment, the Senate be able to receive House messages and executive matters. Committees be authorized to report legislative and executive matters, and senators be allowed to submit statements for the record, introduce bills and resolutions, and make co-sponsor requests, and where applicable, the Secretary of the Senate, on behalf of the presiding officer, be permitted to refer such matters.
Without objection, so ordered.
It's good that Leahy wears a mask so that no one will catch
And a
infections from him
second
50 feet away
request,
from him.
Right.
poignantly appropriate at this moment.
Well, I wouldn't want to catch
I ask
his
unanimous
whatever he has
consent that
either.
pursuant to the order of the Senate of January 24th, 1901, the traditional reading of Washington's farewell address take place on Monday, February 22nd, following the prayer and pledge. Further, that Senator Portman be recognized to deliver the address.
Is there objection? Not hearing an objection, it's ordered.
And finally, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the trial adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow, Friday, February 12th, and this also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Hearing an objection, without objection, it's ordered. Senate's adjourned.
We're all adjourned.
There we go. So that's it for today, y'all. Thank God.
Wow.
I did not want to do 8 hours today. I was kind of like, oh God, I don't know if I can.
I was
manage
thinking
that.
I was gonna let you take a break for an hour or so, and I was gonna entertain them with my vaudeville humor.
What
I had this whole juggling
vaudevillian
thing.
humor. I love it.
Well, that's big with the kids these days.
Yes. Yeah. You know what? I was down at the local place where the kids are these days, and I was saying, you know what's big with you guys these days? And they said, you know what? We've been looking for is vaudevillian humor. Some more vaudeville is exactly what we're after.
Yeah, I aim to please, and I know my target market, so I deliver.
So what do you think? What do you think of today?
So I only caught the part where I was with you, and then I had a little. I thought this was going to go to 8 o'clock, which is why I actually wanted to do my afternoon prayers, throw in a little prayer for the country there. So, yeah, basically, it was a lot like what we were expecting. They're all focusing on how miserable and awful the tragedy was, and playing up how completely vile they think Trump is, and somehow they think those two are related. But you kept hitting on the spot on point that they keep missing, and hopefully Schoen and Castor are able to deliver back on, which is there's no nexus. There's no tie. It's in order to have incitement, in order for this to actually be a relevant thing. That I would point out to them that most of you here are former attorneys, and you know that none of this would ever have been admissible because it was inflammatory, irrelevant, and not a legal argument because there is no legal basis to impeach him.
I would even say that many of you are former prosecutors. And I want to talk to you prosecutors specifically. Do you believe that this would survive a motion to dismiss from competent defense counsel? And to the defense counsel out there, to you defenders out there, do you believe in any way that you could not win this case? When there is not a single quote, not a single instruction from the defendant asking anyone to do anything other than execute their constitutional right to speak peacefully in a public space.
I will tell you this, before I was an attorney, I never really understood why. I thought that the reason that evidence that's inflammatory or somewhat irrelevant, that it was excluded for the basis of expedience. I mean, we wouldn't waste the court's time. But this was actually a phenomenal demonstration how the real reason that we keep it out is because it will just cloud your mind from what the actual law is and what the proper decision is and make you think that there's justification to affect a punitive type of measure where the law doesn't allow you to do it. And so much so that now they're even trying to change it. They're trying to change the parameters and say, well, there's no defense of the First Amendment. He's held to a completely higher standard than anyone else, a higher standard that we're now going to retroactively affect against him because of the fact that we just don't like how people died a half hour after he spoke or 19 minutes after he spoke. So it's just it's that's why courts exclude irrelevant information and particularly inflammatory, because it just riles you up. They're saying this mob was so bad, and they're trying to turn the Senate into a mob. They're trying to turn the Senate, and they're trying to incite the Senate against Trump. This whole thing, this is a real incitement because they're actually trying to rile them up and say, look at these terrible things that happened. We need to blame someone. And this is a guy who was talking, and he was basically saying that we should be mad at them. So therefore, we should pretend that this is legal incitement. They are doing incitement. This is an impeachment of incitement by the House managers, that they themselves are the ones who are guilty of incitement.
Right. I mean, if it were a crime to do what they're doing.
But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
right.
But yes.
I'm not saying...
Yeah.
They're inciting them to break the law. They're inciting them to basically ignore the law and write a new law right here on the spot and affect it ex post facto against Trump.
Yeah. Okay. Killnote says, I missed most of the hearing. Apparently, the clip they used of Fuentes was taken out of context. Well, of course it was. Of course it was. Like, that's no surprise. Every quote that they used was taken out of context. So there was one they did earlier that was especially egregious. Good logic, and I wanted to talk to you about this one. Do I have it? I've got it on my Twitter. Hold on. So they quoted this video, and the guy in the video says, "I've come to find out that the only good Democrat is a dead Democrat." Okay.
Right.
Very bad. Like, you don't want to have that sort of statement.
Right. That doesn't bode well.
What they left out was the immediate thing he said after that. Quote, I don't say that in the physical sense, and I can already see where the video's getting edited where it says I want to go murder Democrats. No, I say that in the political sense because the Democrat agenda and policy is anti-American right now. Like, that's literally the next part. And then, of course, Representative Diana DeGette selectively edited his video and left out that section. I mean,
wow.
There's no, everything that they say or that they
so
presented
shameless.
is edited, it's targeted, and this would be bordering on disciplinary through sanctions or something like that if this were an actual court. You cannot bring a case like this. If you brought this prosecution with this type of evidence, with manufactured statements from a witness, not a single affidavit. I want to point that out. There's not a single affiant in this entire case.
Yeah, not one person under oath. Not one person. It's basically here's
Because
a documentary.
the
Here's a
senators,
mockumentary. Yeah.
yeah, the senators are on oath and affirmation. No one else is.
Are they?
Yeah, senators.
The Senate.
Senate sitting. Yeah, the Senate sitting for the trial are on oath and affirmation.
But the House management team, which is standing there lying to them the entire time, they're not under any kind of oath.
I don't know. They might be. I guess they could be. But they're making.
Did they show them swearing in?
I didn't see
Jamie
them.
Raskin?
I didn't see any swearing in. So I don't know if they maybe that morning though. Like I wasn't watching at the very beginning of the session because they do have some stuff happening prior to the impeachment.
You know, you're Mr. Impeachment. This is your responsibility. You're supposed to be on
I'm
top
checking.
of this sort of thing.
Are
And
the House managers under oath? They request to testify under oath. Here's the rules. Senate Impeachment Rules 1868. Presiding officer shall administer the oath. Let's see. Shall administer an oath. Secretary of the Senate. That's
like if they
witnesses shall
flat
be
out,
sworn
if
in
they
by
flat
oath.
out told a blatant lie, they say Trump said, "Go get your gun." Told them off camera, "Go get your guns and shoot up Congress." We don't have video of it, but that's what he told them. That's clear incitement. You have to impeach him, and that was something that they completely made up and fabricated. Is there any sanctions against them for just completely lying?
I don't know. I mean, I think lying to Congress is a felony.
No, that's only if it's perjury, if it's under oath.
All right. Yeah. So it's only. I don't know. Let's see. Here we go.
Because
Here's the
there's
Senate
so many
manual.
lies. I mean, Mike Lee got up there and saying, "No, what you just said here was a lie. It's not true." And we know that, we know that they fabricated some of their Twitter stuff. And that's another thing they should do. They should play this. They say, you know what? We don't play games with trying to lie and deceive the Senate here. That's what they need to basically call them out on this. The same way they sort of did, and they were very aggressive in their papers. I think that when they get up there, that they should be very aggressive in calling them out on how the House spent 2 days just flat out manipulating Twitter shots and manipulating feeds and slicing and editing. And I would show that same commercial that I referenced yesterday with Brady and whatchamacallit, saying this is what it is. It's like A happens and you get completely the opposite story because they don't want to show you the entire thing. So we're going to spend from our 16 hours a full hour here where we'll all be able to watch exactly what he said. And you'll say to yourself, there's absolutely no chance on earth that this is legal incitement.
Yeah. I think that's what they need to do. They need to just hammer home like how unlawful it is. I do think they should spend a little time on the First Amendment argument. And they say, we understand that the power of impeachment is not restricted as an absolute bar by the First Amendment. However, the principles of the First Amendment restrict the prosecution of incitement for the very reasons that it is, or restrict, I guess, the enforcement of this stuff because we hold this speech to be of value and of worthy of protecting. I'm not articulating this well, but you know what I'm saying.
Right. When we went through last night, how in their papers they talked about how political speech is that much more protectable.
Right.
That you need to be able to say things in politics which the other side is going to disagree with. So he needs to be able to say, yeah, the election was stolen. There are millions of people who thought that before he said such a thing. He's expressing their voice that the election was stolen just because he's the victim of that theft. The same way you or I would have stood up on January 1st or January 6th, whenever, or anytime after November 3rd or November 7th when they called it and said, this was stolen. Just as we have that right, he too has that right. That's not something which all of a sudden now he's riling up his base and building a powder keg that he could light a fuse on January 6th. It's insanity.
And by the way, you, me, him, we all have that right, even if we know that speech is inflammatory.
Yes.
Like that is specifically, like inflammatory speech is protected. If we know that speech has a tendency to rile people up, We have an absolute right to say it.
And the reason why that's an important right that we must maintain and protect and never make an impeachable offense is because sometimes you need to rile people up so that they can peacefully protest. Otherwise, if you're not able to rile people up to peacefully protest, how are you going to get any peaceful protests? You need to be able to rile them up. The only time when there's a problem of incitement is when you actually are saying to them to commit violence and directing them to commit violence.
Right.
But anyone who gets takes a real listen of what he said and listens to a full hour and 10 minutes, no one takes that. No one takes that at all from his speech.
I looked in the Senate rules for impeachment, the current ones, not the 1898 ones. And there is no oath administered in the rules to the House managers. The oath is administered to the senators, to any officers of the Senate, to any witnesses. That's it.
And that you know what that means? That means literally, forgetting about whether or not he's guilty or not. From a legal perspective, they literally submitted zero evidence, because if there's no oath as to the validity of it, the person who's testifying about, there's no one testifying that this is an accurate portrayal of what he said on Twitter, that for all we know, they literally wrote that stuff themselves. This was completely a manufactured thing. Until you have someone under oath, it's not considered evidence. And that's actually the first thing. That what we've seen so far literally is zero evidence, and every one of you who's an attorney knows that not one of this would count as evidence of anything. This is really just a haphazard conversation that the House is having with you without any repercussion, and that frees them up to lie to you as they have for 2 days. And we know they have. Look what they did with Mike Lee. Look what they did with the blue check mark, where they're basically showing stuff up there, which we know is not true.
Right.
And who knows what they said that was true or false? Who can tell? They're a bunch of liars. Obviously, they don't care about lying to you. They don't care about manipulating or twisting the truth for you. Why should we trust anything they said?
Now, if you're in court as Joe the attorney, and opposing counsel stands up and says,
let me get my game face on.
Now, my client's not going to testify. What my client will say is this. My client says this, and this. Lays out a bunch of factual things. You have to ask, at some point, right? Do you ask the judge, can we swear in counsel if he's going to provide testimony?
Yes, that's the snarky way of chastising your adversary.
Right.
That
you cannot, because we are not, lawyers are not on oath normally when you stand. I mean, we have a duty of candor to the court that's standing, but we do not come in and swear on oath that we are going to provide accurate testimony, because we don't provide testimony most of the time. We ask questions to elicit testimony out of a competent witness. And so if we were to get up and act as a witness in a trial, we would be sworn on oath. Or we would have to get someone else to do it, or we would have to submit it by sworn affidavit or an unsworn declaration under penalty of perjury. We can't just get up and give testimony. The entire case was given by people who are not on oath or affirmation. They have not provided affidavits. They have not signed a statement under penalty of perjury. Nothing about this resembles a trial, and it's frustrating to me.
I'm going to tell you a war story, okay?
Yeah.
It's a war story.
Yes, I love war stories.
And this is, which ties into what you're talking about. I once picked up a case that had been ongoing and litigated for years, and I walked in the middle, and I brought in a motion for summary judgment, and I submitted certain documents where someone was, the plaintiff, I was representing the plaintiff who was making a claim that he had basically loaned money and advanced checks, and that he never got repaid that money. And it's a very thick motion that I put in there for summary judgment. And when we got in there for oral argument, because it was like, I don't remember why, there was some sort of rush thing that was happening there. My adversary showed how the same documents that I showed, that I submitted, that had written across them void, that the check had been voided out. And in my evidence, it didn't show void, which meant that basically my evidence had been intentionally tampered with by my client. And that I had put it in there, and he was committing perjury in his affidavit and supporting it, and that I was suborning perjury, and he basically was pointing a finger at me that I intentionally was supporting perjury.
Right.
And I turned white, like I was like humiliated, and I fired my client, which is sometimes a lawyer actually will fire a client.
Yes.
And I fired my client before I literally walked out of the courtroom, and he was there. I looked at him and I asked him about it. And before I crossed the street, I said, "You're fired. I'm done with you. I don't care how much you're paying me. I'm never going through something like that where you're gonna have me submit some fake, tampered with evidence and
Right.
submit that as being accurate." And the reason I bring this up is as an officer of the court, have responsibility not to suborn perjury, to promote perjury.
Right.
That's my duty. Now, over here, you could say that they would be suborning perjury, but there's no witness. There's no one under oath. There's no perjury committed. So they're just flat out lying. As a responsibility of the officer of the court, they have a responsibility to tell the truth, I guess, and they could face disciplinary action for it. But yeah, there's no crime that they committed, and it's pretty twisted. It's that they just have absolutely no accountability, and they could have literally told the worst, most blatant lies in the world, and there's really no repercussion to it. There's no accountability, which is basically life in the world of the Democratic elite.
Right. Life in the world of Congress, and specifically the Democratic elite Congress. I mean, they would ostensibly be at risk for some sort of censure or sanction. They could be voted out of the House. They could be refused to be sat by the other members of the House. Do we think that's going to happen while they're
Yeah.
You lied to
Tomorrow.
harm Trump? Oh man, shucks. Rats. We're going to introduce a resolution, try and not give you money for that.
Yeah, seriously, we'll take them out for a beer.
Yeah, that would be a fast track to House leadership, I think.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I think they need to come. Getting back to it, I think they need to come out hard. I think they need to lay out what an absolute sham this is, because they asked Trump to come sit and offer testimony. He refused, that's actually, they probably don't realize this. That's a Fifth Amendment right. You don't ever have to say anything. You don't have to offer testimony in your own defense. Can't compel you to do so. What they could have done is brought any number of their own witnesses. They had 16 hours to bring a single witness. They could have brought AOC, and that would have been ridiculous. They could have brought, they could have...
Jack Dorsey from Twitter to say that these are accurate tweets.
Yes, they could have, exactly. Or even just a Twitter engineer. Anybody. They could have brought anybody in. They could have brought one of the camera people. They could have brought the Capitol Police officer who cried 15 times. They could have brought,
Yeah, why didn't they bring him? Wouldn't he be a compelling witness?
He would be a great witness.
Yeah.
Capitol Police officer in uniform, standing there. These guys probably have met this guy at some point, or run into him in a hallway somewhere.
Have him throw on all his medals and bring out his Little League trophy to show what a hero he is. Whatever it is that they've done.
Bring the guy who's going to lose his eye. Like they said, there's a guy who's going to lose his eye with an eye patch on. Bring a guy who's missing the finger with a big ass bandage on his hand, and just say, these are the men and women who stood here, and we'd like to take 10 minutes each and let you hear their stories.
Yes. And I have to tell you something. I don't really understand why they didn't do it. Like, there's no, what was the downside of that?
I can't imagine one. They would be cross-examined. What are you going to go hard on a Capitol Police officer who lost an eye? Like, you're going to sit there and dress him down in front of the American people? You'd get killed. Like, you'd be voted out of office.
I'm actually really surprised the Democrats didn't do it. I guess, fortunately, sometimes they miss things. I mean, what reason? We're sitting here today trying to figure why didn't they get the family of Brian Sicknick in here to sit here talking about what an amazing officer he was and how he sacrificed his life to the crazy mob that Trump unleashed on them? Like, why not do that?
The guy on the radio, who's radioing, they've overcome, they're past our line. We need backup. Where are you?
Yeah.
Like, get that guy and have him talk about his present state of mind at the time. I was terrified. We were surrounded. We were being hit, spit on, pepper sprayed, beaten. We were understaffed. Our leadership did nothing. My president wasn't there for me. Like, I mean, we have a gold mine.
And while he's there, you have in the background the guy from the Hindenburg saying, "Oh, the humanity."
Yeah.
You can play it up. They look, they got Hollywood behind them. They can play it up any way they want. It's really weird that they didn't take one of them. I mean, I would think they would put up 15 of them. 2 of them, 3 of them, none of them were good witnesses. They couldn't find one good witness. I mean, I guess they schlocked these things together so fast that they're just like, well, we didn't have time to really, vet these people out to see how well they'll hold up in front of the Senate.
I mean, in fairness, it's been 30 days. It's been 30 days since they passed the articles. In the time of putting together, their reply brief, rehearsing their 10 hours of presentation. That's a lot. That's a lot of rehearsal that has to be done and polish. So, I mean, maybe they just didn't feel they had time to get someone down, coach the witness, prep them.
Why didn't the DNC hire some law firm and investigation team to actually take care of that part of it? They could have invested easily. I'm sure they could have raised $5 million in 20 minutes to start a fund to pay a law firm that's going to come in there and serve as co-counsel, and that their responsibility is to handle this element of it, to have the the genuinely heart-tugging stories being told from people, and you vet out the ones who are not any good. I'm really somewhat
especially because
disappointed in the DNC.
They still have 5 hours. I mean, they could have put together a video, like, one of those awful funeral videos where it's pictures of the guy who died.
Yes. Oh, you know what? You even just nailed it. I don't know if you realize it. Because of COVID, they could have been like, "Oh, we can't bring in Brian Sicknick's widow, or I don't even know if he's married, whatever, but his mom or his kids, whatever it is, brother. We can't bring him in here, but here's their statement recorded on Zoom." And you just play it out there with them talking about how Brian was like the most amazing man, father, whatever it is he was. I don't know anything about his personal life, but that he was the most amazing person, and he was dedicated to his job, and just raving about what a phenomenal human being he was. And now he's dead because of Trump. And let them blame Trump.
With Sarah McLachlan in the background, the arms of the angel fly away. Just, oh God!
And this is what they're good at. This is the sort of thing that they tend to be. I mean, for all you can bash them, they're much better than the conservatives are at putting together these weepy stories. That's what they live on. They're phenomenal at it.
We're not giving them advice. Their case is over. This is their day. There'll be.
I would have said this yesterday.
Yeah, Dave. Don't worry about it. They can't bring this tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Republicans' opportunity to start. Then they will stop. Tomorrow will not be, it's Thursday today, and tomorrow they will stop by 5 p.m. And then they will resume on Sunday. So we have predictability for the rest of the week. And then I think on Monday, there is 4 hours of questioning from the Senate. That's where the Senate will get to pose questions to the House impeachment managers and to Trump's defense team. So I think that hearing is going to be the best one.
Yes. That one I'd really like to join you for. If you're
welcome
if you're
to.
cool with it. Yeah, I would totally love to join you for the questions from the Senate. I think that would be really it's very interesting to see, because they sort of reveal where they're coming from.
Yes.
You draw insight, as to what they think is the key thing that needs to be nailed down. And some of them, like where when it comes to 85% of the Senate, which way they're going to vote anyway. But for the other 15%,
I think it'll be interesting to hear the difference in what Dick Durbin asks and what Ted Cruz asks.
Yeah,
right.
That is.
That's going to be the really interesting thing, because Dick Durbin is going to ask, "How did you feel when you were under attack?" We all remember being locked down. The mean words of the president over his entire administration, blah, blah. And Ted Cruz is going to say, "Where is a tweet asking for rioters to storm the Capitol?"
By the way, that reminds me. Yeah. Do you know what else Ted Cruz can ask? Which people who went into the Capitol were present when Donald Trump spoke? Can you identify a single person who was actually listening to Trump who went into the Capitol? Was there one? How do we know that any of them were in there?
That's an actual great point. And then what they'll do is they'll say, well, this person is saying we're here on President Trump's orders. Like, okay, who is that person? What's their name? Can we get them sworn in for testimony? Why didn't you bring them in for testimony to testify under oath and subject to cross-examination?
Yeah.
As to their status at each place. Like, where is that? Why didn't that happen?
And by the way, and that's something that I really hope Castor and Schoen actually pound on. It's like we don't even know that a single person who went into the Capitol heard Donald Trump live on that day.
No.
Not one.
No, because we've had no witness testimony. And they could have resolved this really easily. Just get any one of the people under current federal indictment to appear via Zoom from their federal, some of them are under arrest, some of them are on house arrest or whatever. Just say,
tell us and give us a timeline of your day. When did you hear Trump and when did you end up in the Capitol? Because I'll bet you this. I will bet you that 85 to 90% of the people who went to the Capitol did not hear Donald Trump live. Because, they can't all be close enough to hear him and then end up at the Capitol. It just doesn't make sense. There was so many people there that day that I'm sure that many of them didn't hear him.
Yeah. I have a buddy who was actually there at Trump's speech. And then walked to the he didn't go inside, but he walked to the Capitol. He was talking about how crazy Trump's speech was and all that stuff. But yeah, he said, when Trump and Rudy were speaking, it was like a rock concert. People were packed in, stuff like that. But yeah, this guy.
By the time he got to the Capitol, had it been breached yet or not?
I don't know. I'd have to ask him. According to
get him under oath.
According to the Democrat timeline, yes. At least the Capitol barricade had been breached. And they were, which at that point, by the way, they don't have to get into the building. Like once they pass the police barricade, they are breaking the law at that moment. Like that police barricade is, the way the law is written, the statute is written, that once there is a known barrier, an obvious barrier, and you cross that barrier onto federal property, you are in violation of the federal statute that says you can't be there. Like that's the moment it happens. It's not when you get into the building or when you get into the Hall of Congress or when you get into so-and-so's office. It's the moment.
Trespass.
Yeah, and there's a specific federal law that says if you enter onto a restricted government property while Congress is in session, that is the specific or with the intent to disrupt a Congress while it's in session. That is the standard. So, and its knowledge is constructive at the point that you see a barricade, as long as that barricade is obvious and not an imaginary line. Pretty easy with fences and police lines. That the second someone crosses that, they're in violation of that specific statute. So they can easily state that the moment they cross this line, that's when the siege has begun.
And I asked you this at the outset today. Like, I don't know why they didn't just call it incitement to commit to have a siege of the Capitol. Like that seems like that's actually what happened. To say insurrection, we keep ignoring how ridiculous the term insurrection is because we're so fixated on how ridiculous the term incitement is.
Right.
But the insurrection, insurrection is taking over the government. Nobody for 30 seconds. There is not any rational adult who thought for 30 seconds, well, that's it now. Congress, the country is in the hands of Wild Bill Hickok there in his coonskin cap. Nobody thought that. That's not a reality as like that anyone thought that. Everyone realized, okay, they're basically LARPing and they're going in there and pretending that they're, Minutemen or whatever. They're not really going to hurt anyone, and they're just there to disrupt Congress because they're ticked off about the fact that this election was stolen and we have no integrity in our country and our country's going down the tubes. But that, but no one thought that this means that there's a transition of power, that everyone's going to give in, that they're going to be standing there. It's going to have a new Chaz zone, but it's going to be the Capitol building. It's going to be the Chaz zone. Now, nobody thought that was a reality. So how do you have insurrection? How do you have taking over the country? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that whole problem. Plus, he's in charge of the country. I know that that's not the actual legal standard for insurrection, but
Right.
there is like a
He's saying on
logical
January
issue.
6th, he was still in charge of the country.
There's
so.
a logical issue with saying he's trying to overthrow his own government, right? Like,
Yeah.
that,
See, that would have been the Chewbacca defense would have been like, well, he instantaneously deputized them all as his agents to go.
yeah. But someone was saying it's not really clear. Look, I looked at the case law on this because people had asked me to look at Baked Alaska and stuff like that early on. The case law is very, very clear, and it's unambiguous, and there's actually appellate court jurisprudence about this, specifically with regards to when Congress is in session. If you cross a barrier that is visible, you are in violation of the law. That, I mean, like with the intent to disrupt Congress or whatever, like the moment you do that, you are not permitted to be in that space. And the open and obvious warning of that lack of permission is the presence of a police line. And this is specifically from case law. I'm not making this up. I'm not inferring this from other things. The presence of a police line or police barricade is your notice that you do not have permission to cross that line. And so, and I know people will say they let people in and stuff like that. Honestly, while that is a great point and might be a defense, that's a defense to the crime. Like you are committed to, you've committed the crime. You may have a defense that exonerates you from the crime, but that's like when you shoot someone and kill them, that's a homicide. You may have a justifiable reason for that homicide. You may have a justifiable reason to cross that line, like you're invited across it, but you have to present that as a defense. So the moment that you have crossed that notorious police line or barricade, according to the courts, you are in violation of the law. So then you have to justify your violation.
And just to law explain the interwebs for your audience, constructive notice basically means you haven't technically been told, but there was enough there to have put you on notice that it's counted as if you were on notice. So even though no one said the law is you cannot cross here, there was enough there that you could have gleaned information, and a reasonable person would have gleaned information that I'm on notice not to do this, and I'm still violating that. So that's what constructive notice means in this context.
Right. Right. No one has to tell you you can't cross because there's a fence. There's a fence there. That means you can't cross.
That counts as your notice, even if there's no sign there saying thou shalt not pass.
Right. Right. So, and again, you can use the fence was torn down. I didn't realize I was past it. You can use those sorts of defenses. That's your justification. That comes later. Defenses are you are in violation of a statute. Now you get to present your reasoning as to why, and the burden shifts to you as a defendant to justify your actions. It's a completely different thing. They no longer have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you violated the statute because you did. Now you have to prove by preponderance of the evidence that you had justification for violating the statute. So that's just how it works in court. That's what we're trying to explain here. So, well, I've got some chats to read. Was there anything we wanted to discuss before I go through them? I don't want to foreclose.
Oh no, I'm good. I got everything in more than I wanted out of this. So.
Okay, perfect. By the way, guys, check out Good Logic on Twitter. That's Joe's channel. Really good channel. He's just started out, or not on Twitter, on YouTube. He's just started out on YouTube a couple months ago. So great information. New videos coming out and stuff like that. So make sure you go check him out. I didn't put your channel in the description today. So if Angry Baneling, are you there? If you could spam Joe's channel, I'd really appreciate it in the chat.
Good Logic.
Yes. Good Logic. LAWGIC, which I like because it has sort of the, the stereotypical Jewish accent of logic as well.
The New York accent.
Well, I guess, but I always think of it like the, how they always portray like a Jewish mother saying it, but of course that's always like a New York accent. But I like the ring to it. It makes me happy.
Thank you.
Let's see. Where did I leave off over here? Here we go. Monkey Ultra says, actually, You could mention Tario and Operation COINTELPRO to plant the doubt. That'd be funny at least. I mean, it'd be funny, but I don't think it's going to be very effective in the Senate. Like mentioning a government scheme to the government isn't going to make the government blush. Night of Hope says, they're talking about the effing fake election and the crackdown on rights and speech that the Democrats want us to become the CCP. They're talking about the communist revolution in the United States, and these idiots don't see their charade is over. Raskin is advocating for totalitarian restrictions on speech and political discourse. You heard him. Grab him off the Senate floor and lock him up. It's over. He said you can do it. Lock his ass up. Hell, give him the electric chair. F it. Why not, right? There's strong opinions.
That's making the most of your super chat right there. I appreciate that.
Satanic Potato says, you know how you say to form bonds with your family? I can't do that with mine. They're too deranged. They know I watch political YouTubers and take every opportunity to bring them into it. Literally just talking to them about work shoes versus boots, and they come out with, fine, whatever. Go ask your YouTubers then. They are deranged. I can't have a relationship with them because they want me to agree with them on everything. If I don't, they lose their goddamn minds. Man, that sucks. I try not to talk politics with family ever because of stuff like that. I don't.
So,
know.
Little known fact here is that while Jews as a whole are considered to be liberal, like very liberal,
right?
That's really the way it works. Is the less religious you are, the less you're into the observing Jewish faith and more about Jewish culture rather than following Torah, the more likely you are to be leftist. As you move further and further toward the right, it actually starts tilting and more religious, the more conservative opinions you end up having. So in my family, there are I can't think of anyone. I have a few friends, and I think a couple of them might be watching here who are commie pinkos, and I still manage to maintain relationship with them. But yeah, as far as most Orthodox Jews, unfortunately, Orthodox Jews are like 5% of all Jews. 95% of all Jews are like, Reform or conservative. But most of your ultra-Orthodox Jews are really pretty hardcore righties. So since that's my social circle, I never have a problem. I'm talking politics. Everyone there is on the same page I am. So
yeah, I'm more talking about with family, just because I don't want to. Even if I agree with the person I'm talking to, people around might not, and it can make a family situation tense or uncomfortable at a time when, like, it's like, if I'm with my family personally, I want to spend time with them. I don't want to spend time with them in politics. And when someone in my family, if they're like watching TV and they turn on a political show, I don't care if it's Fox or CNN or whatever, I actually will tend to get up and leave the room. I don't want to be around for the conversation that follows. I don't like it.
Well, especially because now you're a media presence. So it's almost like the focus shifts to you, like, what's Nick gonna say? You know what I'm saying? Like, it sort of like makes you like, well, okay, everyone knows where Nick comes from. Let's get his professional opinion on this because this is what you do now.
Right.
So you're going to end up being the focal point of that conversation in your family, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I don't ever want to be that.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, no, it's a very uncomfortable position.
Can we talk about dinner or like what we're gonna do or having fun with
sports,
kids?
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
Night of Hope says, mother effer, they do not have the expectation that his words would result in violence. The effing people at the White House weren't at the rally or vice versa, which is what you were saying. And he wasn't talking to the people at the White House. I think he means at the Capitol. Didn't even mention them. What the hell? He says, Joe, I admire you a lot. Is it true what Ben Shapiro says that observant Jews are more right-leaning? We just covered, like, this is...
I'm prescient.
He sent this... Well, he sent this an hour ago, but...
okay, but I don't see the chat.
Yeah.
So...
And these are justice chats. They're even harder to find. So, or is that why you're a more freedom-minded guy? I imagine you didn't come up in a religion or go to school that was super libertarian or anything.
I came up in a very religious home.
He says, what's the possibility that this is a trap so they can claim They get that 6 hours back to go again after the defense speaks on the floor for their 16 hours or whatever it is. No, my understanding of the rules of this impeachment that they agreed on, bipartisan, Schumer and Mitch worked it out, was that each side would have 2 days of up to 8 hours each, and that was it. That was their time, and they didn't get additional time after that. They could choose to use it or to not. So I don't believe
by the
they
way,
get a rebuttal.
Doesn't it turn your stomach that when they say bipartisan, it's like Mitch McConnell's the one on our side?
That's it. Yeah. Mitch and Chuck.
Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, that's our guy, Mitch McConnell? Ew.
Right. I do think they had to vote to adopt the rules, but those are the two who worked it out. So Edris Rex says, maybe it's a sign of not having thick enough skin that listening to these walking, talking eels makes me angry. Any advice from you two for making my skin thicker? No, anger doesn't mean that you have a thin skin.
Your thin skin means you're offended.
Right. Being righteously indignant or to have frustration at dishonesty isn't offense. Offense is to be wounded, to be hurt, to be made less.
Right. Anger means you have a conscience.
Yeah.
And like integrity and a soul.
Silky Johnson says, I love the tactic of these AIDS-filled Dems. Keep repeating everything. That's how propaganda works. Have they dehumanized Trump and his supporters yet? It also seems incredible that Dems can read minds. AIDS must give you that power. Who knew? Lots of AIDS. Okay, let's see. Where are we on these? I just got to find out where I left off on these other ones. Okay, here we go. Kyra says, seems in alignment with the Time Magazine conspiracy. Jennifer Signs of Life says, nah, I'm thinking more of the Dems. I've studied the color revolutions and who was filming. Automata says, did he just attempt to sacralize the Senate floor for how many wars have been declared there? The biggest condemnation I have is that he believes that. CB says, so you can't say the cops are traitors, but you can say pigs in a blanket fry 'em like bacon. I'm confused.
Yeah.
G-Man says, yeah, don't want to trade with...
Were you broadcasting back when that was happening? That was before your time.
That was before I was...
That's before...
And even if I wasn't covering that, really.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you were too busy covering anime or
and if I
elm trees.
But if I did, I would have covered it in roughly the same way. Like, I'm not particularly fond of that speech, but they have a right to say that. Like,
yes, people forget that exposure of those rallies and them saying that really is what killed BLM until George Floyd died. I mean, BLM was a big thing late in the Obama administration, and it died because of that, and it really went away, and then it got resurrected after George Floyd.
G-Man says, yeah, don't want to trade with the U.S. because of that Trump guy. Oh, wait, he's not in office anymore. Trading is back on, I guess. Yeah, that was the one where Jamie Raskin's like, it's hurt our international trade to have all this stuff. And it's like, the Capitol riots... The Capitol riots are not hurting the U.S. internationally. The international community, sure, they're going to take an opportunity to dunk on the U.S., but they're also not going to throw away the largest functioning economy in the world. And access to it is extremely valuable. It's
right.
Like we trade with our literal enemies still. Curry Sama says, why is he speaking like a great value Obama? He's talking about Nikus.
Yes, I said he's like looking to be Obama 2.0. That's what he's looking to be.
Yeah, he's and likely the answer is because he observed and emulated Obama.
And by the way,
that's the most reasonable.
I don't mean that as a knock. No one should take that as because they both happen to be black. There are plenty of black people who don't talk, great black speakers who don't speak it, who don't give that same sort of Southern Baptist minister tone. But I don't knock him on that at all because it's effective. Yeah. It is really effective. And if it worked for Obama, why would you not try to mirror what? Don't try to reinvent the wheel. You see someone who does something well, mirror him. Why not? It's
Obama, the greatest orator that can't go off script.
Right. He cannot go off script.
Not at all.
I mean, at some of his rallies, it seemed like he seemed to go off script. But yeah, if he tries going off, it's not nearly as effective. But that doesn't mean that he that doesn't mean that when he was doing what he did, look, when he spoke, he was smooth as silk. I mean, when he had a script there, his delivery, he's a much more articulate speaker than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is better off the cuff as far as being in every guy, a guy you want to sit down and have a beer with. But as far as being a public orator, I mean, Obama was a surgeon with his words and with his delivery, everything. He was really, you gotta tip your cap and recognize the strengths of people you disagree with ideologically.
And yet, not one beer summit came out of the Trump administration, but one beer summit came out of the Obama administration.
How did that not happen? 4 years, not one.
Maybe he doesn't like beer.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, I never saw Trump drink a beer. It's almost like the media wasn't fawningly reporting over every mundane thing that Trump did. So I don't know literally anything about his personal habits other than he likes KFC because they like to make fun of the fact that a billionaire was eating KFC on his private jet.
Well, if you really want to get the inside behind, behind the curtain look at the real Donald Trump and see
Trump's sober. That's why. Trump is sober.
Yeah, that could be why.
No,
if you really want to get it,
that's what the chat's saying pretty significantly. Trump doesn't drink. He's sober.
Does he really never drink?
As in intentionally sober, not like he's just momentarily happens to be sober. So
does he not drink on principle?
That's what it looks like.
Oh wow.
His brother had a problem, apparently.
Oh,
it killed
his
brother or uncle. This is what the chat's saying. Chat is like a better Wikipedia.
Yeah. No, they're great.
So
they're great. When that Ray Stevens thing confounded us, they all knew exactly what it was. And
yeah. So Trump. So that's why we never had a beer summit. We could have had like a Diet Coke summit. Come on down to the White House. We'll get you a Diet Coke. Terrific. Better Coke. I'll press my button that brings me a Diet Coke.
If you ever could get Trump drunk, that would probably be a remarkable thing to see. I'm just completely, because
if someone slipped him a hot Diet Coke, it's like half Diet Coke, half Everclear. You got one shot at this and hope he's really thirsty and drinks the whole thing at once.
That didn't.
Could you imagine him like with no inhibition? Oh man. Okay. Kyra says this guy is literally Tom from Boondocks. Talix001 says FFS.
Who's Tom from Boondocks?
Boondocks is a comedic drawn comedy about, or a comedic drawn TV show about, what was a...
No, who is she referring to as Tom from Boondocks? That's what I'm asking.
Well, Tom, the character Tom from Boondocks. I don't know. I think
she's saying like Nagoose was, or who? I don't know.
Oh yeah, Nagoose.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I think that's who she's talking about. Tom is like the black guy that acts really white, if I remember right.
Oh.
Talix001 says FFS Nick, do you ever sleep? A little bit. I got more sleep last night than the night before, so I was proud of that. Angry Baneling says, if I don't hear Nagoose ever again, it'll be a boon. It comes in pints, games, and more says, seriously, who let Carlton into the room? Evil XY says, we need the Chief Justice. Can we please find the Chief Justice to preside? DCV Titan says, no, that's not Trump. That's Democrats releasing Antifa and burn loot murder all summer long while Trump was offering to help stop it. James Burdett says, so now contesting an election is incitement of violence and terrorism? Gonna be fun every 2 years from here on out. Oh, by the way, did you see that? Who is the Wallach? The senator in Georgia, the new one? The one who just won? Loeffler and the other one.
Oh, no. No, Warnock.
He's under investigation now by the Georgia Elections Board.
Do you have any question whether that's going to be completely swept under the rug?
Well, it's not. The interesting thing is it's not about fraud in the existing election. It was about in 2019 submission of like 1,600 voter registrations that they didn't properly submit or something like that. So, but it's just funny. Raffensperger abstained from voting on that one. So it was approved without his blessing. But it's just, of course, right?
Not
Like,
Raffensperger or the governor, Kemp.
Raffensperger, because it's the election commission who voted to investigate, and it was a 3-0 with Raffensperger abstaining and one other member of the commission abstaining. So Warnock is because he was part of Stacey Abrams' group, and as part of that group, they're saying that they did some improper stuff. Big shock there. I know everybody's
You can knock
shocked.
me over with a feather. I am astonished.
DCV Titan says, anyone that can convince you of absurdities can make you commit atrocities. And yet there's more evidence for the election being stolen than anything they've tried to impeach Trump for. Superhaven says, I've heard from 4chan and Kiwi Farms that Joe Biden is the 5th generation descendant of a slave owner, Jesse Robinette. Is that true? I don't know. T. Miller says, that makes no sense. Congress's job is to write laws, including incitement, but for impeachment, they don't have to use the laws that they created. And again, to clarify my position on this, I don't think they have to because I don't think it's reviewable. I think they should have to, but I don't think that they do have to. I hope that...
You're saying the reality is X. I think it should be not X, but it sucks that the reality actually is X.
Yes. That's the summary there. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, these legal arguments are such trash, they're killing your stream. Yeah, that was rough. DCV Titan says, rocket science also deals with things that exist. Sound and Hail says, Nick, can you paint some Warhammer minis? Because it's just so boring, please. I would love to. I don't have any primed right now. DCV Titan says, what did the courts do? Critically look at the claims and remove all doubt or dismiss everyone's concerns on procedural grounds and faulty reasoning. That was the second one is what they did. DCV Titan says, maybe Trump didn't react that way because he's not a a little bitch. It's just written backwards. A little bitch like the majority of Congress, just saying. Angry Baneling says, so we don't have to hear Nagoose again? Thank God. DCV Titan, we told you everything we need to say. That attack was bad, okay? No shit. How about some evidence of Trump telling someone to attack Congress? And this is the problem with their case if this were a court. Viden the Cold One says, Brian Moe is a bigot. Luthien the Mortal says, search Senate Bill 720 if you want to know who really runs the USA. Mike Lombardo says, I truly, truly hate these people. They are responsible, not Trump. So the reason they're doing this is because he didn't accept the results. Ultimately, yeah. I mean, that's a big part of it. Chris Hill says, will Senator Corn Pop make an appearance? Bad Vibe says, motion denied. F says, salvation comes with a cost. Judge us not by our means, but what we seek to accomplish. Captain Spire says, rewatching LWC, we listened to one of Trump's lawyers at the hearing. If he was an indication of Trump's defense, Louis Tully would have done a better job. Watching Louder with Crowder, we listened to one of Trump's lawyers at the hearing. If you were listening here, you listened to all of Trump's lawyers that have spoken so far. I mean, I don't know why you were listening to Crowder when you could have been here. No, and Castor did really bad that day. I don't think he'll do that bad again, in all honesty. If he does, I mean, he should quit forever. And maybe maybe ask Elon Musk for a Mars ticket or something. Rob Wynn says witnesses are under oath, but there were no witnesses here. Automata says, should probably ask which people who entered the building were assassins and what charges have been brought against them. Are they still free? Red Guy says incitement to insurrection equals incitement to overthrow the government equals incitement to overthrow himself. Jordan Jones says, so some chick apparently put Gorilla Glue in her hair. Did you guys see that? She thinks she can sue the company. Yes, I saw that. You do commercial litigation. You think she has any products liability case? I mean, that's not really commercial litigation. It's personal injury, but I don't think she's got a good one.
I don't really look, you know what? The reality is when it comes to personal injury and probably products liability also, you're really fixating on the size of the injury compared to the amount of liability. This is one of the things when I was first practicing law, I was working for a PI firm for a few months, and they taught me that it's really about the size of the injury, not the amount of liability. So, like, he told me a story where they had a guy who was drunk and climbed up his girlfriend, the fire escape outside his girlfriend's building, started trying to rattling the windows and trying to break into her house, and she like kept him locked out, and he ended up falling off the fire escape like 3 stories and breaking both his legs and his spine. And I mean, the guy was basically a felon. He's drunk and climbing up on the outside of the fire escape and trying to break in. He had a terrible accident that resulted from it because of the extent of his injuries, even though their liability was like a tiny possibility of happening. The fear of that is what made them settle
Yeah.
for like $1.5 million.
Right.
Just because they were like, if we lose on the liability here, we're going to face like 25 million. So we don't want to do that. So let's just like settle it up. And they gave like a ridiculously high amount of damages because, and that's the way it is in New York, at least. And I suspect in many jurisdictions that the insurance companies and these bigger corporations, when you have a big liability, there is a nice chance that they're going to settle just in case they get a wacky jury, which will just end up saying let's hurt the big guy and help this little girl here and get her some money.
If she has even a reasonably shrewd lawyer, and she doesn't get too greedy, she should be able to walk away with a settlement from this case. Pretty simple.
Yeah, I would say
like
I would say a 6-figure settlement probably.
Yeah, I mean Gorilla Glue has. This is gonna sound dumb, but Gorilla Glue has no reason not to offer her like $250,000, just straight out. Like, here,
leave us alone. Just leave us alone.
Yeah, we will settle and apologize, and we'll promise to review our
put a notice,
warnings.
Yeah,
and
don't put this in your hair.
We'll add hair to notice. So sorry this happened to you, type thing.
Yeah,
that would be an easy way out of this.
I mean, you start
not
off
crazy,
if you're Gorilla Glue. If you're Gorilla Glue, you start off by offering 10,000, but you do work up your way up pretty quick, because if you offer $250,000, they figure you're going to give them 5 million. So that's why you got to sort of start.
Sorry, I should have clarified. They should be willing to give her $250,000. They should offer. They should offer low enough that they can expect to meet in the middle at $250,000. But she has to be reasonable. She's going to be fueled potentially by social media and all of the attention she's getting. And if she gets an attorney with dollar signs in his eyes and they go, oh, no, this is easily a $10 million claim from all the humiliation you brought on yourself by broadcasting this to the world.
like an idiot. Yeah.
If something like that happens, it could really devolve. And if it went to court for strict liability, I think there's a very good chance she loses if it actually goes through the trial.
Yes, I agree with you on that. I think the liability problem that she has is that there's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to think that they have liability here.
Yeah. Now you guys got to remember that yes, it's rewarding idiocy, but at the same time, it's going to cost Gorilla Glue more than $250,000 to fight this case. Like,
and then what if you get a crazy jury which says, yeah, they could have put a notice. Why didn't they do that? If they would put a notice, this never would have happened.
Right. And then they're out a whole lot because they get a punitive damage and. Ugh. Mark Owen says, Psaki and Zuckerberg are twins. Can you verify? No one wants to verify that.
Mark Dice had that great picture as his icon of Mark Zuckerberg with Psaki hair. And hey, I had to like look twice at it.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Funny. That seems unsettling. Easy. Thank you for the donation. She already got $50,000 from Gorilla Glue.
Oh, did she?
Well, I hope they were smart enough to give her that as a full settlement of her claims.
I'm sure they were. They were. Good job, them. You see, you were saying $250,000. I mean, they gotta wait for 20% of that.
I mean, I wouldn't have taken 50. I don't think on her behalf. Maybe she didn't have a lawyer, and so she didn't have to pay out any.
It could depend on the jurisdiction, because New York, if you're in Kings or the Bronx, you're going to get a jury which is going to be very sympathetic to the little guy. And if you're in one of those jurisdictions, you're going to get a crazy, insane verdict number if you win. And everyone knows it. So it like totally changes the numbers you're talking about. If she's living in a place, in a jurisdiction where the settlements are never nearly that high, in that case, I could understand her lawyer saying, yeah, the best we'll get here, and if we get liability, will be like $1 million. So 50,000 is really not bad at all.
Yeah. Satanic Potato says, I don't like being drunk either, Trump. I do like tea, though. Shout out to the Dragon's Treasure, eh? The guy is very good with customer service, and the tea is fantastic. I can't drink Lipton anymore. It just tastes acrid to me now. Oh, dude, yeah. Once you've had good tea, you can't go back to the bag stuff. And dragonstreasure.com, guys. Check it out. Knight of Hopex says, I said region, not religion. Oh, sorry. You read my chat wrong. Ding dong. Also, yeah, I mean, I'm not really advocating for giving senators the chair. I more meant if you censure certain political positions, that is basically just authoritarianism at that point. I agree. Monkey Ultra says, I hope Trump's lawyer dog makes Biden pay for his crimes of premature burial of canines. Oh, God. All right, guys. Well, Joe, did you have anything else you wanted to add? I'm gonna wrap this up way early.
No, but I'll tell you your listeners now. I'm very excited about Monday. I'm really looking forward to analyzing the questions that the senators are asking.
I think it's Monday. Because they have
whenever it is, I'll work my schedule around.
Yeah, they have
All right.
Friday and Sunday, so it stands to reason that the 4-hour questioning period would be Monday to cap off the case. So, but yes, whenever it is, you are invited, and should be covering it just fine. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out with us. Oh yeah, follow me on Minds and Gab because Twitter is garbage. Also, follow Joe on Gab at Joe Neerman on Gab.
And I have that locals thing also.
Oh yeah, and you have locals as well. Goodlogic.locals.com. So go check that out also. We will see you guys later. I will be streaming tonight. I will be streaming tonight with Anime Outsiders. We're going to have a non-political stream. We're going to be talking. It's the 2-year anniversary of Vic Mignogna's public removal from Funimation. It's February 11th was when I first heard about it 2 years ago. We're going to be recapping the Vic case. We're going to be making fun of Sean Schemmel. We're going to be making fun of a bunch of fat voice actresses. It's going to be great. Come check that out tonight at 11 p.m. Central. I also am going to try to get on the Quartering's Gina Carano stream if I can step away. That's at 7 p.m. Central. If you care about Gina Carano and that whole endeavor, check out the Quartering at 7 p.m. He's doing a big mega stream for it, so check that out. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out today.
Peace.
See you later. Peace. Peace.
Peace.